Hansen touched the scabbard and picked it up. It felt comfortable in his palm, but it was quiet like it was dead. There was nothing more special about it. Hansen didn't think Lee's scabbard would be a completely dead object, though. It might not have given off an animal-like sensation or possessed a knife mind anymore, but its soul was still there. It couldn't have been completely dead. There had to be a reason why the scabbard was so quiet. Hansen could not discover what that reason was, though. He put the scabbard away and then went to examine the statue, but there was nothing of particular note. The lake had stopped bubbling and become peaceful again, and there was no sign of a knife that belonged with the scabbard. There was only the scabbard itself. Shouldn't there be a knife for this scabbard? What kind of knife could suit this sort of scabbard, I wonder? Hansen thought to himself. And as he did, something crossed his mind. Was a whole knife supposed to be stabbed into this statue? Perhaps someone took the knife. Hansen's mind returned to the words Super Gene on the neck of the statue. The person who had carved those words might have been the one who had taken the knife. But that was merely a wild guess. There was nothing going on now, anyway, and so Hansen thought it would be a good opportunity to catch his breath for a minute. He flew away from the lake and returned to the grapevines. He picked up the archangel bone arrow, then gathered some grapes to sate his hunger. He also wanted to get back to searching for the xenogeneic fruits. The fruits on the grapevines were better than ordinary fruits, so he picked a few of the big grapes and ate them ravenously. They tasted very sweet, and he ate a whole bunch of them, all at once. He felt much better after that. There was no more turmoil or chaos along the way, and Hansen walked to the edge of the oasis without seeing any further sign of Isha. Where she had fled to, he could not tell. After resting for a bit, Hansen went back into the oasis to look for the xenogeneic fruit. Hansen wanted to leave Demon Grave in case he met Isha again. At least while in there, he had an advantage over her. If she followed him out, though, the deified Isha would be able to kill Hansen with ease. So, he had to get out of there now, with haste. First, Hansen planned to scour the oasis for xenogeneic fruit. If he couldn't find it, he'd have to get going before Isha could stop him. But even if he did leave before Isha did, the biggest problem was that he'd be leaving without Mr. G. He didn't think those of Demon would let him walk away so easily. Hansen couldn't worry about that at the moment, though. He had to leave first. So, Hansen walked around between the grapevines. Eventually, he found a grape that looked like agate. Hansen picked it up and pocketed it. Hansen looked over the whole area of grapes and found some green ones and red ones, and then nothing else. Hansen didn't stay any longer, though. He walked right out of the grape area, wanting to leave the oasis. Unfortunately, he could see clouds of yellow sand rising up ahead, out in the desert. Many creatures were now approaching the oasis. They were coming from the direction that Hansen would need to go to exit the place. After having a look, Hansen noticed there were many races amongst them. There were those of Demon and those of the rebate. There were some Hansen could not identify either. Half of the races were there now. Weird. Mr. G said that only a few members of higher races could enter here based on the agreement. So, why are there so many? Did Isha get these people to come and deal with me once she escaped? Hansen frowned, wanting to hide away in the oasis first. Even if they weren't coming after him, their presence would be dangerous for Hansen. Hansen started to move, but a member of a higher race amidst that group had exceptional vision. Before Hansen could retreat into the oasis, the man shouted, "Hey kid, stay where you are. Answer our questions and we won't trouble you. Otherwise, don't blame us for what might happen. Unless you think you can escape us all, of course. What do you want to ask?" Hansen asked coldly, keeping his distance. "Were you the person accompanying Luoji?" someone from Demon asked Hansen. "Yes." Hansen nodded. "Where is he now?" the members of Demon asked, looking happy. Hansen didn't hesitate to tell them about Luoji running off when chaos ensued. He made no mention of Isha, though. "Okay, take us to him," the demon said. Hansen frowned. "I only know he went that way. I don't know where precisely, so it would be pointless for me to go." "We told you to take us to him. Stop talking crap." The higher race that first spotted Hansen looked annoyed. He was afraid Isha was still out there somewhere, so he didn't want to go and find Mr. G with them. Hansen ignored him and kept walking. If they had been outside, any of the people present would have been stronger than Han Senator, but within Demon Grave, everyone's body was suppressed and nearly equalized. Therefore, Hansen was not afraid. When the bird-face-looking higher race man was ignored, it enraged him. He shouted and pulled out a wooden stick to try to hit Han Senator. The wooden stick looked familiar. It looked like the wooden weapons the Chaos used. It must have been an item retrieved from this place. But Hansen ignored him and continued walking. The man attacked, and while the wooden stick moved like a striking dragon, it didn't even manage to brush Hansen's clothes. Those of the higher races looked surprised, but they didn't want to let Hansen go. They all surrounded him and drew their weapons. Hansen noticed that those weapons had all been carved from wood. They were originally chaos weaponry. "Take us to Luoji and you'll be rewarded. Otherwise, no one here will let you go," the demon said, trying to bluff. Although Hansen was curious why they were in such a rush to find him, he was more afraid of Isha getting into position to intercept him at some point down the road. He did not answer, and instead rushed forward. The higher races were angered. They swung their weapons, wanting to drop Hansen. So, Hansen pulled out the scabbard and held it like a sword. Then, he summoned his sword mind. The battle started with an arrow falling from the sky. It landed in the midst of everyone, and they all stared at it in shock. They raised their heads, and they saw chaos descending from the sky. The chaos quickly surrounded everyone, and their numbers were several hundred strong. A line of arrows were targeting them, and everyone was shocked. That included Hansen. He had already tried escaping from Fort Chaos, and that was extremely trying. But now their numbers were vast, and he quickly realized that escaping might be impossible here. Unless he used a super god body, of course. In his current state, though, he couldn't flee. It was a shame he still needed to recover. Even if he did use super god spirit mode, it wouldn't last very long. He might be able to take down a few chaos, but he couldn't kill a few hundred while maintaining enough strength to escape. "Put down your weapons and put your hands behind your head." A chaos made use of the universal language to speak with them. Facing so many drawn bows, no one dared do anything to provoke the chaos. Looking glum, they all did as instructed. They put down their weapons and put their hands behind their heads. Hansen returned the scabbard to his waist and lifted his arms like the higher races were. The chaos moved closer and pointed the arrows right at them, then ropes were brought out to bind them. The chaos put long spears through the ropes and carried them like pigs. "They are vegetarians, right? Or are they cannibals?" Hansen's heart sank. If it wasn't for those who had been captured with him, he would have been long gone by now. He wouldn't have been in this predicament. Luckily, the chaos didn't seem to want to kill them immediately. The creatures were headed into the desert. After 4 days, they came to an oasis. This oasis was far bigger, and wooden houses were visible amidst the foliage. So, it must have been where the chaos lived. Everyone was brought to a meadow filled with stone pillars. Isha was tied to one. She was still wearing her mask, but the wound in her chest now looked fine. The higher races didn't seem to recognize her, and the two rebate with him didn't realize who she was. They seemed none the wiser. Then, the chaos tied them to the stone pillars. Hansen was not too far from Isha, as she was only 2 pillars away. Isha did see Hansen there, though. And she also saw the scabbard he was carrying. Her eyes looked bright and confused, and she fervently wondered why the scabbard would behave like that. The chaos took the wooden weaponry that the group carried. They didn't see a knife in the socket of the scabbard, so they left it with Han. Senator Hansen couldn't use it, anyway. What do the chaos want to do with us? The bird-faced man asked. No one could answer him, as no one knew what the chaos wanted. The creatures just tied them to the pillars and then left. There were a few chaos children looking at them, though. The kids stared at them like they were animals in a zoo. The chaos were affected by demon grave, and so they didn't have any nobles. They only had Geno armor. But their fitness, even when they were children, was quite good. The demon called Vic turned to Isha and asked, "Rebate lady, when did they capture you? Do you have any idea what they plan to do?" Isha ignored him. She was a king that had touched a deified door. If she had not been injured by Hansen, she would not have gotten captured. This was a humiliating situation for her, and so she wasn't willing to let anyone hear of her identity. Vic frowned when he got ignored, but it wasn't as if he could threaten her into talking now. A rebate man asked, "Look, we're all in the same boat here. If you know anything, you should tell us. Maybe then we can escape together." The other high race people agreed, in the hope that she could tell them something they could use to escape. Isha pretended she did not hear any of them. She simply closed her eyes and rested. The rebate man was made angry by this, and he shouted, "Did you not hear me? I am Roxfall Duke, and I command you to answer me." Isha still kept her eyes closed, and she pretended as if she did not hear him. Hansen just looked at the woman curiously. It was strange that they did not know Isha. Hansen thought she would be a person of enormous importance, the type of person that a mere duke wouldn't dare to compare themselves to. So, how could Rockfall's duke not recognize who she was? The sky went dark, and eventually, the Chaos Kids looked tired. They returned to the houses, leaving only those who were tied up outside. The Chaos were sleeping now, and no one was watching them. Some of the higher races wished to shake off their ropes and see if they could escape. They did not know what their bindings were made of, though. They couldn't get free from them. Even when they squeezed their bodies, the rope would constrict and squeeze, too. Arg! A weird voice came from outside of the oasis. Everyone was shocked, and they thought the chaos had noticed their attempts to escape. They looked around and noticed that the wooden doors of the houses were all closed. No chaos seemed to be coming out. And then, they heard that noise again. It sounded as if it was coming from every angle. Eventually, the noise drew nearer and nearer. And not long after, some green eyes were seen peering at them. They were everywhere in the dark. There were oh so many of them. What is this? I thought that, aside from the chaos, there wouldn't be any other creatures here, the bird-looking higher race man said. The others of the higher races looked terrible, and it soon looked as if the eyes were coming towards them. It didn't seem as if they were only there to admire the captives. Hansen looked at the green eyes, shining in the dark. Quickly, he recognized what they looked like. They belonged to creatures that looked like lizards. But their heads were much bigger, like a bull's. Their skin was gray like rocks, enabling them to blend into the darkness. It was difficult to make out the shape of their bodies. The creatures were close to the stone pillars now. They opened their mouths and revealed fangs and snake-like tongues. A strange sort of saliva bubbled around their tongues, as well. What are they? Are the chaos feeding us to them? One of the higher race people asked in fear. Monsters were approaching from each and every angle. They surrounded the meadow of the stone pillars. There were dozens of them, and if they wanted to eat the people tied to the pillars, there still wouldn't be enough to satisfy them all. The monsters surrounded them, looking at them from outside the circle of the pillars. None stepped into the perimeter, though. As everyone looked on in shock, they heard a long howl. The monsters cleared a path, as if clearing the way for a general to come through. Another lizard-like monster emerged, but this one was smaller. It was only the size of a dog. The monster raised its head, making itself look very noble. Its body was smaller than the other monsters, but it looked more alive. Instead of being gray, it was dark red, the color of chicken blood. The monsters watched the smaller monster approach, and then they lowered their heads as if they were bowing before a king. The small monster came to the pillar area and did not stop. It walked inside and began checking everyone out. The little monster was looking at all of them like an experienced farmer that was choosing livestock. Hansen found the sight somewhat disturbing, and he had no clue what the monster's intentions were. The higher races were all stunned, too. They were afraid the little monster would chomp their heads off, and they had no hope of fighting back. Isha was still resting with her eyes closed, and she didn't look scared in the least. Hansen was thinking to himself, I wonder when she got herself caught. It's weird how she doesn't seem worried about the monster potentially eating her. She must know something about what's going on. Hansen knew Isha must hate him now, though. She'd probably murder him this instant if she could. There was no way she would share information with him, so he didn't ask. The little monster walked around the captured people, and eventually took a step back. It reached out its claws and touched one of the higher races. It seemed as if it had made a selection. The higher race that was touched went pale. He was afraid that he was about to become a meal for the creatures. The monster walked around until the claws stopped at Hansen. They remained pointed at him. Hansen's heart jolted, and he thought to himself, I can't be this unlucky, can I? He probably thinks my meat is soft, and so that is why he wants to start eating me first. The little monster made a loud bearing noise when it pointed at Hansen. Another monster then came from beyond the perimeter, racing towards Hansen with the ferocity of a tiger. Those of the higher races felt relieved. It seemed as if the monster was picky, and it wasn't willing to select them for food. But they were wrong. The monster then pointed at a few more of the higher races. Some other monsters came from the outside and approached them. Those who were chosen, aside from Hansen, were Isha, Vic, Rockfall's Duke, and the bird-faced higher raceman. After that, the little monster lowered its paw. It had finished choosing. The other higher race people felt relieved. When Hansen saw the monsters come, his mind raced for a way in which he might escape the predicament. He couldn't fight them, and nor could he simply run away. Hansen thought fleeing to the sanctuary might be the only way he could successfully hide. Hansen looked at the monster in front of him, and suddenly, he realized that he might have misunderstood the creature's intentions. So, before he committed to teleporting away, he decided to wait. The monster came in front of Hansen and its teeth flashed toward him. The monster didn't hurt his flesh, though. Instead, the creature just used its teeth to break the rope that bound him. After a few hearty bites, the rope was broken. Hansen was free. He moved his hands and wrists, then looked at the monster with surprise. This same thing happened with the others, as they were each approached by a monster which then freed them. The former captives were all given quite the shock. After the ropes were cut, the lizards turned around like camels. They allowed themselves to be ridden. Hansen and the others still weren't sure what was going on. When Hansen and the others didn't immediately get on the monsters, though, the little monster snarled. It seemed to be telling them that they should hurry and hop on. The freed people looked at each other, gauging the mood, but no one dared hop on. Isha, however, jumped onto the monster's back without hesitation. After she settled down on the creature's back, it immediately trotted away. Hansen mounted the monster in front of him, too. It was headed in the same direction. Vic and Roxfall, Duke gritted their teeth before climbing onto their own lizards. The monsters took them all away, beyond the oasis. When the little monster saw Hansen and the others riding off, it barked a command for the rest of the monsters to disperse. The monsters did as commanded, slinking back into the desert. The higher races that weren't chosen felt great relief wash over them. They believed those who had been chosen were going to become food. Perhaps they were being taken away, to be fed upon later. Vic and the others were all nervous, though. They weren't sure if the trip they were on was a good one. But they had little choice in the matter, and there was no turning back for them now. The monsters ran through the desert, and it was surprisingly cold there at night. Even so, the sky was mesmerizingly clear. The stars were shining so brightly that it looked as if you could reach out your hand and pick them up. After walking for half the night, Hansen saw a glow in front of him like a spinning galaxy. There were countless snakes ahead, lit up like a tangle of glow sticks. The monsters went up toward the rivers of light, and when they drew close, it turned out that the snake-looking things weren't actually snakes. It looked like a beard coming out from the sand. It was waving, and the motion had looked serpentine from afar. The monsters came towards the snake-looking beard, but the beard seemed frightened by their approach. It buried itself underground. There were more of them, and each one the monsters drew near to would end up drilling back into the ground. Those beards were like dragonflies in the desert. It was like they were forming a path that led the monsters forward. When the sun rose, the beards disappeared. But Hansen saw a large, strange mountain ahead. The reason it was strange was because it looked like a giant egg atop the desert sands. And aside from that mountain, the rest of the geography was plain desert dunes. Something as big as that cannot be a real egg, surely. How big would a creature have to be to create such a large egg? Hansen thought to himself. The monsters, seeing the egg-shaped mountain ahead, started to run even faster. The small monsters stood atop the bigger mountains, crying and calling out at the mountain. As they drew closer and closer to the place, they saw the egg mountain more clearly. While it was the size of a mountain, it wasn't made of rock. It was dark, but wrapped in silk. It looked like a giant cocoon. The silk bands were as thick as an arm, and they glowed gently. The monsters ran in front of the cocoon and stopped. They lowered their heads to let Hansen and the others down. "What's this?" the bird-faced man asked, as he looked up at the cocoon. Vic, Roxfall Duke, and Isha did not speak. They merely looked at the cocoon and kept their thoughts to themselves. Hansen could tell Roxfall Duke was excited about something. His minor display of emotion, this was only shown for a split second, but it couldn't escape Hansen's notice. These three people know what this cocoon is. Aside from Isha, though, Vic and Roxfall Duke are here by accident. Still, they know what this is. They knew what this was before they came here. Hansen kept thinking. They all looked at the giant cocoon, as the monsters laid themselves down on the ground, as if in servitude and prayer to their god. Only the little red monster was willing to go up close to it, though. It walked around the cocoon as if it was looking for something. "Should we escape now?" the bird-faced man asked as he looked down at the monsters who were all bowing with their heads lowered. "Do you think they are stupid? Just because they haven't injured us doesn't mean they'd let us run off. Don't you see that they still surround us?" Roxfall Duke lifted his lips. The bird-faced man started to respond, but he suddenly felt the sand around his feet start to shift as it would with the onset of an earthquake. Hansen felt it, too. And it wasn't just the sand that was moving. Even the mountain-looking cocoon was moving. Where the earth and the cocoon touched each other, the sand was beginning to run. It was like a hole had formed somewhere below ground, and the sand was swirling into it like a vortex. They wanted to retreat, but the monsters were still down on the ground. They couldn't fall back without stepping onto the monsters behind them. "That thing is rising," the bird-faced man shouted. Hansen noticed the cocoon was indeed rising. It wasn't the sand that was moving, it was the rising of the cocoon that was affecting the sand. The movement was coming from that. Now, Hansen was no longer looking at the cocoon. Instead, he was looking at Vic, Roxfall Duke, and Isha. He could not see Isha's face, for she wore a mask. Roxfall Duke's face looked excited, though. And Vic's eyes were now gleaming brightly. These guys must surely know something. Hansen tried to think of ways in which he could gain information from them. As Hansen continued his thoughts, the cocoon completely departed its bed of sand. It was floating in the air, and it looked stunning. It was like the Himalayas, but they were in the sky. Humans were smaller than ants standing next to it, and if it fell, they would be crushed. The giant cocoon was hovering 6 meters above the ground. It froze in the air and stopped moving. Hansen wondered what manner of power could make something so big float like that. The little monster went back to its group, and it growled at them. They surrounded Hansen, ushering him and the others below the cocoon. Hansen saw that the lizards weren't looking nervous, and so he didn't try to run. He wanted to know what they wished to do there. The monsters pushed them to the bottom of the pit, and in the center of the cocoon above them, Hansen could see there was a circular hole. It was around 2 meters wide, and compared to the cocoon, it looked as small as the point of a needle. Hansen looked up through the hole, and all he could see was silk. The strands were as thick as an arm, just like they were outside. The little monsters pointed at the hole and made snarling noises at Rock's Fall Duke and the others. It looked as if they wanted the captives to enter. "Should we go in?" The bird-faced man's face kept changing. He had no clue what was going on, so he looked at Rock's Fall Duke and Vic for an answer. "Do we have any other choice?" Rock's Fall Duke said, before approaching the hole. He tried to keep his excitement suppressed, and he did so by walking slowly. But Hansen knew that Rock's Fall Duke was eager to go inside. "Yes. Since we are here, we might as well go in," Vic said, before following after Rock's Fall Duke. He sounded relaxed, but he was afraid of Rock's Fall Duke stealing something. The bird-faced man followed. He climbed into the hole with them, and only Hansen and Isha remained outside it. The little monster grunted at Hansen and Isha, wanting them to go inside quickly. Isha did not enter yet, though. Instead, she walked up to Hansen and quietly told him, "I don't know exactly what to expect once we enter that hole. How about we put our grudge aside and cooperate to get through this?" Hansen was shocked. He did not expect Isha to make an offer of cooperation. He looked at her and said, "That's what I was thinking about asking, too. But, if we are to cooperate, shouldn't we be honest with each other?" "What do you mean?" Isha asked emotionlessly. Hansen pointed at the cocoon's hole and said, "Don't tell me you do not know what this is." The little monster grunted at Isha again, sounding annoyed. The other monsters started to behave the same way. It looked as if they were willing to eat their captives if Hansen and Isha continued to delay. "We shouldn't talk out here. Let's go inside first," Isha said. Then, she jumped towards some strands of silk conning out of the hole and climbed inside. When Hansen started to jump in after her, something pulled him from behind and stopped him. Hansen glanced over his shoulder and saw that the little monster was biting his gauntlet, holding him in place. Hansen turned around, and then the monster put its head below Hansen's hand. It opened its mouth and dropped something. And then, the little monster roared. The other monsters followed, telling him now he could go. Hansen was surprised. He looked at the item he had been given and noticed that it was some sort of orb. It was around the size of a ping-pong ball. It was soft and spongy, and also transparent. What it was, he could not quite tell. Hansen looked at the little monster one last time, accepted the ball, and then jumped up towards the hole in the silk. Because there were strands of silk everywhere, climbing in was not that difficult. All it required was strength. He raised his head and noticed it was a tunnel that went for about 100 meters before opening up. Near the top, however, was a horizontal cave. The three that had entered first were almost there. Hansen climbed up casually, and when he reached the entrance, Rock's Fall Duke and the others were not standing too far from there. They weren't willing to walk in just yet. Boom! Just as Hansen was going to enter, there was a loud noise. The whole cocoon shook. When Hansen looked down, he saw that the exit had vanished. It seemed as if the cocoon had dropped back down onto its bed of sand. Now we are all in the same boat. So, we must take action together. There might be danger up ahead, after all. Rock's Fall Duke looked at the others and spoke slowly. Vic nodded and said, "He is right. We do face danger. We'll only survive if we cooperate together." Mr. Vic is a smart guy, Rock's Fall Duke complimented. He looked at Hansen, Isha, and the bird-faced man. He then asked, "What do you think?" "I'm okay with it," the bird-faced man said. "I'm okay with it, too." Surprisingly, Isha actually deigned to answer someone. But she quickly went on to say, "But if we cooperate, that also means we have to move together. Otherwise, cooperation is pointless." Rock's Fall Duke heard what she said, and before Isha could continue speaking, he immediately said, "Yes. We need to move together. I am a Duke of the Rebate. I have experience leading millions. And since I have experience in this field, how about I lead?" Rock's Fall Duke, "That is not right. Anyone who has gotten this far is good, and they have experience." "I don't think I'm inferior to anyone here," Vic said coldly. "Mr. Vic's knowledge is indubitable. Everyone here is probably known, so you all won't be any worse than me." Rock's Fall Duke then paused, looked at Isha, and said, "But we have 2 rebate. It would be easier if I lead." Rock's Fall Duke wanted to take advantage of the fact there were more of his race in order to control the expedition. So, he had the right to speak. Before Vic could say anything, though, Isha said, "I think whoever commands us should be talented. They should have experience. They should be strong. And out of the 5 of us, I think he is most suited for the task. I would cast my vote on him." After that, Isha pointed at Hansen. Hansen frowned. Vic and Rock's Fall Duke hadn't cared about him at all before this, but now that she had spoken, they looked at him with grave hostility. "Yeah, someone from a small race no one has heard of before. Come on, how can you expect him to command those of a recognized higher race?" The bird-faced man looked at Hansen with disdain. He had fought Hansen before, and Hansen had effectively dodged each strike. He wasn't happy about this suggestion by Isha. "I think he is suitable. If one of us is leading, someone will not be happy about it, and if we can't pick the strongest, it is only fair that we pick the weakest." Vic spoke this, but he kept his real thoughts hidden behind a wicked smile. "No. This is not a game. How can we select the weakest to lead? Do you want us all to die?" Rock's Fall Duke's face changed, and he shook his head. "If you think he isn't capable, then I will have to lead." Vic smiled. Rock's Fall Duke's face darkened, and he said, "I don't think people will be happy about you leading." "Are you saying people will only be happy about you leading?" Vic laughed coldly. "Stop fighting. Unless he leads, I won't agree to follow anyone else. If you don't want him to lead us all, then we can each go our separate ways," Isha said calmly. Rock's Fall Duke and Vic frowned upon hearing this. Especially Rock's Fall Duke. He was extremely angry about the fact that his fellow rebate wasn't willing to support him. If the others weren't there, he'd have tried to teach her a lesson. Everyone went quiet then, and no one spoke. Thump. 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 Suddenly, a strange noise came from deeper within the cavern. It was like a heartbeat, and it had a steady rhythm. Hansen looked around carefully. Aside from the glowing silk, there was nothing else he could see. The sound of a heartbeat lasted for about a minute before it came to a stop. "There must be something bad about this place for the monsters to bring us here. Perhaps they are using us as a sacrifice to some creatures that reside here. We shouldn't walk in too deep, and we should head back the way we came," the bird-faced man said to Rock's Fall Duke and Vic. "Hawkwing, you think too much. The cocoon has been put back down, and an exit is no longer possible. Even if we were able to escape this place, the monsters outside would surely not let us go free," Rock's Fall Duke said. Then, he turned to Hansen and Isha, and said, "Arguing like this is wasting time and getting us nowhere. So, why don't we compete to see who will become the leader? You want us to kill each other in order to cooperate?" Isha laughed. Rock's Fall Duke smiled and said, "My contest does not consist of fighting. I have a hard metal, so let's see who can inflict the deepest mark upon it. Whoever does can be our leader." "That sounds fine to me," Vic said. Hawkwing had no opinion, and Isha just nodded. Hansen didn't say anything, so everyone pretty much agreed. Who wants to go first? Roxfall Duke pulled out a sheet of metal that was about as big as his hand. Everyone knew that their powers were being suppressed by Demon Grave, so the difference in class did not matter much. Whatever the case might have been in the outside world, their powers would be similar here. Leaving a mark would all be down to the weapon used and the wielder's proficiency with it. This wouldn't be a contest for pure strength. You suggested this, so you first, Vic said. Sure, Roxfall Duke agreed. He'd already known that he'd be the first to strike. He pulled out his long knife and slashed it. The blade came against the metal, and it emitted a purple spark. A dong noise was heard, and afterwards, a mark was left upon the metal plate. It was around 1 inch deep. Teeth power. You have practiced the Rebate Elder skill, Teeth Blade? Vic looked at him in surprise. Roxfall Duke looked on cockily, and he said, Mr. Vic, you are smart. You recognize a skill that belongs to the elders. Back then, the noble elder used Teeth Blade and Teeth powers to light up a lantern and grant the race its higher status. Everyone knows this. But Teeth Blade requires a lot to practice. Not many rebates are able to cast it, so I cannot believe you are so talented and have managed to, Vic said. It's a minor achievement. Roxfall Duke lifted his lips. He was very happy to hear such gushing praise. Hansen found it funny. Roxfall Duke's Teeth Blade was clearly beginner level. He didn't have a pure cast of the Teeth power. How Hansen had learned enough of Teeth Blade to know that, though, he was not sure. Hansen's Teeth Blade was just beginner, as well. But his Teeth power was definitely stronger than what Roxfall Duke could do. Roxfall Duke wanted to use this power to achieve leadership over the others. It was a great idea, but the reality was far crueler than he expected. Hansen had seen Isha, who he guessed was a real heir to the grand power of Teeth Blade. As such, she did not have any thoughts to share over the demonstration. Who is next? Roxfall Duke looked at them all. Hawkwing waved his hand and said, Do not mind me. I don't mind having you or Mr. Vic as our leader. I'm not interested either, let him try, Isha said, nodding at Senator. Why Isha kept rooting for Hansen was perplexing. Hansen was not moving yet, though. And Vic smiled and said, Let me do it, then. Roxfall Duke gave Vic the sheet of metal. Vic held the metal and smiled. I can use whatever power I possess to leave a mark on it. Yes. If you can leave a darker mark than me, then you will be our commander. Roxfall Duke still sounded confident about himself. The destructive ability of Teeth power was the best in the entire universe. Demon was good at Sky Demon powers. They did not miss, but they also did not destroy like the Teeth powers could. Okay. Vic smiled and unsheathed a dagger. Then he swung it at the metal. There was a catch noise, and the metal broke. Roxfall Duke was in shock. Even Isha looked surprised. All the power from the outside had been suppressed there, and even the King-class treasures would suffer suppression. For Vic's dagger to be able to cut through the metal, it meant that he could easily kill them all if he so wanted. With the Sky Demon power, Vic seemed to be the strongest there. Now I am the commander. Does anyone have an opinion about that? Vic said coldly. The others did not speak. Roxfall Duke's face had turned all red, and he couldn't bring himself to say a word. What dagger is that? And why does it have that raw power in Demon Grave? It is stronger than the wooden weapons built from the plants that reside here, Hawkwing asked as he looked at Vic's dagger. Vic put the dagger away, smiled, and said, I found this weird dagger by chance. It's only a Viscount weapon outside of here, so even I was surprised to find out that it was not suppressed upon being brought inside. Nobody else believed him. He had brought the dagger here intentionally, that much was certain. Do you want to try leaving a mark? Vic asked Hansen. No thanks. Hansen shook his head. He knew nothing about this place, so commanding would not do him any favors. If Isha did not want this position, then there was no point in him taking it, either. In that case, I will lead. Vic smiled. He issued a formation for their travel, and then they set out. Hansen and Rock's Fall Duke were up front. Vic and Hawkwing were in the back. He allowed Isha to simply walk in the middle. They walked for a long time, but they never did feel right. Nothing appeared, but as they went, they could tell there was something residing inside the silk. It was like lightning. As they went forward, the lightning became more active. Eventually, it leaped out of the silk and landed on Han Senator. He felt very numb. The light was so small and so fast, and it came at the speed of light. Hansen couldn't dodge it, and when the light pelted them, they all felt numbed. They were not injured though. Their armor could not resist the shock of the light, either. Hansen tried to use a few of his powers, but none of them worked. They continued moving ahead, and more of those lights appeared. The lights struck their bodies again and made them even more numb. They could barely walk with the constant zaps. Mr. Vic, if this keeps going, we'll be paralyzed here. We will be stuck here, and we will eventually die. You are our commander, so you should be the one who thinks of something. Rock's Fall Duke sounded mocking. Vic frowned. He hadn't expected anything like this to happen. He thought there would be easily identifiable dangers ahead, and that was why he had allowed Hansen and Rock's Fall Duke to go on ahead. But instead, no enemies had revealed themselves. And this was something they all had to endure together. So, the plan he had made was useless. The lights don't seem to hurt anyone, they just make us numb. If you don't want to walk any further, then just go on back, Vic said coldly. Rock's Fall Duke mockingly said, "That's your idea, huh? Wow. You are really experienced, you're so right. Ordinary leaders couldn't come up with such a grand plan. What idea do you have, then? How about you tell me?" Vic had a cold face. "I'm not the commander. I don't have any ideas," Rock's Fall Duke sneered. They were arguing, but none of them stopped walking. Hansen continued walking forward, but with a frown. The tunnel was circular, and it was as if they were traveling down a pipeline. But the whole time, more and more of that lightning came raining down on them. It was as if they were in a time machine. The light didn't hurt anyone, but the more light there was, the more numb they became. Hansen was worried about his body losing all sensation. And if that happened, he might not be able to keep walking and he would die. Hansen felt like the proverbial frog in a pan of water. The heat was slowly being turned up, and the group had no idea that they were about to die. "I can't do it. My body is so numb. I can't walk any further. If I keep walking, I'll die here," Hawkwing said, swinging his legs, step after step. Vic felt as if he could not hold on any longer either. "Let's fall back and see if there is a different route." Rock's Fall Duke gave no response because he himself felt as if he could no longer hold on. He wasn't in the mood to mock his companion, so he agreed that they should walk back. Not long after, as Hansen continued to walk, his face changed. On their return, the lightning did not reduce. It was still gaining power. "We have been tricked by the people who designed this. They knew that we'd think that we could decrease the lightning by turning around. But the lightning grows stronger no matter which way you travel." Rock's Fall Duke looked terrible. Mr. Vic did not say a word. He suddenly stood up straight, though, and then ran deeper inside the cave. Now Hansen understood what Vic had been thinking. It was death going back the way they came. Now that the lightning had increased, they'd have to find an exit soon or be rendered unable to move. Now, they could only go forward, and if they made it past this one spot, they'd be able to live. The chance was slim, but that was the only faint hope they could cling to. After Hawkwing and Rock's Fall Duke noticed this, they too ran forward. Hansen wished to run, but Isha pulled him. He looked at her. "Running is useless. This passageway is not that simple, Isha said quietly. What is this place? Hansen asked Isha. Isha laughed and said. About our cooperation, what do you think? I said I am willing to cooperate, but you need to tell me what's going on, Hansen said. If we are cooperating, I will tell you things clearly. I can get you out of this place alive. But if we are cooperating, you also need to pay me, right? Isha smiled. What do you want me to pay? Hansen asked. Isha looked at Hansen and asked, the power you used against me on the lake, how long does it last? Isha did not believe the power Hansen used would have cost him nothing. But the fact of the matter was, Hansen did not have to pay to use that power. The only cost of using Super God Spirit was a vast amount of energy, and he did not last long with it. Can I not answer that? Hansen said calmly. He was weak now, and if he used it, it wouldn't last a second. Okay. But there's a dangerous area near the end of this place. We'll need your power to get through it, Isha explained. If we cooperate, I will bring you to a safe place. You just have to help me with this. Can you do that? Okay, but you have to tell me what is going on. Hansen nodded. Isha went quiet and said, this is not some monster's cave. It is a creature device that was created by the crystallizers. Built by the crystallizers? What is it? Hansen asked hastily. Isha pointed at the lights and said, these devices are simple to use. They make ordinary creatures xenogenic. They create them. The lights are testing apparatus to make sure that we have what it takes to qualify and become xenogenic. When the light reaches a certain amount of strength, it will level out. With our strength, you and I can get through this. Why did the crystallizers create xenogenics? Hansen asked. To be stronger. The crystallizers weren't strong, but they were high-tech. They were most certainly the best in the universe. Isha kept on walking, and went on to say, the chaos were the guinea pigs of the crystallizers. The two elites were fighting for ownership of the xenogenic creation machine. They were both injured eventually, and the sheer power they unleashed broke the dimensional rules here. The xenogenic machine was left in space, missing. No one could get it. Oh. I thought they were fighting for the scabbard and the knife. Hansen patted his waist, wanting to learn anything he could about that. Isha coldly said, the scabbard is a crystallizer item, but it is a failure. It did not belong to Demon Grave originally, and someone must have brought it here. Failure? Hansen looked at his scabbard. For once, Isha didn't hold back on her explanation. Didn't I tell you that the crystallizers invented a Geno weapon that was of a deified caliber? Their technology rarely succeeded on their first try, and they'd go through many failures and testing phases. This scabbard is one of those failures. After the crystallizers were destroyed, an elite claimed it and brought it to Demon Grave. He left it here after that fight. The elite you mention cannot be the rebate elder, could it? Hansen asked Isha. Isha nodded and said, yeah, it was our elder. Our elder always used that scabbard, and he never left it behind. Isha looked at Hansen and said, I have told you what you wished to know. I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain. Don't worry. Humans are a reliable race. Hansen blinked, and then asked, you want to take this xenogenic creation tool? It is fairly big, and I'm not sure it's something you can walk away with. The dimensions of this place have been twisted too much. If it wasn't for those monsters bringing us here, we wouldn't have been able to find it, but you're right, we cannot take it away, either. All I want is the xenogenic gene fluid inside here. If you want, I can give you some. I wouldn't be able to take it all, anyway. Isha was treating Hansen like an equal. Isha hadn't initially expected him to possess a sword mind and talent like what he had showcased. The power was exceptional, considering that he was only a baron. As Isha said, when the zapping lights reached a certain volume, the pressure leveled out and stopped increasing. Hansen had enough of a fitness level to push through it and avoid getting trapped there. In fact, the monsters had selected those 5 purely in the belief that they could be modified. It would not be a surprise to the monsters that they were able to get through the tunnel of light. But Hansen did not think Isha only wanted this geno fluid. He believed she was after something else as well. Inside the xenogeneic creation tool, what else could she possibly get? Hansen thought to himself. Roxfall Duke and the other 2 were gone. Hansen and Isha walked for an hour, and eventually, they left the tunnel and found themselves in a circular space. That place was half filled with a milk-like liquid. It was bubbling, but Hansen did not feel any heat coming off of it. There isn't an exit? Hansen looked around, and he could not see any way out. The exit is down there. We need to go through this liquid to proceed. This is a part of the creation tool, Isha said, right before jumping into the milk-like liquid and disappearing. Hansen went quiet and jumped down after her. When his body touched the liquid, it felt like his armor was descending into a sponge. It was like his whole body was inside a hot spring. His geno-armament and body, and all of his cells, were conning alive. As this happened, Hansen felt some movement. When he touched it, he noticed it was the soft ball the little monster had given him. Hansen knew that the monster had meant for no harm to fall upon him. The monster had treated him specially, and that was probably because Hansen possessed crystallizer blood to some degree. Those monsters were created to guard the xenogeneic creation tool, and they were probably designed to gravitate toward crystallizers. The soft ball was similar to Hansen's body, and it was absorbing some of the substance. It did so faster than Hansen, however. Hansen's heart jumped. This liquid can be absorbed. Maybe I can absorb more. Hansen's body kept sinking. He ran his Dongxian Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra, but they did not work. They could not absorb the juice, not like the soft orb was able to. Splash! Hansen felt empty, and he fell from the liquid. Hansen took a deep breath and allowed himself to float like a leaf. Hansen looked around and noticed he was on a semicircular platform. Isha, Vic, Roxfall Duke, and Hawk Wing were there. Good movement, Vic commented, as he watched Hansen descend like a leaf. Hansen looked around and noticed he was in a massive place now. The semicircular platform connected to a bridge. There was a large, crystal-looking sphere across the bridge. It was glowing. Beneath the bridge, you could see a lake of milk. For some reason, there were geysers firing the liquid. They would blow up pillars of the stuff, spraying it everywhere. Some pillars of the juice came close to the bridge, spraying the walkway before descending. Everyone is here, so let's get on with the plan, Vic said. Roxfall Duke grunted, and he said, Mr. Vic, do you think we are stupid? You want us to stay in front, to be the first in danger. Why do we even need you? You guys agree, right? Roxfall Duke stepped toward Hansen and Isha. He had no faith in Vic, so he wanted Hansen to lead them now, instead of Vic. Roxfall Duke, it looks like you're the first to cross the bridge. Vic looked at him, with his hand clutching a dagger. He slowly approached the rebate. Roxfall Duke's face changed, and he yelled at Hansen, Hawk Wing, and Isha. If we fight him, he cannot beat our combined might. If we don't do anything, we will be little more than bait he can throw about. None of us will make it out of here alive. Who wants to see if my dagger is sharp? Vic laughed coldly as he drew close to Roxfall Duke. Hawk Wing looked hesitant. Hansen and Isha didn't look like they wanted to help either. Roxfall Duke was afraid of Vic's dagger, and the sky demon powers he could wield. He went ahead to say many things that might convince the others to align with him, but he was still forced onto the bridge by Vic. When he was on the bridge, Roxfall Duke simply gritted his teeth and ran forward. As he ran, a pillar of liquid rose toward him. The milk exploded in the air, turning into white rain. Roxfall Duke was lashed with the stuff, but it was like he was a sponge. The liquid was absorbed by his body. Roxfall Duke leaned back and roared. He fell down into a crouch on the bridge as his muscles began to expand. His armor ruptured and broke. Roxfall-Duke's body morphed into something large and twisted. The messed-up skin of his body started to clothe itself in gray fur. __arg. The scream became a roar. His eyes turned red. His body was like an elephant covered with thick gray fur. Roxfall-Duke had looked like a human once, but now he had become a big gray rabbit. The rabbit's teeth were as sharp as scythes. It was frightening. Oh no! Roxfall-Duke is now a xenogeneic, Hawkwing screamed as he tried to escape. But the path they had come along was barred with silk, and there wasn't the smallest of crevice or seam. Roxfall-Duke lost his mind when he became the giant gray rabbit. The red eyes turned to look upon his former party, and then the creature pounced towards them with a spring from his back feet. He was much faster as a xenogeneic than he had been before. Not even the chaos were as fast and strong as that creature. Hansen fell back, but there wasn't really anywhere to go. Is that the liquid you want? That stuff down there? That's the xenogeneic geno fluid? Hansen asked Isha, who was staying next to him. Since Roxfall-Duke had become a xenogeneic, it sounded like what she wanted. Isha shook her head, though. She quietly said, no. Don't you see that Roxfall-Duke has lost his mind? The geno fluid I want is one that can allow me to become a xenogeneic while keeping control of my mind. It isn't like this at all. I think the real juice is in the big sphere. The big rabbit, Roxfall-Duke, was coming for them. It was going towards Hawkwing first. Hawkwing was so slow compared to the rabbit. He pulled out a rod and tried to whack the bunny. The chaos had taken away all their weaponry, so they were unsure where he had hidden that weapon to avoid detection. Catcha! The rabbit's teeth closed on Hawkwing's rod. The rabbit gnawed on it as if it was a carrot. It was bitten in half. F***ck. The teeth are so strong. My rod is made of the same wood the chaos use for their weapons. I can't believe this thing broke my rod. Think of something, please. Hawkwing fell backward. The xenogeneic rabbit's body was so big, but it was incredibly agile at the same time. It jumped towards Vic. Next, Vic merely grunted, and he brought out his dagger again. He ran forward and swiped right past the rabbit. The rabbit's body was cut, and blood seeped out onto the floor. Vic's dagger and Sky Demon power were a strong combination, but in Demon Grave that too was suppressed. Even though his dagger was sharp, and he couldn't miss, he could only pierce the monster's skin. He couldn't damage any internal organs. The rabbit was too big, and its hide was very thick. Vic could not plunge his dagger in very far. The xenogeneic rabbit was angered by the fact it had been hurt a little, though. And it stared at Vic, launching itself towards him with a push of its back feet. Vic wouldn't miss, but he was not invincible. The xenogeneic rabbit's power and speed were frighteningly strong, and Vic did not dare let himself get bitten. It'd only take a single bite for his entire body to be cut in half. What are you guys waiting for? If you don't help me, you will still end up eaten by the thing. Vic kept dodging the rabbit's attacks as he shouted at Hansen and Isha. In less than a minute, Vic's body was covered in many wounds. His speed and power were suffering as a result. He could not fight the rabbit, and he was only managing to stay alive through crafty evasion. Hansen and Isha looked at each other. Hansen nodded and drew his scabbard. Isha had no weapon, and yet she still approached with her bare hands. When the rabbit jumped at Vic, Isha used her hands like a sword and swung at the creature's back. A purple mist was emitted, and the back was delivered a foot-long swipe mark. Blood welled out of the torn flesh. Isha's teeth power was far stronger than Roxfall-Duke's. It was better than Hansen's as well. The teeth power Hansen had learned was taken from the knife mind, and so he was just a beginner. While Hansen's knife mind was growing stronger than Isha's, his skills still weren't up to par. Hansen used his scabbard like a sword, and while the xenogenic rabbit was hurt and roaring in pain, he thrust it into the monster's eye. Red and white stuff started to ooze out of the gouged eye, causing it even more pain. The rabbit squealed and swung its claws as it tried to grab Hansen, but Hansen had already leaped away like a bird, his jump carrying him along a graceful arc. Vic used this chance to slash the rabbit's throat. Blood cascaded from the wound. Isha then slashed at the rabbit's head, which generated a wound so deep that you could see the bone beyond the bloody flesh. Hawkwing was helping, too. His power was good, but he no longer had a weapon. He didn't have skills like teeth power, either. He punched the rabbit, which did pretty much nothing. Catcha! With their repeated attacks, Vic managed to get in multiple solid hits. And seeing that the rabbit's head was about to be lopped off, Hansen swung his scabbard and broke through the monster's neck. The creature died. Xenogenic Duke hunted, Xenogenic gene found. Xenogenic beast soul obtained, teeth rabbit. Hansen, upon hearing the announcement, was given a shock. Xenogenic Roxfall Duke was strong, but it felt like battling a mere viscount. He still got registered for the rank, though, and he had managed to nab a nifty new beast soul. It was all quite surprising. Hansen was ready to take the rabbit's teeth. Quite obviously, that had to be the xenogenic material. Back off. Vic held his dagger up and prohibited Hansen's approach. Mr. Vic, do not forget that without our help, you would be dead. These materials belong to us, Hansen immediately told Vic. Vic coldly hummed. Without me holding its attention, what could you guys have done? I am the one who exerted the most effort in felling it, so I should get the first choice of the spoils. I want the rabbit teeth. You can have the rest. Mr. Vic, do not be ridiculous. Hansen responded to Vic, his voice hard. Ridiculous? In what way am I being ridiculous? Would you like to direct that question to my dagger, and see if it tells you how I'm being ridiculous? Vic held up his dagger, its tip pointed at Hansen. Hansen frowned. Vic thought the reason his dagger could not kill the rabbit was because the rabbit was too powerful. He did not have to worry about killing Hansen due to the equalized powers. An absolute hit on Hansen with the dagger could easily kill Hansen. You! Get on the bridge! Vic was still pointing the dagger at Hansen as he shouted. He didn't just want the xenogenic material, he now wanted Hansen to be bait. Hansen remained still, though. He stood, looking at Vic emotionlessly. Didn't you hear me tell you to get on the bridge? Vic looked at him darkly. He was not at all happy with Hansen's behavior, and so he approached him. Hansen did not speak, and neither did he move. He silently watched Vic approach. It looks like you aren't afraid of death. Vic was so angry, he swung his dagger at Hansen. Hansen had ignored his authority, and so he really wanted to teach the man a lesson. He wanted to injure Hansen, and then toss him on the bridge. The strike was disturbingly invisible. The Sky Demon powers were so very unpredictable, and Vic used them well. But in Hansen's eyes, it was nothing special. He wagered Zero and Han Yen were better with the falsified Sky Sutra than Vic was with the Sky Demon Sutra. Vic put a fair amount of raw power behind the skill, but he had little talent with it. Isha looked at Hansen with interest. She was keen to see how Hansen might handle a confrontation such as this. Sky Demon powers were unpredictable, and not even she would dare challenge Vic. His attack should be impossible to evade. Isha kept thinking that if she was Hansen, the best thing she could take advantage of would be range. Vic's power could not be released inside that place, so if he couldn't use his sword to unleash the ability, then the skill ought to be useless. But Hansen was not planning on falling back or anything of the sort. Despite seeing Vic's dagger approaching his neck, he continued to stand where he was. Is he not going to move? How is he going to deal with the Sky Demon power? It is impossible to block or even dodge. Isha was really surprised. Vic felt like something was wrong as he attacked, though. He wondered why Hansen made no effort to move, but he was still confident in his Sky Demon power, and he carried on with his skill cast. Seeing the dagger about to hit his neck, Hansen suddenly waved his arm to bring the scabbard up against the dagger. Does that guy not know that Sky Demon powers won't miss? Does he really want to block it? Hawkwing looked shocked. Isha only frowned. Vic was laughing coldly. He put even more strength behind the swing. Dong. Vic's confident strike was blocked a mere 3 inches away from Hansen's neck. Hansen didn't even look at the dagger. He was staring at Vic the whole time, and yet, he managed to block the blade. How is that possible? These words ran through the minds of Vic, Isha, and Hawkwing all at the same time. Even when both parties had similar strength, it should have been impossible for Sky Demon power to be blocked. And Hansen had done so with such ease. Vic looked to be in shock. He struggled to believe what had happened. He didn't want to believe what he had just seen. Vic clenched his teeth and started raging with his dagger. Like a hailstorm, he thrashed at Hansen. Hansen just stood there the whole time, though, inside the violence. He waved his scabbard, the whole time looking at Vic and not his dagger. His scabbard was able to block each and every strike. All those strikes had not been enough to even make Hansen move his feet. What's happening? Has Sky Demon power lost its effectiveness here? How can it be blocked? Who is this guy? Hawkwing screamed after breaking out of his reverie. Isha looked at the scene with a confused expression, thinking, human? Dollar? What kind of race is this? How can I not have heard of people like this before? Vic was extremely shocked. He never thought his Sky Demon power could be blocked by someone on the same level as him. Are you done? Hansen asked quietly. He took a step forward and waved his scabbard at Vic. The sword mind started up. Vic fell back, but it was too late. He tried to use his dagger to block, but he failed. Blurg. Vic felt as if his belly had just been hammered. Blood spilled over his lips, and his body fell backwards onto the bridge. Vic landed on the bridge, just as it started to shake. The geyser of milk fired from below. Vic ignored his pain and rolled forward to evade the white juice. But this time, the white juice did not wash away. It gathered up on the bridge, and as if it had a life of its own, it climbed towards him. Vic had dodged the liquid, but he hadn't expected it to react like this. The white liquid touched his foot and was immediately absorbed. Hansen, Isha, and Hawkwing were shocked. The white juice seemed like it was alive. It didn't seem like a genuine liquid. Roar! Vic screamed. His muscles and bones began to expand, and a horn grew from his forehead. His handsome face suddenly took on the shape of a cruel demon's. His fangs were on display, as a black miasma shrouded him. He took on the appearance of Azura. Vic slowly turned around. The purple had vanished from his eyes, and they were now red. Roar! There was more roaring. Vic was headed for Hansen, as the demon-looking body came right before him. 5 black nails, as sharp as daggers, came right for his head. Hansen used his scabbard to block. He felt a huge power surging, and he was sent flying. He was sent spinning through the air, but he still managed to land gracefully when the momentum of the impact was gone. But even so, he ended up coughing up blood. The xenogenic Vic had turned into was far stronger than Rock's Fall Duke. Before Hansen was back up on his feet, Vic was jumping forward with 10 of its nails raised like spiteful daggers. They were speeding down at Hansen, fueled with Sky Demon power. Hansen's power alone would not be sufficient to challenge xenogenic Vic. So, he moved quickly and dodged the attack. Isha, are you not going to assist? Hansen said coldly. Isha smiled. Didn't I say there is a section where I'd be needing your help? This is it. He is all yours. I am sure you can handle it, so you take care of this and I'll wait for you inside. As for the teeth earlier, we'll have one each. I'll hold on to yours. When you're done here, come and get it from me. After that, Isha picked up the rabbit's 2 teeth. Then, she flew to the bridge. When there, she walked forward. Strangely, when Isha started to traverse the bridge, it began to shake. But no liquid fired upward like a geyser. Isha was able to get in close to the crystal sphere. I can't help you here, either. So. I think I'll go on. Hawkwing clenched his teeth and followed Isha. Hawkwing walked the same way carefully, but he too noticed there were no more pillars of milk. When Isha and Hawkwing approached the crystal sphere, they entered it and were gone. Hansen lifted his lips. He was not surprised about what she had done. Hansen had almost killed her, and he had taken the scabbard that once belonged to the rebate elder. Isha probably would have liked to see him dead, more than anyone. It'd be strange if she earnestly cooperated with him. But what confused Hansen the most was why something only happened to Rock's Fall Duke and Vic when they tried traversing the bridge. Why did nothing happen to Isha and Hawkwing? Vic's xenogenic form was roaring as he continued chasing Hansenator. Its speed and power were greater than Hansen's, too. Even though Hansen could evade its unmissable technique, he couldn't fight back. When Isha and Hawkwing disappeared into the crystal sphere, Hansen smiled. His scabbard started to leak purple smoke. Vic screamed as his body began to crack and bleed profusely. The wounds began to grow in length and width. But this was not because of Hansenator, this was because when Vic had fought against the rabbit had hurt him a great deal. Rock's Fall Duke's xenogenic form was a rabbit that used teeth power. The wounds weren't too severe, at first. And when the rabbit was killed, Vic didn't think anything of the wounds. But the teeth power always remained. Even when Vic himself became a xenogenic, the wounds were only suppressed for a time. The transformation didn't clean and get rid of the teeth force and residue that still resided within his wounds. Isha could use her teeth knife to trigger the teeth power in Vic's wounds, but she hadn't done that. Hansen knew she was up to something. Fortunately, Hansen himself now had the teeth powers. He wasn't as proficient as Isha with them, but it was enough to trigger Vic's wounds. Vic's injuries were spreading and becoming more severe. With Hansen's teeth power and teeth knife mind, Vic's body began to crack open. It wasn't fast, but it was steady and scary. That wasn't the scariest thing about it, either. The scariest thing about it all was the bleeding effect. Blood seeped out of the wounds, running faster over time. The more Vic moved, the more Vic bled. A few of his wounds were bleeding at the same time, and unless Vic had the necessary power to halt such bleeding, it wouldn't matter how strong he was. He'd end up dead before long. And it was already clear Vic could not stop the bleeding. He eventually started to lose consciousness. Even if he could have stopped it, it was probably too late. Now, Vic's mind was reduced to the most primitive thought process, killing. He didn't care about his oozing wounds, and all he could think about was killing Hansen. Hansen's body was like a phoenix in flight. He dodged all of Vic's skills. And not long after, Vic's power and speed began to decrease. He had lost so much blood, most of the platform had been covered in slippery crimson. Patong! Vic had almost been drained of all the blood in his body. He fell on the ground and wheezily roared. He wanted to come at Hansen again, but he couldn't stand upright. Hansen used the scabbard with teeth sword skills on Vic, which made the cracks and wounds grow bigger. The last bit of the creature's blood was beginning to ooze. A little while later, Vic's tether to life snapped. He could only twitch on the ground as the last few drops of blood trickled out. Xenogenic Viscount hunted, Xenogenic gene found, Purplehorn demon. Teeth powers are great. They're no worse than falsified sky powers, but strangely, Xenogenic Vic was far stronger than Rock's Fall Duke. Why was he only considered a Viscount? Hansen wondered. Suddenly, Vic's body began to leak a white juice. And then, the liquid ran back to the bridge. Now Hansen understood that the liquid down below was not all aggressive and insanity-inducing. Only some of it had a problem. That was how Isha and Hawkwing had been able to get by safely. But now that the insanity-inducing white liquid had returned, if Hansen had to cross the bridge, he'd have to deal with the same danger that Vic did. Hansen hesitated. He removed Vic's horn and put it into his bag. He mounted the bridge and ran straight for the crystal sphere. After just a few seconds, he heard an explosion come from below the bridge. A pillar of liquid soared through the sky. It began to cast a white rain, threatening Hansen. Hansen prepared to summon his steel Sagittarius shield for protection from the white liquid. But when the white milk came close, it stopped in the air. The streams of white liquid gathered up together, as if they had life and consciousness. It looked at Hansen, and then dropped back down below the bridge. Hansen was shocked. He had no clue what was going on, and he certainly had no idea why the white liquid would let him go and not want to be a part of his body. Without hesitation, Hansen walked right up to the crystal sphere. The bridge led to the very top of the crystal sphere, and when Hansen reached the end, he noticed there was an entrance at its top. The orb's interior was hollow. It was like a football stadium. He could see Hawkwing and Isha conducting battle in there. What shocked Hansen the most was that Hawkwing, who always seemed so indecisive and reckless, was fighting Isha and not showing signs of losing. Even I didn't see that coming. He's a powerful guy. Hansen was shocked that Hawkwing's powers were no less than Isha's. His hands were like hooks, striking against Isha's hands that wielded teeth power. The teeth powers were unable to break his hands. I can't believe the champion of Skybird entered Demon Grave and pretended to be little more than a noob. I am surprised you endured such self-humiliation for so long. Isha laughed coldly. Hawkwing hummed and said, I am one of the 12 skies in Beast Area. What can you say about yourself? The rebate knife queen that pretends to be nobody. It's not that great to be one of the 12 skies. You'll be qualified if 12 skies come together. Isha sounded disdainful. If we were outside Demon Grave right now, I would not be as proficient as you. After all, you are half deified. But this is Demon Grave, so what matter is it what you are? Take that deified title away, and you and I are practically the same. Hawkwing hummed coldly. Really? Isha stared directly into Hawkwing's eyes as her knife-wielding hands started to become furious. Hansen looked away from the pair for a bit to get a better look at the surroundings. That place was like a circular stadium. There was a crystal platform, and above it, there was a crystal hallway to get down to the center. The pipes there ran with white liquid. And a lot of the pipes ran to the white juice at the center of the pool. He did not know where the pool connected to, and even though vast amounts of the white stuff were being pumped in, the level did not rise. There was nothing else inside the sphere. Hawkwing and Isha were fighting each other near the pool, prohibiting each other from getting close to it. Hawkwing's movements were strong. They weren't too different from Hansen's phoenix movements. He had wings, of course. That was different from Hansen, who had to use strength. Overall, though, Hawkwing's focus was on speed. That was also different from Hansen, who had the abilities of prediction and formation. He was very fast, though. And with his hook-like claws, Isha could do very little. If this was a real fight, Hawkwing could not beat Isha. But Hawkwing wasn't looking to kill her outright. He just wanted to open a window of opportunity that would allow him to reach the pool without interference. That worried Isha a lot. Her movements were good, but her speed was a little worse than Hawkwing's. If she missed, Hawkwing could fall into the pool. Hansen was peeping at the pair from the outside, not yet daring to enter. They were two opponents that would be difficult to deal with. He planned to wait outside, and maybe sneakily nab an easy kill if one became available. As Hansen watched them, something moved in his pocket. Then, that soft ball jumped out of it. It started to spin around on the ground, before rolling into the crystal sphere by its own volition. The ball looked sticky, and it traced the walls down. It seemed to be following the pipes towards the pool. Isha and Hawk Wing were intently focused on each other, so they didn't notice anything else enter. That aside, they wouldn't dare think a ping-pong ball-like object would come rolling in like that. And with the pipes obscuring their view of it, the ball was able to roll all the way down and enter the pool. Hansen thought something might happen if the ball entered the pool, but everything was quiet after it entered. The pool was still the same. Isha and Hawk Wing were fighting harder than ever. Because they were slowly running out of stamina, their fighting abilities had become weaker after the duration of their combat. Now you could tell who was truly better. Isha's power was weaker, but her skills had not wavered over time. She wasn't making any mistakes. Hawk Wing's skills weren't as good as Isha's, but he was weaker now than he had been earlier. Furthermore, his movements now were a bit twisted. His missteps were too small to be considered real mistakes, but they were there nonetheless. Isha was taking advantage of that. With those advantages, Isha took the opportunity to take a hack at his shoulder. Hawk Wing's face changed, and he wished to fall back. But it was too late. His shoulder had a 2-centimeter cut, and it only hurt the skin. But that was enough, and the wound continued to expand and bring blood with it. The teeth power is too cruel. When you fight someone with that power, you really can't afford to get hurt in the slightest. Otherwise, you are dead. Hansen complimented her in his head, but he was really happy he had managed to learn teeth power. Knife Queen d*menu. Hawk Wing flapped his wings and tried to fly towards the exit, with the speed and straightness of an arrow. He was too fast, and Isha could not stop him. Demon Grave suppressed powers a lot when Hawk Wing was further away, the effectiveness of the wound would be weaker. Hawk Wing flew out of the exit with a disheartened feeling. It would have been difficult to get the treasure regardless, but Knife Queen had pretended to be a woman called Isha. It was all his bad luck. As he thought of this, he felt a pain in his head. He felt as if he had been struck by a rod. He saw stars as he fell to the ground. Hansen grabbed his body and kept him from falling. He couldn't make any noise. Isha's attention was now focused on the pool. When she walked in front of it, she looked excited. Hansen did not hesitate, and he too now snuck into the sphere. He was headed for Isha, and as he came up behind her, he had his scabbard ready to give her a whack. Assaulting a half-deified elite on the outside would have been impossible. But here, her senses were weaker. This would not be a difficult attack to pull off. The champion Hawk Wing had been knocked out by Hansen, and that had been quite easy. Hansen moved behind Isha silently, and just as he was about to hit her over the head, his heart sank. Isha had been standing near the pool, looking into it, but when Hansen silently slipped up to the side of the pool, he saw his shadow and Isha's. She was looking at him with shock. Hansen gritted his teeth and still committed to his attack. Isha was able to dodge, though. She frowned and said, "How did you get here? Even if you did kill Vic, how did you manage to cross the bridge?" Hansen did not stop swinging his scabbard at her. He was using it like a sword, trying to strike her. It would be best to kill her now, while she was a little worn out. "I walked here. It wasn't all that difficult." Hansen attacked her, while also saying things to attack her mind. Isha wouldn't be affected by such weak mental attacks, though. Her movements were still strong and calculated, and mistakes weren't going to come easy. But she had just fought Hawk Wing, and that made her a little frustrated. She was at a disadvantage now, fighting Hansen. Isha was so angry, and she wondered what bad luck she had mustered that was now forcing her to compete against Hansen again. Every time she was about to get something, Hansen was there to ruin things for her. Her wounds still hadn't healed from their first encounter, and she was deprived of quite a bit of her power. She wouldn't be able to break through the limitations of Demon Grave, and so, seeing Hansen strike harder and harder, she knew she was getting suppressed. She wasn't being given a moment to do anything about it. She did not know why, but Isha felt as if Hansen's sword skills had improved. He was stronger than he had been in their last fight. It made the current fight much harder. It wasn't because Hansen's sword skills had improved, though. It was because Hansen had learned some of the teeth knife techniques from the knife mind. And Hansen was a beginner in teeth powers now. So, Hansen now understood how teeth knife worked. He wouldn't be any worse than Isha right now. Hansen was suppressing Isha quite easily. If Isha had abandoned teeth knife and used other skills, even less powerful skills, Hansen wouldn't have managed to suppress her so fully. Seeing that Isha was going to get hit with the scabbard, a splash came from the pool of liquid. In that circular pool, the milky liquid blew up like an erupting volcano. The white juice lashed across the area in waves. Hansen and Isha were both given a shock. They both retreated, wanting to dodge the white liquid. The white liquid was sprayed across the floor, and then, they realized that the pool had dried up. There wasn't a single drop of the liquid left in there. The pipes that sent the white liquid to the pool were now dry. There was no more of the white liquid flowing through. The pool was empty. Why is there nothing? Where are the origins of the xenogeneics researched by the crystallizers? Isha's face changed. It looked as if she could not accept what she was seeing. Hansen felt strange. The ball had just rolled inside, too. So why was it gone? Hansen did not have the time to think this over, though. He swung the scabbard and tried to finish off Isha. As Hansen moved, he noticed Isha's face looked glum. The white liquid was approaching them as if it were alive. It was a sight that was very familiar to the two of them. Things like that had turned Rox, Fall Duke and Vic into xenogeneics. It had only taken one of the dangerous white columns to transform Rox, Fall Duke and Vic, but here, there were many. There had to be 1,000 of the wriggling white things. They were like a horde of monsters, surrounding Hansen and Isha. I will remember you. Do not let me see you outside of Demon Grave. I wouldn't be the knife queen if I couldn't kill you quickly in the normal world, Isha said, before trying to escape. Don't leave yet. If you like me so much, why don't you just stay? Hansen laughed and slashed forward to block her way. Hansen kept attacking her nonstop. Isha had used up too much energy, so she couldn't fight Hansenator, plus, she didn't want to fight. The white liquid was getting so close, and touching a single drop would be enough to end you. Xenogeneics themselves weren't scary. What was scary was becoming one yourself, especially if you became a mindless killing machine in the process. Why are you still coming after me? If we don't leave, we will both become one of those mindless xenogeneics. Do you want to die with me that much? Isha pleaded as much as she was able to as she continued to dodge. Isn't it quite romantic to live and die together? Hansen's sword skills came at her even faster. He had decided to kill Isha here. Since she was half deified, she could kill Hansen with the greatest of ease if she managed to get out. He was just a baron, after all. So, obviously, he did not want any of that to happen. He had to make sure Isha did not escape Demon Grave. Hansen was not worried about the white liquid either. The liquid itself did not seem interested in Hansenator, so, he was not worried. Glancing over their shoulders, Hansen and Isha noticed the wriggling white things racing for them. There was a slight difference this time, though. Hansen could tell they were going for Isha, and so he stood near her to make it look like the white things were coming after him too. Isha did not yet know Hansen had no reason to be afraid. And with Hansen disrupting her, she felt angry and afraid herself. The white juice was coming. I am going to kill you. Isha could not escape from Hansen, so now she was furious. Her white bunny ears stood up tall and straight, and her long hair waved. Her entire body wrapped itself up in a purple flame. She broke the rules again, as her power increased by several multiples. She tried to strike Hansen with her hands, as purple sword flames blazed. Hansen kept moving, trying to dodge that flame. The purple flame wrapped Isha up, though, and she managed to disappear and reappear in front of the sphere's entrance. That made Hansen depressed. He hadn't realized that he'd made Isha angry enough to cast the skill. This time it was too much for her, though. Her body was damaged. Even if she left Demon Grave, her body would be weak for a very long time to come. Hansen wanted to give chase, but he suddenly felt as if someone had patted his shoulder. Goosebumps flared across his skin. Hansen ran forward and looked back. There was nothing behind him. When he looked at his shoulder, he saw nothing there. He felt as if something was sitting there, but he just couldn't see it. Suddenly, the colors on Hansen's shoulder became blurry. He saw that a creature, like a chameleon, had just appeared. And then, the colors began to shift again. The creature was blending back into its environment. Even at such a close distance, Hansen couldn't see it anymore. Surely it can't have come out of that weird ball, Hansen thought. Although the little creature had only just appeared, it looked like a straight-up monster. It was simply small, that was all. It was around the size of a man's hand. And now, Hansen had an answer for why the ball was no longer in the pool. The creature could change color to avoid being seen. The little thing's color changed again. It went to his right shoulder, changed color, and disappeared again. That is so powerful. It is practically invisible, Hansen thought, as he watched the little thing change its colors. It was so close to him, and yet, Hansen could not see it at all. "Did you come out of the ball?" Hansen asked. He wasn't sure if the creature could hear him. But it seemed as if it did. It revealed itself, nodded, and then disappeared again. Hansen was no longer worried. It was certainly not a hostile creature. So, he went ahead and exited the circular chamber. Oh no! Hansen noticed that both Isha and Hawkwing, whom he had knocked out, were gone. The cocoon had apparently risen into the air again, and there were many paths to the outside available. The whole cocoon was glowing. Hansen would have liked to leave the same way he had entered, but the white liquid under the bridge had started to rage. It was like a fountain, hosing the entirety of the cocoon. A hole appeared in the top of the cocoon, and a white pillar suddenly descended through it. It caught Hansen's body and pushed him back through the air, heading downwards out of the cocoon. When he exited, the group of monsters came running towards Hansen. They surrounded him. The little monster walked directly before Hansen and looked at him. The little thing on Hansen's shoulder revealed itself before jumping into the little monster's hands. The little monster was so happy as it held the little creature up to the sky. It roared. The group of monsters also roared alongside him. It was like a cult, all singing praise. Not long after, the noise quietened and silence returned. The little monster commanded another monster to collect Hansen. Hansen understood how they worked now, so he decided to hop on top of the monster. He had realized, by now, that he wouldn't be able to find Isha and Hawkwing. Hansen was glad that he had managed to loot Hawkwing's body while he was unconscious, though. He hadn't lost too much when Hawkwing had run off. But Hansen did not know if the items he had retrieved were worth it. He'd inspect them all and come to a conclusion later. The monster started walking back, but they weren't sending Hansen to the chaos. They actually went deeper into the desert. "Hey, where are you taking me?" Hansen's heart sank. All he wanted to do right about now was leave. The possibility of Isha finding him outside of Demon Grave was no laughing matter. The monsters ignored his question. They ran for a whole day through the desert until they reached an oasis. The oasis was even bigger than the one where the chaos lived. The fruit there were in abundance, and every vine held clusters of the fruit. The monster put him down, and then the little monster pointed at the fruit and pointed at Hansen. "Are you saying these fruits are mine, and I can take whatever I want?" Hansen was so happy. Hansen saw a xenogenic fruit amidst the rest, and he realized there must have been many of them there. If he could take as much as he wanted to, he could receive a lot. The little monster nodded, and so Hansen picked up an apple that looked like a diamond. He also took a banana that looked like yellow jade. There was even a ruby dragon fruit. Seeing Hansen grab so many in such a short time, the monster was given a cold sweat. He bit Hansen by the armor and pulled him to another area. "Why are you bringing me to this well? I'm not thirsty. Let me take some more." Hansen was carrying a sack full of xenogenic fruit. He sounded so greedy. The little monster's eyelids twitched right before he pushed Hansen into the well. "It's fine if you don't want me to take any more, but you didn't have to push me into this well." Hansen felt depressed, finding his body in the water. Fortunately, the little monster had only pushed him and not hurt him. Hansen started to swim out, but he then noticed something odd. The well had vanished, and he was now in a lake nestled between two mountains. "What is this place? And why am I here?" Hansen was shocked as he looked up at the sky. It was nighttime, and there were two moons in the sky. Hansen now realized he was back on planet Kate. "I did not know Demon Grave had a teleporter. Those guys were pretty nice." Hansen was so happy. He no longer had to worry about Isha ambushing him when he exited Demon Grave. "Being nice always gives me a reward. Let me eat some fruit to celebrate." Hansen opened the sack and was quickly given a shock. The chameleon was sitting in the middle of all the fruit, and Hansen hadn't a clue when the little creature had managed to sneak inside. D***MN. "You sneaked out?" Hansen asked as he picked the thing up. The little thing did not reply. It simply changed its color and disappeared. Far away, in the middle of the desert in Demon Grave, a bunch of monsters were roaring. It was as if that noise was going to sunder the skies. "I can't send you back now. I can't go back to Demon Grave. If you have no qualm with that, then you can come with me. But what should I name you?" Hansen receded into thought. After a lengthy amount of time passed, he said, "How about I call you Sicko? That name is cool." The transparent thing suddenly became red, and spikes covered its skin. Its nose was breathing faster than usual. You don't like it? Let's think of another name then, little homie thing. How about Mr. Chameleon? Horny Demon? Horny Wolf? Horny Dragon? Transformer? Xenogenic gene consumed, Baron Geno point +1. Hansen cooked a few of the bananas over a fire. As they cooked, the bananas quickly softened from their previous crystal-like state. Each banana increased 1 Baron gene. Before he had finished eating them all, he reached 100 Baron genes. Baron Geno points at max point collection can no longer continue. The Geno body requires a special fruit. Hansen ate another banana, and the same announcement played. In the sanctuaries, when your Geno points maxed out, you could evolve via the evolution pools. In the Geno universe, things didn't behave like that. He had no clue how to break through and ascend. Does this mean I have to initiate the breakthrough myself? Hansen kept thinking, but this was the only possibility that came to mind. It was pointless to keep eating the same Geno fruit, so he packed it up and went back to the sanctuary. When Xie King saw Hansen, he ran up to him, pounding his puffed-up chest. "Old Han, I can generate Geno armor. Take me to the Geno universe and I will use my handsome body and awesome comics to conquer that place." "Me, too," Little Angel said calmly. "Me, too," came Zero's soft voice. "Me, too. Me, too." Many people kept saying they were done and ready to go. If Luolan and Ji Yanran reached that level, they'd probably want to go, as well. Especially so, with the prospect of searching for Little Flower. Stop. Stop. What do you guys think that place is? It's not like moving to a new house. You might die out there. At least give me some more time to prepare a nice, safe place for you to settle into. Little Silver, you can ascend and come to the Geno universe, too. Han Sen went back to Planet Kate, now having to think about a serious matter. Because he had brought back many xenogeneic genes, many of his people could generate their Geno armor. A lot of them were dying to come, and he knew it'd be impossible to stop them forever. This was especially true for Xie Qingqing and Gu Qingqing. They would undoubtedly try something stupid if Han Sen did not bring them soon. I need to find a safe place to build a base for us. If I do that, they can come. But where can I find such a safe place? Han Sen took Little Invisible toward one of the nearby cities. After 2 days of travel, they reached it. Little Invisible was the chameleon's new name. The creature seemed happy with it. Fortunately, there was no fighting going on in that city. It was still under the full control of the people of Kate. There, Han Sen was able to buy a phone with which he could contact Xiao and Lan Se. Xiao told Han Sen that Grand City had fallen and that they had joined 7 mirrors. They were on a ship headed there. She told Han Sen to come to her, because he could join the land reclamation operations instead of just fighting all the time. Han Sen thought the idea wasn't too bad. If he could find a place without higher races running around and hunting down xenogeneics, that would be perfect for his companions to get their foot in the door and grow. But the city he was in did not have a ship heading for 7 mirrors. He couldn't go. On the streets of Mississippi City, everyone was hurriedly minding their own business. No one really concerned themselves with others. The place hadn't been invaded by the tourists yet, but the people knew that it was only a matter of time before it happened. Planet Kate was in freefall, and everyone had to think about where their future would lead and what they could do. Many ships there were still transporting refugees into space. The crowds were huge, and they could not all fit. Most of them would have to wait for some time before they could make it off the planet. On that miserable street, there was someone who didn't quite look like the rest of those dreary people. The man was walking down the street without armor. He wore clothing made of real cloth, and he also held a small banner in his hands. There were some strange words written across it, but it was not of a common language. Han Sen, however, would have recognized them if he had seen them. While the man was walking, a tall woman with white bunny ears approached him. She was wearing a mask. She pulled out a knife and placed the blade against the man's neck. People continued walking by, and the man and woman were suddenly covered by a strange power. It isolated them on the busy street, making it seem like they weren't there at all. "My queen. What do you want?" The man was not afraid of having a drawn knife against his neck. He looked at the woman with surprise, though. That woman was the knife queen of the rebate. It was Isha, whom Han Sen had almost killed. Isha looked at the man with cold eyes and said, "Do you want to live? Or do you want to die?" "I haven't lived enough, so yeah. I want to live." The man laughed. "If you want to live, give me a reading," Isha said coldly. The man looked at Isha, smiled, and said, "My queen, might I ask if my previous prediction was accurate?" "Huh." Isha hummed and did not answer the man. She went on to say, "Predict my future and that of the man named Dollar. He who is a human." Isha had been waiting outside Demon Grave for a very long time. Even after a storm started on the inside, Dollar still hadn't come to the exit point. She did not believe Dollar would find himself trapped in Demon Grave for any long stretch of time, but she had tried everything in search of him. She just couldn't locate the man. So, she had come here to ask the man for help in finding the elusive Dollar. You will meet him when fate decides your paths will intertwine. For now, you should let it go. The man smiled. I don't believe that. Find him for me, unless you want to die. Isha said angrily. The man gave a wry smile as he shook his head. My queen, you are being stubborn. If you do not believe in fates, then why do you wish to hear what I can predict? Isha frowned. She did not want to believe what the man was telling her, but she had already received a reading from him before she went to Demon Grave. The reading had turned out to be truthful, so she felt strangely compelled by what he told her. Although she did not want to believe that this man could foresee the future and perceives destinies, she did. I am asking you if you'll do it or not. Isha coldly looked at him, with the knife still raised to his neck. Of course. But you cannot challenge fate. Even if I did know where he was, you couldn't meet him. And then you would blame me for not being accurate. The man sighed. Are you saying you won't do it? Isha looked as if she was ready to slash. You can't challenge fate. You cannot force me. Everyone here has their own destiny. Their lives are small, but not even God can change the roads they follow. They cannot be made a queen like you. But I am just a clairvoyant, the man said. Who says you cannot challenge and change fate? If I wanted to, I could make even an ant into a giant beast, Isha said coldly. The man smiled and said, if you have such confidence. How about we make a bet? What bet? Isha asked expressionlessly. I will pick someone whose life is comparable to an ant, and if you can make him challenge his fate by gaining independence from you and becoming a duke, then I lose. I will find the person that you want me to find. How does that sound? The man said seriously. What if I accomplish the task and you fail to find the man that I want? Isha said with confidence. If I cannot deliver this man to you directly, then my head is yours to remove. If you want it, you can just tell me. You don't have to get your hands dirty if you don't want to. The man looked serious, and it didn't look as if he was joking. Okay. Who said an ant's fate is fixed? Even if he is just a dumb guy with Geno armor, I'll make him a duke in 3 years, Isha agreed. She really hated Dollar. She wanted to kill him, but she had been unable to find him, so using this fortune teller might be her best option. Raising a duke was not difficult. She did not think it would be a trying task, and she didn't believe in fate. Not many people are truly talented. Most of them are ants by default. So, just go ahead and pick anyone. The man randomly pointed. What about him? If you don't think he is suitable, pick another. They are all ants. No, it's fine. I'll choose him then. Just in case you would later find fault with my selection. Isha looked at the person the man pointed at as she spoke coldly. I am quite famous and known by many races. There is no chance of escaping this bet. You, however, are trying to challenge your own fate. I must warn you to be careful. The man smiled. In 3 years, I will come looking for you. If you are unable to find him, don't blame me for what happens. Isha walked up to the person that had been pointed out to her. The person on the street had no clue what was going on. But he was suddenly pulled in by a weird power, and then he disappeared completely. Isha took the man and left. Her power vanished with her, and when the fortune teller appeared again, the cape behind him almost walked into him. When he saw Isha disappear, he smiled strangely. He continued walking, carrying his small banner. If Hansen had seen the banner, he would have understood the words. They read, "Calculating Destiny," in the human language. The man disappeared into the crowds. He did not look strange. He was a drop of water in the midst of the throng of people. Hansen walked down a street filled with people, thinking about how he might get to 7 Mirrors. Planet Kate had almost fallen completely, and when it did, the Taurus would rule it. Hansen couldn't live there much longer, and he knew he would have to leave soon. But he couldn't get on the ship as there were already too many people trying to get off the planet. If he showed he was a noble, he could probably board a ship immediately, without the need to queue. But Hansen wouldn't do that. If he did, Isha might find him. And if she did, that would be bad. After leaving Demon Grave, Hansen knew he didn't stand a chance against a deified elite. They could kill him with the greatest of ease. Walking down the street, Hansen was thinking about how he might get to 7 Mirrors so he could find Xiao and Lan Se. As he walked, he suddenly felt cold, like a shadow had fallen over him. He was wrapped up by a strange power and lifted off the ground. Hansen was shocked and unsure of what was going on. He had no clue why he had been suddenly trapped. Hansen was trying to think about who he might have made angry this time. Isha? Hawkwing? Mr. G? The Taurus? Some surviving feathers? Hansen had offended a lot of people by this point, but none of them should have known he was Dollar. Did someone find out I am Dollar? I cannot be that unlucky. Hansen felt depressed, and he kept thinking, I cannot fight back against power like this. They must be a duke. I wonder if I'll be given an opportunity to speak. If I am killed before I can speak, that would suck. I at least need the time to teleport away. Hansen was wrapped up by this power. He was snared and unable to move. He couldn't even use his skills, so he was just hoping the person who had done this did not hate him too much. He hoped he still had a chance of surviving. Hansen might end up getting beaten and tortured before they locked him up. But if that happened, at least he'd be able to return to the sanctuary. As Hansen was worrying about this, he saw some light. He fell to the ground, which sent pain shooting up through his butt. That was the least of his concerns right now, though. When he looked around, he noticed he was on an aircraft. He was inside a control room, and the black of space was visible through the windows. The ship looked fairly advanced. It did not look like some cheap thing you'd find on Planet Kate. And there was another person in the control room. They had bunny ears, and they were operating the ship. Rebate. There's no way I'm this unlucky. Hansen's heart jumped. Hansen looked up and saw a throne perched at the highest point of the deck. On that chair, the first thing Hansen saw were long legs. They were crossed over each other, and whoever sat like that had to be someone who was very proud and arrogant. Hansen looked up a little higher, and that was when he saw the white uniform filled with big boobs. Her arms were crossed, and her face was stone cold. Atop this person's head were white bunny ears. Oh no. It's Isha. Hansen moaned. In front of the Knife Queen, he could not teleport away. Hansen did not know how she had managed to find him. And he didn't think he had left any trace to follow. But that did not matter right now, as he knew he would soon be dead. Now, he was just hoping that Isha would not kill him right away, so he'd have the chance to escape. It does not matter who you are, but from this point forth, you will be my student in 3 years, I will see to it that you're a duke. Isha looked down at Hansen like the queen she was. Hansen looked at her and opened his mouth. He believed himself to be dreaming. Hansen did not know if Isha had gone crazy, or if he himself had snapped. She wants to take me as a student, what? I thought she hated my guts. I thought she'd prefer to skin me alive. Why would she take me as a student, pledging to make me a duke in 3 years? Did her mind implode in rage, and this is some strange form of insanity? Or is this all one great, big conspiracy? Will she try and trick me before destroying me? She could destroy me right now, if that is what she wanted to do. But then again, maybe she doesn't know I'm Dollar. Even if she doesn't know, though, why would she find me as a student? Am I getting grossly lucky? Or did Isha simply get kicked in the head by a donkey, and randomly picked out a student that just so happened to be me? Hansen did not understand. He looked at Isha, having not the faintest clue why all of this was happening. Isha was satisfied with the way Hansen reacted. She could tell Hansen was in great shock, and she thought that was because he was unable to comprehend why a deified elite would so willingly accept someone so ordinary. Isha was going to take Hansen as a student, and that was not just a random decision. When the man pointed at Hansen, Isha recognized him. She recognized Hansen, but not Dollar. When Kong Fei took a lantern to become known as No, everyone heard about it. The elites around Planet Kate knew that Kong Fei had given 2 deified feathers to 2 crystallizers. Because Isha was headed to Demon Grave, she was near Planet Kate at the time. She too learned about this. She knew Hansen had 1 deified feather. But Hansen was just wearing his Geno armor. He wasn't wearing his noble stuff, and he didn't have pure crystallizer blood. Hansen's genes were complicated, so the elite races had all given their favor to stay up late, who had pure blood. No one had made membership offers to Hansen due to the risk of raising him. When the man pointed out Hansen, she didn't think it was purely coincidental. She thought the man was trying to trouble her and make things harder. Developing Hansen to the ranks of a top champion and refining the deified feather to become semi-deified. That would have been too much to bet. She didn't know if that would even have been possible. But the fortune-teller's request had been a strange one. Dukes were not particularly high-level or low-level. The challenge was definitely possible, so she agreed. If Hansen was an ordinary person, Isha would have just taken him home without even telling him why. But Kong Fei, who was deified, was still out there. And Hansen had one of his deified feathers. So Isha was willing to take him as a real student. That meant she respected the feather and Kong Fei himself. She wasn't going to invite the trouble of Kong Fei knocking on her door. It was not embarrassing to take a crystallizer on as an acolyte, especially one that had received a feather from Kong Fei. It was lucky that Hansen had met Kong Fei. If he hadn't, Isha would have treated him very differently. The challenge would be a bit difficult, but she was confident she only had to raise him to the duke level. Even if he was just a pig, she could still turn him into a duke in 3 years. It was because of all these reasons that Hansen was brought back to the HQ of the rebate. It was called Narrow Moon. It was a xenogenic space that was no weaker than Holy Heaven had been. It covered the sky. Hansen found out that Isha was sincere about taking him on as a student, and there was no ulterior motive for doing so. It was all very strange, yes, but he decided on not returning to the sanctuary just yet. He knew that if he did come back, he'd still be teleported to right where he was. And that would put him in a bad situation, no matter what. I can't be sure what is wrong with her, but all in all, I can only suppose it is a good thing. A semi-deified being wants to train me up to the rank of duke. Such an internship is hard to find. It's better than her finding me as dollar, at least. Hansen decided to accept the situation and just go with it. But she didn't take him as a real student. Everything started with the most basic of routines, and there wasn't even a ceremony to induct him. The Knife Queen taking a student was a very important event for the rebate. Now that she had chosen Hansen, an outsider, many of the rebate were wondering what she was up to. He wasn't one of them, after all. The Knife Queen had not married or had children. She had never taken a student before either. So, the presence of this student meant a lot to the rebate. Everyone thought that she would soon become deified. It did not matter that she had no children as of yet, as her lifespan still had many years in it. But the Knife Queen had suddenly taken a student. It made people start to wonder. Many of the rebate nobles and officers wanted to find out why she had accepted this student. They also wished to learn more about who Hansen was. They eventually found out that Hansen was an owner of one of the deified feathers. Thus, the people quickly came to the conclusion that the Knife Queen wished to develop a half-deified alongside her. But they worried about Hansen's talent. He was a non-pure crystallizer, and that meant he was a greater risk than stay up late would be. Knife Queen didn't explain much, and she wasn't going to tell everyone that she had actually taken Hansen because of a bet. She wasn't concerned about making him truly powerful. And she was serious about only taking him up as high as a duke. Then, it all depended on Hansen. Knife Queen's palace covered half the planet. And it was a much bigger planet than planet Roka. Hansen was told to go to a garden located in the palace. Yes, master. Don't call me master. Just call me queen. Isha looked at Han Senator. She didn't like the first title he had used, as that made her sound old. Okay, my queen. Hansen nodded. Hansen thought that taking an enemy and raising him was unexpectedly nice of her. It was a respectable deed. Drink this. Isha gave Hansen a bottle. What is this, my queen? Hansen asked. It is the Geno fluid from a magnet fruit. It can make your Geno armor evolve. You are currently way too weak. You should focus on becoming a noble first. After that, we can keep going and level you up that way, Isha said. Thank you, my queen. Hansen's eyes felt wet. She had been really helpful, and even given a precious gift to her enemy. Hansen thought that if she found out he was Dollar, she'd be so angry that she'd most likely stroke out and die. Seeing Hansen look so grateful, she misunderstood. Her attitude softened, and she went on to say, if you heed what I say and take me for your proper teacher, you will become a duke in 3 years. With some luck, there is a chance you might one day become a king. But as for Hansen's current condition, Queen didn't say much. And the only reason she said 3 years was due to the instability of Hansen's body. Otherwise, it would not have taken that long. Anyway, drink this Geno fluid that once belonged to a magnet fruit. And then, practice your Geno arts. Focus on evolving for a second time first. It does not matter whether you become a noble or a xenogeneic, I will take care of you. You will not become a mindless monster. Isha sounded confident. Yes, my queen. Hansen did not say anything more. He just opened the bottle and drank its contents. He was familiar with the smell, and he had many magnet fruits at home. He was planning to eat one and see if he could evolve. He didn't expect Isha would go to such lengths and provide him with the juice. So, he spared no time in necking it down. When Isha saw Hansen do it so quickly, she smiled even more. Hansen chugged the Geno fluid that contained magnet fruit, and then, he felt a weird power soar into his limbs, rejuvenating his cells. Hansen cast the story of genes, and then his spell armor appeared. The Geno fluid had become a raw power that was absorbed by the armor. Isha sat where she was and waited for the result of Hansen's evolution. If Hansen became a xenogeneic, and his will was lost to the lust for killing, she could recover his will and sense. After a while, Hansen's energy started to roll downhill. But still, she hadn't seen Hansen evolve a second time. How can that happen? Did I bring him the wrong ingredient? Maybe that wasn't the Geno fluid. Isha frowned and sniffed the bottle, and then she went on to think, this is the magnet fruit. Why did he not evolve a second time? Isha saw Hansen's energy had weakened and become normal again. Hansen felt depressed about it, too. This was his second time trying to evolve using the story of genes, and he had failed this time as well. I am sorry, my queen. I have failed. Hansen opened his eyes and looked at her apologetically. It's fine. You failed only once. Isha called for a guard to bring her another bottle. Then, she continued by saying, try again. After the first failure, this is sure to succeed. Yes, my queen. I will succeed. Hansen accepted the second bottle and spared no time in drinking it all. Isha looked fairly unconcerned, but on the inside, it was a different story. She felt awful. Magnet fruit was not something you could buy at a streetside market. They were very expensive, and they were items coveted by many. And it wasn't just commoners either. Even many of the high races, who were unlucky enough to have babies that weren't born nobles, wanted it. So, treasures like magnet fruit could be very expensive to obtain. And there were times when they were completely unavailable for purchase. Even someone like Isha did not have many to her name, and she would have much preferred to save them. Ordinarily, one bottle of such Geno fluid was all that would be needed for success. Failure was abnormally rare. Hansen downed the second one, and that weird power manifested once more. The power surge was stronger than what he experienced the last time. Such powerful energy. This is far greater than a baron. He must certainly succeed this time. Isha started to feel relieved. After a while, Hansen's Geno armor showed no sign of responding. It didn't look as if it was going to melt at all. After a while, Hansen's energy started to dip. And that meant another failure. My queen, I am so sorry. Hansen felt embarrassed. He didn't know why his spell armor kept on failing. Isha's eyes were twitching. And as she looked at Hansen, she asked, "What Geno arts have you practiced?" "Let me see." The fact that he had drunk 2 Geno fluids without success led Isha to believe there was a serious problem with him. Hansen made no effort to hide anything, and he just told her, "I did not write my Geno arts down, but I can show it to you." Isha nodded, and Hansen read it out slowly. He himself believed there was a problem somewhere, as failure was not something he often experienced. Hansen could not tell what the problem was, though. Isha, being a semi-deified being, might be the one to help him through the slump. Hansen only read out a little when Isha's face looked glum. She asked, coldly, "Who taught you this?" "No one. I bought it out in the markets. It seemed fairly powerful, so I decided to study it." Hansen was shocked by the sudden question. She looked as if she knew something about it. In disbelief, Isha said, "You just practiced this random skill on a whim? And you created a Geno armor with it? I am not sure if you are lucky or unlucky, truth be told. Is there a problem with this Geno art?" Hansen was shocked. Isha said slowly, "It isn't just a problem. But don't you think this skill requires, well, too much skill? If you had a body like this, you'd already be a god. You wouldn't have to practice. Whoever wrote this was conducting a prank with the intent of harming others. And mistakenly, you generated your Geno armor with it. It is impossible to evolve a second time. What do I do, then?" Hansen wondered if this really was a problem associated with the story of genes. When he studied the story of genes, he had acknowledged the problem. He already knew the requirements were absurdly high and demanding. No one could even start off with the basic requirements, and he had to use the black crystal armor to help him get his foot in the door with its practice. Isha frowned. It was obvious that the man had given her a challenge that was harder than she initially thought. Hansen had already generated his Geno armor, so it was too late for him to change technique now. Aside from humans, not many creatures could practice 2 Geno arts in order to create 2 types of Geno armor. That was because the genes of others were stable, and accomplishing this was outside the realm of possibility. The genes of humans were unstable enough to allow this, but it was still closer to the side that did not allow the fabrication of a second Geno armor. So, Isha did not consider trying to get Hansen to practice another Geno art and start from scratch. She didn't think it would be possible. Breaking his Geno armor and getting him to rebuild it would be a fruitless endeavor as well. It would permanently damage his body. She could take that risk if he was just an ordinary nobody, but Hansen had a deified feather. If Kong Fei found out what she had done to him, she might incur his wrath. This Geno art is harmful, but if he can finish learning the basics, there is the chance of it becoming something very strong and beneficial. Hansen has managed to generate a Geno armor with it already, and aside from deified elites, that shouldn't be possible. And once an elite rises to become deified, their body is locked down. They cannot generate a Geno armor, but this man can. Perhaps there really is a chance. Isha looked at Hansen as she thought. A Geno art that cannot be practiced, and yet he has managed to generate a Geno armor with it. If he can evolve a second time and become a noble, with that perfect Geno armament, his strength would far exceed that of other nobles. After that, practicing would be much less difficult for him, and he might achieve a great deal. It's just this first step will be really difficult to take. Very hard, indeed. Hansen saw Isha staring at him and noticed that she wasn't saying a word. He thought to himself, did I waste too many of her resources? Does she no longer want me? That's fine. Just let me go without killing me, please. Hansen was overthinking things a little, though. Isha had taken him as a student as part of a wager. And that aside, she was not the sort of person that would give up easily. Hansen, let me ask you something. I can force you to be my student, but I want this to be something that you yourself desire. I am happy to accept you, but I won't make you do this if it is against your will. I can give you a job, though, and you won't have to worry about anything, Isha suddenly proposed. Of course I am willing to be here, Hansen hastily told her. He did not know if she was just testing his resolve or not, so he didn't want to share his true opinion. He spoke with firm confidence. My training will be hard. Not everyone is able to accept this. And if you are my student, you have to keep that flame of resolve stoked and push through the pain, even when it hurts. If you cannot handle the pain of this, I can give you the job of an officer instead. Regardless of what happens, I want you to know that you do not have to worry about anything else in your life. Isha spoke coldly, but she was still staring at Hansen fondly. I will endure whatever pain comes my way and go as far as I possibly can. I will give up anything and give my everything, as long as you don't give up on me. I won't disappoint you. Hansen paused for a moment. With a sad look, he went on to tell her, on Mosi Mountain, stay up late and I were the recipients of deified feathers. Those high-level races only wanted stay up late, and they ignored me completely. I want to practice too in order to go further. Please, give me the chance no one else did. If I am given the possibility to reach for the stars, I don't mind dying in the effort. Anything is better than staying still, rotting in place. By the end of his speech, Hansen felt excited. Even he almost believed what he was telling her. Good. If you have this much courage and sense of purpose, I will give you the opportunity. I will help you go further and make those other fool races regret what they told you. Isha thought Hansen was speaking from the heart, and she wholeheartedly believed his words. But after this, she still went on to say, remember your own words today. I won't blame you if you give up right now and settle for the comfort of a quiet and good life. But if I spend a lot of resources raising you up, only for you to eventually give up and try to run away, you will pay the ultimate price. Not even a deified elite could save you from the destruction I'll bring down on you. Do you understand me? If I try to run away, my head is yours to remove. Hansen's answer sounded serious. What Hansen said, though, was not entirely a lie. The last few sentences were actually quite sincere. Hansen was not willing to back down. If he did not aim high in the Geno universe, he could not survive. And he couldn't protect his friends and family when they made the jump. He needed to get stronger, so he could get back Golden Growler and Little Flower. There was no way he could back down now. Okay. Then, let us continue. Isha could tell Hansen was sincere and true to his words, and she was very impressed by him. Isha was giving him a chance to leave because it would be hard to begin what he had started. Merely getting past the first stage would cost a lot. She wanted to find out what sort of character Hansen had before committing. If Hansen was weak and impatient, she would rather give up and lose the bet. No one could promise her pursuit with Hansen would pay off, so she had to learn more and consider things properly. Hansen's answers and behavior had satisfied her. She was no longer second-guessing herself, she was willing to give this a go. If Isha knew Hansen just wanted to use up her resources to get through the story of genes, she'd have been very angry. Continue, Isha said. Continue what? Hansen was shocked, and not sure what she was alluding to. Continue eating, of course. Isha said. She waved her hand, and a beautiful rebate brought forth a number of elixirs. Consume them one by one, and cast your Geno arts. Do this as many times as you have to. I will make you a noble, and not even the gods themselves can stop it. Isha raised her head, asserting her feeling of confidence. Yes. I won't disappoint you. I will start consuming them now. Immediately after saying that, Hansen gulped down the contents of the first bottle. Isha sat on a chair, watching Hansen gather up power to evolve a second time. She looked at him emotionlessly, as if she was made of ice. But her eyes twitched sometimes, showing that she was not all that calm. Her heart was bleeding. After their discussion, Hansen had used another 3 magnet fruit elixirs, 2 thunder Geno fluids, 2 reborn Geno fluids, 1 fire and ice Geno fluid, and 1 beast blood Geno fluid. They were all the treasures that could force someone to evolve a second time. Normally, 1 would be enough to accomplish this. But Hansen had almost emptied her entire treasury by this point, and he hadn't evolved a second time. To Knife Queen, that might have been nothing. But they belonged to the One, and she couldn't just take whatever she pleased whenever she wanted. These were her private items. She was rich, but these items were priceless. They couldn't be bought with money, and Hansen had yet to evolve a second time. It made Isha start to feel quite ill. I am sorry, but it looks like I have failed again. Hansen stood up. With this latest failure, he had failed 11 times. Continue, Isha said emotionlessly. Her eyes twitched another couple of times, though. She only had 1 boiling Geno fluid left to give, and a cell Geno fluid. If those 2 didn't work, her current investments would have all been for nothing. She wouldn't know how to deal with him after she went gone through these. She couldn't just let Hansen go after investing so much in him with no return. If this were to continue, she'd have to pay a big price to gain an item that would instigate the evolution she wanted to see. And that was something that she really didn't want to do. Hansen grabbed another Geno fluid and drank it. Then, he cast the story of genes. The spell armor was brimming with energy, and it thumped with boundless strength. And then, all of a sudden, a strange power lit up the armor. It made Isha's heart jump. All the other symbols and etchings began to light up, too. Not long after, the Geno armor was covered in those symbols and scrawls, making it look like a rippling flame. Isha was so happy to see this, and she said, "It's going to succeed this time." 12 vials of Geno fluid was an investment of Goliath proportions. She felt grand relief seeing this. If the final 2 fluids did not help, she wasn't sure if she would have been willing to dip her hands into the ones owned by the entire tribe. Amidst the flame-like symbols, the Geno armor started to melt. It melted into a liquid that then took on another form. Seeing Hansen become a noble and not a xenogeneic was a great thing, too. If he became a xenogeneic, things might have been even harder. Isha looked at the Geno armor's shape, trying to figure out what sort of Geno armament he was set to receive. A Geno art that required so much was sure to yield a fascinating result. The Geno fluid kept swirling and changing, and eventually, it started to become transparent, but Isha's face started to turn, too. It looked perplexed. Most armors would evolve to create something that was obviously a weapon. You might even find items or enhancements to the armor itself. But the Geno armament that Hansen created looked very strange. It was not finished, but you could start to make out its shape. It was a crystallizer kid, complete with limbs and a face. Is that a doll Geno armament? Isha was thinking to herself. But when the armament had almost finished, Isha started to look shocked. In the air, after the Geno armor melted, the Geno armament appeared. It looked so weird. It looked like a 12-year-old girl. Her long black hair reached down to her feet, and her eyes were black, also. Her skin was white and smooth, like that of a real human. Some parts of her were wrapped up in white armor, and in her hands, she was holding 2 revolvers. There were names etched into the grips of both guns. Isha thought it was the language of the crystallizers, so she wasn't able to read the words. The girl moved her eyes and crouched down against the floor. She lifted her guns and pointed them at Isha, as if she was guarding Hansen from a hostile. Isha's eyes opened wide as she stared at the girl. She had seen many Geno armaments, but nothing like this. This one looked alive. She had a proper life force. She also looked like she had intelligence, too. For a Geno armament to have life like that, and to have armor and guns, her knowledge on what was possible when it came to evolving was wholly flipped on its head. When the Geno armament finished generating, Hansen looked at the girl and said, "Why is my armament a woman? Is that really my Geno armament?" The grips convinced Hansen that this really was his Geno armament, though. On the grip of the two pearl-white revolvers, the letters SPE were carved into one, and the letters 2 were carved on the other. Together, they formed Spell. And that was the name of his Geno armor. When Hansen used his mind, the woman came towards him. When they bumped into each other, she became a white armor set that covered his entire body. The word Spell was written all across it. An incredible power filled Hansen's body now. It gave him much more power than the Geno armor ever did. This is my Geno armament. Hansen was shocked. He went to check on its information, and the Geno body said he had become a duke behind the word Spell. My queen, I think I succeeded, Hansen said, looking at Isha. Very good, now keep practicing. Isha was still in shock, and she was roused from a slumber of deep thoughts by Hansen's sudden shout. Isha had never heard of a Geno armament like this. Maybe this guy really can achieve something special. A Geno armament like this is strange, Isha thought to herself. Isha allowed Hansen to write down the content of the story of genes so she could look over it. She wanted to help Hansen learn and modify the later parts to facilitate his practice. Because the practice method was so demanding, if no changes were made, it would be much harder to level up and ascend. It would be even harder to generate Geno armaments. He would need to be a god to practice it in its entirety. After the changes, the power would be decreased, but if it weren't edited, then it couldn't be learned at all. This thing was not created for the average Joe to fool around with. Because modifying took a long time, she allowed Hansen to continue practicing for now. And when she was done, they would begin anew. Hansen returned to his garden and summoned Spell. He wanted to know what power she possessed. He was mostly interested in the two revolvers she wielded, and he wanted to know if the guns could fire bullets. Spell moved by her own volition. She did so with gentle grace, and as she clutched the two revolvers, she was able to fly around effortlessly and shoot the flowers all about. The revolvers could fire bullets and hit the flowers. Her accuracy was good. But Hansen noticed that the bullets weren't solid, and they cost energy to fire. Even Hansen's own energy was drained by the attacks. Spell was Hansen's Geno armament, so it made sense that it could be used as a weapon. But he also realized the more power he was willing to put in, the more powerful the bullets fired would be. Those bullets did not have any special powers, though. Perhaps it was because he was too low level. Becoming a Viscount might change things. Barons couldn't unleash powers from a distance. They had no ranged attacks they could use, so at least where barons were concerned, having Spell was something that was a little overpowered. Hansen tested it quite a bit, and he realized he could command and control Spell in battle. Her movements were controlled by Hansen's thoughts. There was no delay, despite the distance that separated them. Hansen did not need to control her all the time, though. With just a thought, Spell could be put to any task, and she'd finish it by herself. She was like a living thing, for the most part, and she possessed a lot of intelligence. She's like a real life form. Gee, that the story of genes is strange, Hansen thought to himself. He really liked Spell, and valued it far above something like a sword or whatever else he might have gotten. He could do a lot more with this. Aside from Isha, though, no one else had learned that he had a Geno armament. The news about Isha using 12 Geno fluids to make Hansen a Geno armament did circulate, though. All the rebate that heard this could not believe their ears. No matter how bad the creature was, 1 or 2 Geno fluids should have made them noble. And Hansen had taken 12. How bad was he? Many of the high-class rebates believed raising Hansen was pointless. If it was so difficult for him to generate a Geno armament, becoming a king and refining the feather would be so much harder. Don't bother raising a talentless person like that. No wonder those elites did not invite Hansen to join them. He is way too bad. I don't know what Queen was thinking, using 12 Geno fluids. Even if he does have a deified feather, there is such a low chance he can become deified. How much is it going to cost to get him to that level? The resources she wasted could have made 2 semi-deified warriors. All of the rebate were talking about this. Some ministers and elites had already come to consult with Isha, informing her that she should give up on Hansen now. Isha did not explain her reasoning, and neither did she take their advice. And she said that when the narrow moon tunnel opened up, Hansen would be a part of it. After that, the rebate communities exploded with talk of Hansen and Isha. 12 geno fluids to become a noble baron. Already it was seen as a pointless idea, but Isha felt differently. She still wanted to raise Hansen up. She even wanted to give him a name for the tunnel. It was hard to take the minds of others off of this idea. Many of the elites thought that Isha raising an outsider and taking him as a student meant they had some sort of secret relationship. Isha hadn't even performed a ceremony when she accepted him as a student. With the sudden induction, they all believed she knew how bad he was, but she was forging ahead anyway. Otherwise, why would the queen accept a student so quietly? No one was willing to challenge Isha's desires, though. But even so, everyone was determined to continue hating Hansen. Hansen stayed in the garden to practice with spell. He had no idea people were talking about him the way they were. Even if he had known, though, he wouldn't have cared. Hansen might have looked young, but he had gone through life and death experiences few others could equal. He had experienced everything a person could, a long time ago. He was not totally uncaring, but he wouldn't waste many feelings on petty quarrels either. Isha summoned him and told him to practice in Narrow Moon. If he went, that would be the first time he had exited the garden. Before you go to Narrow Moon, I will teach you a knife skill. Try to learn as much of this as you can. When she said that to Hansen, her voice sounded strange. Hansen didn't notice, though. He didn't realize how many talented young rebates were waiting in Narrow Moon to teach him a lesson. Narrow Moon space tunnel opened once a year, and only barons could enter. Only 10 of them could go at a time. Only the best barons would be there, as a result. To claim a spot, you had to be an approved and formally recognized genius. And you also had to have proof to support any claim of excellence. In addition, you had to receive an invite from an elder. Hansen had nothing, and yet, Isha had claimed a spot there for him. People weren't very happy about that, and the young men who had claimed the other 9 places didn't like him at all. Some of the young ones were preparing to teach him a lesson inside the tunnel, because when Hansen got bullied in there, Isha wouldn't be able to do anything to save him. Hansen stood in the garden, watching the many planets clustered in the sky. The evening sky was like the image seen inside a kaleidoscope. The xenogeneic space twisted the dimensions strangely, so that Hansen could even see buildings on the surface of the closest planets. Many of the planets were of good size. If it wasn't for the xenogeneic space, the planets would have collided with each other and annihilated everything within range. But under that xenogeneic space, the planets were fine. They had their own orbits, and they were quite organized. Looking up in any direction from Narrow Moon, you'd see many planets clustered together. There were circular ones, but also broken ones. Some of them were close, some of them were far. Their numbers were countless. And that was why it was called Narrow Moon. The planets around Narrow Moon were very mysterious. There were 3 planets, the names of which were Tianmin, Tianyue, and Tianji. Every year, when those 3 planets formed a triangular constellation, the center space would reveal a tunnel. And this was why Narrow Moon was so mysterious. Only Baron-class beings could enter. If you were too powerful, the energy inside would crush you, and you would die. The tunnel would allow 10 entrants. There were 10 open spots for beings to join, and 1 spot would be occupied and taken away after each entrant. Isha had allocated 1 spot for Hansen to enter. Whether or not a benefit could be earned was entirely down to Hansen. Hansen, you are my student. I helped you become a noble, and I grabbed you a spot to go to Narrow Moon. But from now on, if you want more help from me, you have to prove to me you are worth the investment. Otherwise, despite the fact you will still be my student, further chances for special treatment will be void, Isha said seriously. I will work hard. Hansen nodded. No, you need to work like your life depends on it, Isha frowned. Yes. Hansen shouted. Now that she was satisfied, she chucked Hansen a knife. The space tunnel is going to open soon. It is too late to teach you knife skills, but I can teach you this one. If you learn this, it should help. It is called tusk. Isha held a knife, and still talking to Hansen, she told him, watch. I will only show you this once. After that, Isha drew her knife. She drew it very quickly and brought it right up to Hansen's face with blistering speed. And then Isha stopped the motion without hurting him. Hansen, seeing her strike, knew that what he had seen was from the opening of teeth knife. Hansen had seen it acted out by the knife mind entity. He had already learned it at the time with the knife mind. And while he had only learned the beginning, he was a master of what he knew. Isha explained tusk to Hansen and asked if he understood. If he didn't and he had a question, she would answer. I understand. Hansen did not have anything to ask her. After he received the teeth knife mind, he understood it a whole lot more. All he needed was practice. Isha frowned and did not say anything. She left Hansen to practice it. She wondered why Hansen did not ask any questions. And she thought he might have just been pretending that he understood the technique. If he was, that was not a very good student to have. Plus, she was the queen. And she was a busy person. While she did take time to teach Hansen, it'd be stupid if he did not cherish what she took the time to teach him. But Isha did not think he was too bad, overall. If he didn't suffer a little, at least, he wouldn't cherish anything that came to him easily. So, she knew there might be trouble when he went through the space tunnel. She didn't have much to say about the matter, and she was willing to accept the possibility he might fail. Isha thought failing was no big deal. If Hansen worked hard, it would still be worth it. Hansen went back to his garden and practiced tusk. He was planning on using this for combat. Hansen knew many skills, but in case she found out his true identity, it was best not to use it. Only barons were going there, anyway. Hansen figured he'd be going with a bunch of snot-nosed kids of the rebate. If they stirred up something, one skill would be enough to lay waste to them. A few days passed quickly. Isha did not take Hansen to the space tunnel, and he allowed a rebate to guide him there. Narrow Moon had 11 stars. Aside from one of those stars, all of them were kings. Knife Queen Isha was a half-deified king, and there was only one other on par with her. That was Moonwheel King. The rebate had possessed many deified elites at one point, but that was long ago. There were none amongst them right now. Most of the higher races were like the rebate, and tended to only have one deified elite. They were the ones who would light the lantern on the race's behalf. But even they would not live forever, and they too would die someday. But without deified elites, the lesser races were still unable to usurp a lantern and claim it for themselves. Typically, they'd need deified elites of their own to manage such a feat. It was very hard for the higher races to create a deified elite. So, even across the space of 1,000 years, witnessing a fight like the one with Kong Fei was extremely rare. Out of the 10 kings of the rebate, Knife Queen was widely regarded as the cream of the crop. Aside from Moonwheel King, who was near enough the same level, the others were far inferior. Isha kept practicing, hoping she'd become deified. So, she did not care too much for the business of the tribe as a whole. Only barons could enter this competition. And so, the higher-tier people wouldn't care too much about it, either. Hansen did not know about Narrow Moon, and so it was a guard who had to lead him there. The other 9 went there without an escort. When Hansen arrived, the other 9 were already there. They looked surprised that Hansen had a guard to guide him. Hansen looked at the 9 of them, and he was surprised to see they weren't all rebate. Amongst the 9, 3 of them were of a different race. It seemed the rebate had alliances with other races. No one made an effort to speak with Hansen, but he didn't mind that at all. He felt far freer, that way. Not long after, the three planets positioned themselves like a triangle. In the center, between them, a vortex manifested. It looked like a black hole. The rebate had people guide Hansen into the vortex. When a white light began to beam from the vortex, barons could enter one at a time. Hansen was put in last place. And seeing that 9 of the barons had already entered, he did not hesitate to go in. As soon as the white light flashed again, he leaped inside. After Hansen traveled through the wormhole, he found himself on a planet of sorts. He raised his head to the sky and noticed he was unable to see stars or moons. This wasn't Narrow Moon. He was on a lone planet in the galaxy. This planet was different from other planets. There were just plain fields stretching out until volcanoes rose out of the earth in the distance. Each volcano was dozens of miles away, and there were no mountains. Not even the slightest hill. As Hansen looked around him, he heard a big boom noise come from the closest volcano. It sounded like a roar, and it spat out a pillar of light. It wasn't just the nearest volcano that was erupting, either. It was every volcano he could see. With all those pillars shooting into the sky, it was a sight to behold. But Hansen knew something was wrong. When the volcanoes erupted, there was no rising ash cloud or seeping lava. The column of light just shot up into the clouds and made them bright. They covered the entire sky. The volcanoes only erupted for a minute before stopping. Then, there were no pillars to be seen. But in the sky, the clouds were still getting brighter and brighter. They started to empty, unleashing a torrent of rain from above. And when the rain drew near, Hansen could tell something was really wrong. It wasn't just water he was seeing. The rain was a bevy of knives. There were short knives, long knives, narrow knives, big and black knives, wing knives, flying knives. All those different types of knives were falling from the sky, until they hit the ground, covering the land in their abundance. Hansen was shocked. There was nowhere to hide or take shelter amidst the knife rain. The best he could do was block. Hansen did not have a weapon. He had wanted to bring a knife with him so he could use tusk, but Isha said there was no need to. Now he understood why. This place had nothing but knives. Seeing that the knife rain would soon reach him, Hansen grabbed one out of the air right before slashing the volleys away. The knife rain only lasted a few seconds. Hansen blocked all the knives assaulting him, and when he looked around, all he could see were knives for miles around. It was something of a knife treasury. The knives were real, too, not illusions. Hansen picked up a winged knife and a big black knife. One of them had been made from steel, and the other had been made out of some other metal. They felt good to wield, and as Hansen used them to block the last of the falling knives, he could see marks left on the blades by the repeated collisions. The weaponry was real. Hansen lowered his head and searched for a better one. Don't search. This is just the first round, so their quality will be bad. If you want a good one, you're going to have to wait for the 7th round. Assuming you last that long, that is. A rebate man approached Hansen, speaking coldly. Hansen looked at him. He looked quite handsome, and he had black bunny ears. He was holding a knife that was shaped like an arrow. He must have picked it up from the rain, as well. What's your name? Hansen asked the rebate man. Black Steel, son of Black Moon King. The man stared at Hansen, going on to say, 2 years ago, I begged my father to meet with Knife Queen. I hoped she would accept me as a student, but I was rejected. Hansen, hearing him say this, knew he was not a friendly chap. Trouble was coming. Black Steel, holding his knife, continued walking toward Hans Sr. The Queen took you as a student, but others have a tendency to say you are incredibly weak. I do not believe Queen would be so foolish as to accept one like that. You have to be superior, in some capacity. So, show me what you got. After that, Black Steel's knife came at Hansen swinging. It thrashed towards him like lightning. Black Steel's knife was not a teeth knife. His skills were very aggressive, though. The narrow knife might have looked ordinary, but it moved as if it could slay an entire army. Han Sen's hand swung the winged knife. It looked like he was slashing, but he wasn't. It looked like he was stabbing, but he wasn't. It looked very creepy as it approached Black Steel's neck. Black Steel swung his narrow knife, and they both collided with each other. The two knives were broken. I did not expect you to have learned Queen's teeth knife. Great. Black Steel's eyes looked on in excitement. He picked up a random knife from the ground and tried swinging it at Han Sen again. Han Sen still had his thick black knife, and he used it to employ tusk. The quality of the blade was bad, so it broke. They were both fighting amidst the knife rain. When a knife broke, they'd pick up another. Broken utensils were scattered all about. Black Steel was not losing, but he looked ill. Han Sen only used tusk, and he did not change up his tactics at all. But that simple skill still kept him in the fight with Black Steel, and he was not losing. To Black Steel, this entire fight was turning into something humiliating. He met Han Sen's eyes and said, "Is that all you've got?" "Yes. Before I met Queen, this is all I knew." Han Sen nodded. Black Steel was shocked. He stopped using his knife and asked, "When did she teach you this?" "A few days ago," Han Sen said lackadaisically. Black Steel looked even more confused, and he tried asking, "Aside from this skill, what others do you know?" "Others, but they aren't very popular." Han Sen could not expose the extent of his knife skill, but he was quite good. Black Steel looked at Han Sen with continued confusion. He threw his knife to the ground and said coldly, "There is no point in beating you now, then. I will fight you once you have learned all of the teeth knife techniques." Han Sen shrugged his shoulder. He was never interested in pointless fights. "What is this knife rain?" Han Sen asked Black Steel. Han Sen did not think he would be a difficult person to get along with. "Queen didn't tell you before you came?" Black Steel frowned. Han Sen shook his head. "Queen didn't tell me anything. She just told me to come here, and that was that." Black Steel quietly said, "Queen is indeed different. She has her own plans, though, I assume. If she didn't tell you." After a pause, Black Steel went on to say, "These volcanoes are the graves of the knives. A lot of knives are buried here, and the knives come out when the tunnel is opened. They await a new master. We are here to select new weapons for ourselves. We are also being picked by the weaponry. There won't be good quality knives at the beginning, mind you. Later on, there will be a higher chance of finding good knives. But even so, they are rare. You need to get them, but also earn their approval. For that, you will require power and luck." "Where did these weapons come from, then?" Han Sen asked, with shock. "I do not know, but this portal opens once a year. Where the knives actually come from, I've never been told. If they are not chosen, they will return to their graves. They await the next host of participants in a year's time, with the hope they might be chosen," Black Steel said. "Does that mean the weapons we take belong to us?" Han Sen thought to himself. He wanted to collect a few, so he could give them to his family. It would be best to give them to his son, his grandson, and great-grandson, in case he could never return. "Our race has a rule, only one knife can be taken by each person." Black Steel looked at Han Sen coldly, as if he knew what Han Sen was thinking. "Oh, really?" Han Sen looked disappointed, but then he asked, towards the end, what might their level be? "Are any of them deified knives?" Black Steel's mouth twitched. He knew Han Sen was a greedy person, who was not even concerned with hiding that fact. He had no clue why Queen might accept a student such as this. "I don't know. The knife rain will fall once an hour, however. After the 7th rain comes, viscount class blades will become available. It'll be hard to dodge those knives." Across the years, no one has lasted longer than 10 rounds. The best knives that have ever been found were Duke knives. Black Steel answered Hansen's question. Duke class? That's not bad. Hansen nodded. Black Steel felt as if he had been talking far too much to Han Senator. Strangely, he was also in a brighter mood. He couldn't help but ask Hansen, did you bring any high-tier armor and weapons with you to this place? No. Queen said I did not have to. Hansen looked at Black Steel, and it seemed as if he had not brought anything either. Black Steel said, do you think a baron can block a Viscount knife rain? The knife rain is not like this, and it could last up to 10 minutes. When they fall down, they will come with the full strength of a Viscount's attack. Without high-tier armor and weapons, how well do you think you will fare in the blocking? Hansen looked at Black Steel without speaking. If the high-tier armor and weapons worked, Isha would have let him bring them. But Black Steel hadn't brought his either, so there must have been a reason for that. Black Steel continued by saying, it is actually pointless to bring them. Bringing those items will only help you last a bit longer. But if you bring other items to help you, the knives you wish for will not choose to follow you. They would sooner break themselves than allow themselves to be used by the likes of you. You have to use your own, raw power to obtain the weapon of your choice. It's all down to you, and a modicum of luck. During the 7th reign, maybe I can find an Earl weapon. After that, there might be Marquis and Duke. But they are extremely rare, and that really will depend on your luck. After Black Steel said this, he ignored Han Senator. He took off in the direction of a volcano. Where are you going? Hansen followed him. Black Steel seemed okay with this. Hansen thought following a guy who knew the way might be better than venturing out on his own. This way, he could definitely learn more. Let's go to the knife grave. There might be knives of a higher tier there, Black Steel said as he walked. Seeing Hansen follow him, he stopped and asked, why aren't you looking for them by yourself? Why are you following me? It'll take a while for things to reach the 7th round of knife rain. If I come with you, I can learn stuff from you. I will go find them by myself once we reach the 7th rain. Hansen laughed. Black Steel hummed and said, I'm afraid you might not even last 7 rounds. He might have said this, but there was no sign that Black Steel actually wanted to remove Hansen from his presence. He was headed towards the volcano. He was headed to Knife Grave. They walked side by side, and when they reached the volcano, Black Steel threw a knife at Han Sr. You are lucky. This is a baron knife for you. It is quite rare to find on the first round. With this, you should be able to last a few rounds extra. Thanks. Hansen swung his knife. The knife was smooth to wield. Black Steel ignored him and kept walking to the volcano. When he was halfway, he found another baron knife. It looks like you have an interest in knives, Hansen said with curiosity. The knife did not have the word baron written down on it, so, amidst all the knives that were there, he couldn't distinguish one from the other. Black Steel seemed to be able to tell with just a glance. That meant he was probably pretty good. Black Steel answered, I have practiced knife skills since I was young, and our family produces knives, anyway. So, I can determine the quality with ease. Good, Hansen thought. He then said, if you are that good, why don't we cooperate? You select a knife for me. Hansen thought there were too many weapons, as they were everywhere. Finding a good quality one would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. With a professional, things would go much better. Black Steel rolled his eyes and said, I help you pick and you do what? I will block some of the knife rain for you, Hansen said. Black Steel lifted his lips and ignored him. He sat down on a rock and placed the knife on his leg. He closed his eyes and waited for the next round to begin. Little Black, are you a rebate? And your father is a king? How can you not have teeth knife? There was still a while to go before the next knife rain came, so Hansen tried to talk to Black Steel. Hearing Hansen call him Little Black, his eye twitched. He held back the urge to cut Hansen down and simply closed his eyes. I know you must be the playful sort. I bet you like hitting on girls or something, to have skipped the years that would have allowed you to learn teeth knife. Hansen was curious. Teeth knife was so strong, so why was it that Roxfall Duke had learned it, whereas Blacksteel hadn't? Blacksteel's eyelids twitched. He stared at Hansen and said, Do you think everyone is as lucky as you? Teeth knife is a rebate skill, but not many people have the ability to practice it. Only 6 people know it right now, and Queen is the only one that is capable of mastering it. I want to learn from her, but she does not think I am capable of learning it. You can go and find the other 5, Hansen said. Blacksteel hummed and said, I want to learn from the best. If I can't learn it from her, I won't accept it from anyone less. Queen recommended that I learn another skill, anyway, so I don't need teeth knife. What is the skill you are learning, then? Hansen asked. Blacksteel coldly said, Cut steel knife. That sounds powerful. Is that the skill you were using? Hansen's eyes opened wide. He was looking quite shocked. Blacksteel saw Hansen was only pretending to be shocked, so he could extract more information, and felt his own eyelids repeatedly flicker with a twitch. He stood up and focused on getting to the top of the mountain. Little Black, where are you going? Hansen asked as he followed. I have a death wish. If you are afraid of dying, then I recommend that you don't come any further. When the grave erupts, you'll be slaughtered, Blacksteel said coldly. Then, he went ahead to reach the peak. Hansen did not believe Blacksteel was going to die, and he was quite happy to have finally met someone with a fine temper. He wasn't going to let him go off quite so easily. So, Hansen followed him up to the peak. It was like a real volcano there. When Hansen looked down, it looked like a meat grinder beneath him, with a sea of knives all lying together. They lined up like the layers of teeth within the maws of a monster. It was a scary sight to see. At the bottom, there was a red juice. It was lava, presumably. The weapons appeared to be ticking out from the liquid. Little Black, can we find a weapon amidst those? The weapons are all together, right? So, the good ones should be easier to find. Hansen couldn't take his eyes off the knife grave. Blacksteel coldly said, If you aren't afraid of dying, you can certainly try. Hansen thought his life was more important. He wasn't familiar with this place, so it was best not to risk it all by trying to venture in. While Hansen was thinking about this, Blacksteel was actually climbing down already. Little Black, why are you going down? Hansen looked surprised. I am not afraid of dying, Blacksteel said simply. He was clutching a knife as he made his descent. Hansen decided to follow. The knives were all crisscrossed, and the places you could grab onto were just the blades. It was like you were climbing a knife mountain. Fortunately, those blades were fairly poor. They were like the ones that had just fallen in the first rain. And since the dull knives weren't currently falling out of the sky, they weren't really dangerous. Little Black, Hansen said, just as he felt the blades start to shake. The steel juice at the bottom was beginning to bubble and boil. It looked ready to fly upwards. Blacksteel gave Hansen a signal to be quiet. He stayed silent, and then the knives and the steel juice became calm. Hansen tried to copy him and kept on climbing. It seemed like Blacksteel had brought him here just to get him to shut up. The lower they got, the sharper the knives became. They were surrounded by knives now, and if the knives started to move, Hansen and Blacksteel would be turned into pincushions. Even if the knives didn't move, Hansen could imagine the fate that would await him if he slipped. But Hansen was not afraid, and neither was Blacksteel. In reality, he had nothing to be afraid of. He could always fly for a short time, and here, that would be enough to get him to safety. And furthermore, he had the Taurus shield. There was no way that the blades of a baron could harm it. Then again, if Hansen used the shield, he wasn't sure if the knives would still want him. They climbed down quietly, getting closer and closer to the steel juice. Black Steel had only decided to come here because Hansen had asked so many questions. The curiosity of wondering if there were any knives being born also played a part. But there had only been one reign, and the good knives wouldn't be revealed just yet. Hansen wasn't too hopeful. When he looked at the seething steel juice, he saw a pitch-black horse knife resting halfway within the liquid. The air was insanely hot that close to the liquid steel, but the sight still gave Hansen the chills. Hansen was thinking, that's a good knife. The knife was inside the steel juice. Hansen tried reaching for it, but he was short by 2 arm lengths. He didn't dare to move suddenly. If he shifted his weight too much, it would undoubtedly make the knives move, and the grave might even erupt at a faster pace. Even if their bodies were built of steel, they would still be sliced and diced into dust. Black Steel frowned. He thought the horse knife was a Viscount-class weapon. If he got it now, it would help him reach the 7th round. It was difficult to find a weapon such as that before the 7th reign. That knife might even carry him all the way to the 10th round. If he gave up now and waited until the eruption, the knife might end up at a random location several hundred miles away. It'd be hard to find it. But there was no way he could reach it. Just as Black Steel was giving up, Hansen came down next to him and got his attention, then grabbed his arm. Black Steel understood what he meant. Hansen wanted to lift him and let him reach out for the knife. Black Steel didn't hesitate. He grabbed Hansen's hand and lowered himself down. Hansen grabbed the nearest blade and let Black Steel dangle slowly downwards. Black Steel's fingers were so close to the prize he wanted, the horse knife. His forehead dripped with sweat, knowing that he was making a risky move. If they did something to detonate the grave, they would die right then and there. Black Steel's hands weren't shaking, though. He got close to the horse knife that was still half within the juice. And very carefully, he drew the knife out. He moved with precision, bringing the knife out slowly to avoid creating waves. It took him an entire minute to remove it fully. Suddenly, a drop of sweat dripped off of Black Steel's face. It fell into the steel juice, and then, shah! White smoke billowed up. The steel juice bubbled. The knives began to rattle and shake. They were pointing at the pair, freezing them in place. After a while, the knives and the steel juice settled down again. Black Steel put the knife away and nodded up at Hansen. Hansen acknowledged Black Steel's signal and then slowly pulled him up. He brought him back to the wall of knives they had come down from. Black Steel was now carrying his new knife, which was slung across his back. He signaled Hansen, and then they climbed back out of the volcano. They did so in tandem, as quietly as they could. When they both climbed out of the knife grave, Black Steel looked relieved. His clothes were soaking wet. The stunt they had performed was too dangerous, and he had very nearly been killed. Black Steel looked at Senator. He noticed Hansen standing comfortably beside him, as if he was entirely unshaken. Like he wasn't bothered by the risk they had just taken. His forehead was dry and without sweat, like nothing at all had just happened. I don't know if he is ignorant or arrogant, Black Steel thought to himself. Regardless, his view of Hansen was starting to change. You own half of this knife, so we should talk about how best we split it. When they were down off the mountain, Black Steel pointed at the knife and said this. I don't need it. Consider that my service fee, paid in full. When I need to identify one for myself later, perhaps you can help me with that. Hansen smiled. Do you know what knife this is? Black Steel asked. Hansen shook his head. What is it? The weapon lacked an energy signature, and with Hansen not being an expert, he could not discern the level of the blade. This is an Earl weapon, Black Steel said. An Earl? I thought it might be higher. I need one that is at least a Duke. You can help me find one like that, okay? With a bit of luck and a sprinkle of hope, it'll be a king. It'd be even better if it was deified. Hansen looked grossly dismayed, and he didn't seem to think much of an Earl knife. Black Steel slung the knife back over his shoulder and just ignored Han Senator. He found a place in the foothills to sit down, where they could wait for the next round of rain. It took a long time for it to come, but it looked set to begin again soon. While they were talking, a loud noise sounded. The knife grave erupted and a pillar was fired into the sky. Then, the rain of knives began to fall. Black Steel took out his horse knife and chucked a Baron class knife to Han Senator. Han Sen's Baron weapon swiftly rose to knock away the knives that were falling from the sky. That round was mainly about using ordinary weapons. So ordinary, not even Baron weapons were necessary. They got through it with ease. Why don't we enter the knife grave again? Perhaps a high-tier weapon might now be found, Han Sen suggested. Black Steel shook his head and said, after the second wave, many of the weapons on the walls are barren. Their power will be stronger. If you touch them, they'll immediately start rioting. Unless you can fly in and out, you won't be able to get back down there. Han Sen looked disappointed, and he gave up on the idea of heading back. Together, they both endured another 2 washes of knife rain. After the 5th storm, Black Steel decided to head to the mountain and take a look. He looked at the knives in the mountain, and then returned. Little Black, does your family have a deified knife? Does anyone have deified treasure in Narrow Moon? Han Sen asked, curious what the young man would answer. Black Steel just ignored him. The best way to deal with Han Sen, he had now figured, was keeping quiet. After 5 waves of rain, it would still be difficult to find another Earl weapon. If their luck wasn't too poor, they could at least find a Viscount weapon. Black Steel wanted to find a Viscount weapon right now. They walked around for a bit before stumbling across 3 others who were also in the pursuit of another weapon. Those 3 saw Han Sen and Black Steel, and decided to come over to greet them. Black Steel, why are you with him? A rebate with gold ears looked at Han Sen and then frowned at Black Steel. I stand with whoever I choose to, Black Steel said coldly. The woman looked a little said after the rebuttal, and a rebate man that was beside her said, Black Steel, don't be so arrogant. You are only the son of Black Moon King. If you are as good as you pose yourself to be, how come Knife Queen did not accept you as a student, instead of this useless outsider? A strange-looking outsider laughed and said, he couldn't become Queen's student, but he can be friends with the student himself. Huh. Maybe when he gets close, he thinks Queen will soften, and then accept him as the next student. Black Steel pulled out his knife and swung it with rage. The outsider raised his knife and fought back. But he only had a Baron weapon, and it was quickly shattered by the horse knife. To the outsider's shock, he was then cut in half. His blood spread across the ground. Is that an Earl's weapon? The man and woman trembled. They looked right at Black Steel's horse knife. The man yelled at Black Steel and said, Black Steel, are you really killing people here? Do you think you can do anything you please? Whoever insults Queen will die, Black Steel said icily, not even looking at them. The man and the woman were still reeling from shock. It was supposed to only have been a bit of chit-chat. If this event went public, it'd be a death wish. But if people knew it was the outsider who had insulted Queen, they would think Black Steel had performed a good kill. Huh. The man hummed and did not say anything. He looked at Han Sen and said, the student that Queen accepted must be decent. I want to learn from you. The man no longer dared to provoke Black Steel, who had an Earl weapon. So, he was going to take out his angst on Han Sen. You own half of this knife, Black Steel said, before tossing the horse knife to Han Sen. The man was angered by this, and he said, Black Steel. You. Han Sen threw the knife back to Black Steel and smiled. I am Knife Queen's student. Using this would be bullying, so instead, I'll use this. After that, Han Sen picked up a random knife off the ground. It was ordinary, and didn't even have a rank. Isha told Han Sen he had to prove himself if he wished to obtain more resources. So, Han Sen wanted this opportunity to show off. Now that this man had willingly delivered himself on a platter, Hansen wasn't going to let this chance slip away. The man, who was named Gauss, looked at Hansen angrily. If Hansen had been using the Earl horse knife, he assuredly wouldn't have been as enraged as he was now. But Hansen wasn't using the horse knife, and neither was he using the knife he had been keeping with him. He just picked up a random blade off the ground. It was insulting, and that only fueled Gauss' anger. I want to see how cocky you can get. Gauss brought out his own pirate knife. It was just a little bit shiny. That was a Viscount weapon. He had managed to find it after the Fourth Reign. He was just a baron, though, and he couldn't make use of all its power. Still, the knife itself had a grand sharpness to it. With Hansen now making use of an unranked knife, it'd likely crumble and break if the two knives collided. Hansen didn't really care, though. He swung his knife and thought it was pretty great for what it was. It was stable to wield, and it was definitely the sort of knife you'd use for chopping. Why are you standing there? I thought you were going to teach me a lesson. Come on, Hansen said to Gauss. Gauss' face looked grim. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and tried to attack Hans Senator. The pirate knife came like a shadow, trying to ensnare Hansen like a net. Gauss' knife skills were good. The power and speed showed off a high level of experience. His technique was no weaker than Teeth Knife, as well. Teeth Knife was not just focused on prowess, though. It was the technique itself, and how it revolved around that teeth power, that made it stand out. But Gauss was going after Hans Senator. Hansen might have looked young, but he was like an ancient beast. Hansen's skill and experiences could not be remotely compared to what Gauss had endured in his lifetime. The scary thing was that they were both barons, yet Hansen's fitness was far higher than Gauss or any other barons. There might have been some who were as strong as Hansen, but they didn't belong to the rebate. No rebate baron had that level of power. Seeing Gauss' knife net coming down to land on him, Hansen stepped forward. He held up his knife and let the net fall onto it. Gauss was shocked. His skill was called Shadow Knife, and rather than creating a real net, it made illusions. Many shadows fell from the sky, but one of them would be lethal. Normal people would not be able to tell which was the real shadow and which were fake, so most would retreat and attempt to block. This was the first time he had seen someone so willing to come against it where they stood. You would need a lot of confidence to stick to your guns like that. And all the shadows Hansen bumped into were illusions, too. He somehow avoided the real knife. How did he know where my real blade was? Gauss was shocked. He moved his body with the desire of striking again. But it was too late. The others watched as Hansen leaped through the net, raced over to Gauss, and drew his knife like a cobra strike. The sides of Gauss' neck had feigned cuts in them, as if he had actually been bitten by a snake. Blood seeped out of the bite marks. Gauss held onto his neck as he stumbled back. His face turned pale. The woman that accompanied him looked shocked. She couldn't use Teeth Knife herself, but she recognized it. Hansen was using Tusk. All it took was one meager strike to heavily damage Gauss. In Narrow Moon, Gauss had to be in the top 5 of his class. His Shadow Knife was not as good as Teeth Knife, but it was still fairly infamous. Gauss also had a Viscount weapon, and the woman struggled to believe he had been unable to block Hansen's attack. Let's leave. Gauss stared at Hansen as he clutched his bleeding neck. He turned to leave. He knew if Hansen had attacked any deeper, he'd have been a dead man. When Gauss had left, Black Steel turned to Hans Sr. When you fought me, you didn't use all your power. Weren't you doing the same? Hansen smiled and dropped the knife back on the ground. He went on to say, let's go. We should see if we can find a better knife. The knife rain itself will be harder to deal with than those people were. It'll be terrible if I don't get a good one. Oh, and if you can, could you teach me how to identify knives? No, Black Steel refused. Then he walked forward to continue their search for a decent knife. Hansen shrugged his shoulders and followed Black Steel. He saw the weapons all about and noticed that they didn't radiate any power. All he could see was that they each looked different. Black steel hailed from a family of blacksmiths. Before the 6th round, though, he found a Viscount weapon. Black steel gifted the leaf knife to Hans Senator. When Hansen held it, he thought it felt different from the others. The texture was different. In a hall that looked palatial, a rebate man slowly approached and looked at Knife Queen. Why take a student like that? That's not very you. Moonwheel King, why should you care about which student I accept? Isha responded evenly. Moonwheel King smiled. You don't have to answer to me on what students you accept, but you gave out resources that belonged to the rebate. For this, you must provide an explanation. Is my student not worthy of a spot in the space tunnel? Isha said. Your student might be worth hundreds of slots, but he is an outsider. Things aren't so simple. Do you really want to raise him? Moonwheel King asked. That is my business. Don't worry about it. Isha looked cold. I just want to remind you of our rules. Don't forget them. No one controls the entire race. Not you. Not I, Moonwheel King said slowly. I know better than you do. There's no need for you to remind me. Good. Moonwheel King smiled and then left. Seeing him leave, Isha frowned. The things he said could not have been just him talking. Other kings must have been whispering in his ear, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered coming. Hansen, it is all down to you now, and how far you can go. Isha sighed. Even now, Isha was not entirely sure whether or not she should commit to developing Hansen. Isha pursued an investigation of the story of genes. Revising something so complicated was difficult, and could even yield dangerous results. But if no changes were made to it, learning it would be too hard. Raising Hansen to Duke level would be easy, and the resource costs would not be too hefty. But the story of genes made things far more complicated than she had anticipated. And raising Hansen to Duke had been far more expensive than she expected. There was nobody around, except for a few guards outside the tunnel's entrance. But Narrow Moon had a lot of people watching the exit, and that included the kings. They wanted to know more about the student Knife Queen had accepted. They wanted to know what made him so impressive that Queen herself would raise him. They were different from the ordinary rebate. They did not believe Knife Queen would spend so much time and resources on some random noob. They were guessing Knife Queen wanted Hansen's deified feather. And although one deified feather could not make you deified, it had deified genes. It could still help semi-deify an elite. Look at the time. They should almost be out by now. Inside the garden, one rebate king was looking at the exit, talking to himself. The black vortex flashed suddenly, and someone came out. The rebate who were watching the exit looked shocked, seeing this person. Why is it Gauss? Everyone was surprised. Of the 10 barons that had entered, Gauss should have placed much higher. He could have been in the top 5, or even the top 3. But for someone like him to be the first one out, it was quite the surprise. Everyone looked at the weapon Gauss had taken. It was the pirate knife. Its power had been unleashed as it left the tunnel. And the nobles could see that it was a Viscount weapon. Just a Viscount? Many people were disappointed by Gauss' performance. Especially the one who had recommended him. You are injured. You need healing. The guard saw Gauss' neck wounds. Many of the elites felt as if something was amiss. The 7th knife rain should be happening about now. Gauss had a Viscount weapon, and he could have lasted another 2 rounds. There had to be a reason why he had come out now. Everyone looked at Gauss' wounds, and when they saw them, they were all in shock. Obviously, the cuts had been created by teeth knife. They were not infected by the teeth power, but you could tell they had been created by the teeth knife's tusk component. Gauss was injured by Hansen. Everyone was taken aback. Out of the 10 barons inside, it was likely Hansen was the only one that knew about teeth knife. It could only have been Hansen who had hurt him. A king that was sitting in the hall, watching the tunnel, looked strangely at the scene. It looks like the outsider students are not simple. If he had struck any deeper, Gauss would be dead. No baron should have the control and skill to be this precise. How long have you been teaching him? Moonwheel King frowned. Even Isha looked shocked, seeing the wounds on Gauss' neck. She had taught Hansen only once, for a few days. Hansen had used Tusk to defeat Gauss, but at the same time spare his life. Her student was better than she believed him to be. Just a few days, and he is capable of this? Is he really that talented? Isha thought to herself. As time passed, more and more barons emerged. Hansen was not amongst the ones that exited. It's the 10th reign and they still haven't come out? Moonwheel King frowned. It wasn't just Moonwheel King who was this surprised either. Other kings and nobles were still surprised to see that Hansen had not yet come out. If he hadn't died in there, it was interesting to consider the prospects of why he had not yet returned. I am sorry, Dark Moon King. I have disappointed you. In the hall, Gauss kowtowed before a king and looked very embarrassed. Hansen hurt you? Dark Moon King said coldly. Yes. Gauss did not dare to lie. Tell me what happened, and don't skip a single detail. No lying, Dark Moon King said. He looked fairly calm. Gauss' body shook as he explained what had happened. Dark Moon King frowned upon hearing the story. Just one hit? Knife Queen really put everything into that outsider. The rumors about Black Steel killing an outsider began to propagate, but no one spoke a word about it. Even the elders that had recommended the outsider did not comment on it. He had said something he was not supposed to, and Black Steel killed him for it. He had it coming. If Knife Queen heard what he had said, his fate would have been far worse. Everyone wondered why Hansen and Black Steel still hadn't come out. 7 of them had exited, and only those 2 were still living inside there. If they haven't come out, then that means they managed to make it through the 11th round. If they are lucky enough, they might be able to find a Duke weapon. Isha smiled. Hansen's performance far exceeded her modest expectations. With Hansen's performance, if she wanted to invest in him, she'd undoubtedly take less pressure for the decision. Black Moon King was also happy that Black Steak was still going on. The other kings and elders felt differently, though. No one knew what they were thinking about. In Knife Grave, Hansen and Black Steel were scaling a mountain. They were looking for higher-tier weaponry. Black Steel looked happy as he took off running towards a knife he had spotted. After the 11th knife reign, there were so many knives on the ground. They were all over the place, and there was hardly a place to step. Hansen's feet walked across the handles, and Black Steel was standing in front of a knife. Hansen thought the knife looked fairly normal. But Black Steel looked surprised. He pulled it out carefully and held it with both hands. He happily said, "This is a Duke weapon." "It doesn't look like one." Hansen saw the dim-looking light of the blade, and felt impartial towards it. "We are in the knife grave. It is still sleeping, mind you, the power is suppressed. Once you leave this place, you'll be able to see how great this is." After that, Black Steel gave the knife to Hans Sr. "The knife you have wanted me to find you is this. Now, we no longer owe each other anything. You don't want it?" Hansen waved it around a bit. It felt great, but Hansen was not wholly satisfied. "There is still a lot of time to go, so there is the chance I'll be able to find another." Black Steel continued walking. He didn't look back once. Hansen followed Black Steel for a long time, and marveled at the amount he knew about the place. After the 11th knife reign, there were many more higher-tier weapons on the ground. But finding something of Duke class was still not a simple task. Aside from having the ability to spot one, you'd need more than a modicum of luck. On that giant planet, which was covered in millions of knives, finding a Duke weapon would be harder than finding a needle in a haystack. There were more higher-tier knives, but the ordinary ones still reigned in countless numbers. The ratio of good knives and bad knives didn't change, though. There were just more of both. Black Steel had randomly given Hansen the Duke knife, which had surprised Hansen. The land was wide. Hansen and Black Steel were like two ants afloat in a sharp sea. Knives were everywhere, and the sight of them made Hansen's eyes go funny. Hansen swore he had never seen so many knives in his life before. Time passed, and Black Steel was unable to find another Duke knife. He hadn't been able to find a Marquis one, even. It looked like the Duke knife had exhausted both of their luck. Boom! The ground began to rumble as the volcano of knives began to rattle and shake again. The pillar fired up into the sky and illuminated the clouds. It made the sky look like an ocean of lava. Again. Hansen shouted at Black Steel. He pulled out the Duke scimitar and looked up at the crimson clouds. Black Steel raised his head and stood up straight. He was holding two knives now. One of them was the horse knife, and the other was a short knife. The latter was an earl weapon. Boom! The lava in the sky rumbled and roared like thunder. The knives came soaring down, dripping with the steel juice of their origin. The sky was filled by what looked like an endless display of meteors. Hansen looked grim. They were all Viscount weapons, and they were accelerating as they descended to the ground with full power. Hansen was holding a Duke weapon, but its power was asleep. Hansen needed his power to activate it. But being the Baron he was, there was a limit to what he was able to do. So, all he had to rely on was the sharpness of the blade itself. In the 11th reign, Hansen had seen how powerful a Viscount's sword could be. He and Black Steel had barely managed to hold on and make it through. This knife reign was much scarier than the 11th, though, that much was for certain. Pang! 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 All the knives came racing down like a barrage of infinite missiles. They annihilated the earth as countless knives shattered into pieces. The scariest thing about all of this was how the knife rain was falling. It wasn't a shower, it was a full-on heavy rain that did not seem to relent. Hansen was waving his Duke knife. He clutched it tight, swinging at every knife that looked set to land on him. His finesse ensured none touched him. But Hansen only had one knife, and he did not have a shield. He cut the knives that were raining down from directly above, but he wasn't able to cut the ones that were in his proximity. The falling knives exploded when struck, shattering. Many were broken, scattershotting Han's senator. They gave him a number of cuts, proving his Baron armor could not stop them. Black Steel was faring much worse, though. Hansen had mutant blood power, so his wounds would not bleed. If he hurt his skin, he could still keep going. But Black Steel could bleed, and he was soaked with the many lacerations that covered his body. The knives rained down like a bombing run. It was scarier than the Blitz. At least bombing sometimes provided a gap or berth to breathe. These knives wouldn't stop for a moment. Hansen's Duke knife was sharp, but hitting those knives made his arm numb. His hands slowly began to crack. The knife rain, after lasting 10 minutes, showed no sign of stopping. Hansen and Black Steel were fighting the knives back to back. They both held aside, and slowly, things began to get better. This knife rain is lasting too long. We can't hold on. We have to leave. Hansen shouted, as he continued slashing and slashing. You go first. I haven't found the knife I am looking for, Black Steel said, while swinging his knife like a madman. I'll give you mine, and I'll take any, Hansen said. It's yours, not mine, Black Steel said calmly. Are you crazy? Hansen kept swinging his knife. You leave first, Black Steel insisted, continuing to wave his knife. F***ck no. Hansen slashed, cutting through a number of knives that were about to skewer his head. Boom! The sky trumpeted with thunderous sounds again. The lava in the sky seemed to explode. The rain poured from the sky. Knives. Countless knives. The knives came down like a torrential flood. They streamed down from above with the strength of a raging river. It'd be enough to destroy the sky and earth. Why have they still not returned? Someone asked from the entrance to the tunnel. Black Moon King had arrived before the space tunnel, and he was waiting for his son. When Black Moon King was young, he himself had entered the space tunnel. He knew how difficult the hardships were on the other side. Right now, those beyond ought to have been on the 12th round of rain. Since Black Steel hadn't come out yet, there were only two possibilities. The first option was that Black Steel was incredibly lucky, and he had found an incredible opportunity. The second option was that he was dead. In the past, Barons had only managed to reach the 11th stage, that was the height of their power. No one had ever successfully made it through the 12th. There was once a son of a king who was so ambitious, he stole a duke's armor and took it to Knife Grave. He wanted to see how many rounds the knife rain would ultimately last. But on the 12th round, the young man came stumbling out with the duke's armor mostly in tatters. When he was questioned, the Baron told his father that on the 12th round, the knives came down like an endless stream. Even his duke armor quickly broke down under the strain. The Baron had managed to escape right before the duke armor was entirely broken. If he hadn't gotten out in time, he would have been killed. That was why Barons never attempted to take duke armors with them. That young man's tale told everyone just how scary and powerful the knife rains could become. Black Moon King had already been waiting much longer than he had expected, but Black Steel was still inside. That was his only son, and he was incredibly worried. He stared at the black hole-like vortex. He was surrounded by many other nobles, eager to see the final result. His hands clenched into a pair of fists, as his own nails dug into his skin. He was never this nervous, not even when he was fighting someone. Isha was not in front of the tunnel, but she still frowned and stared toward the entrance. On the Knife Grave planet, the Knife River came down like a tsunami from the sky. It felt as if it was going to cut the entire planet in half. Han Sen and Black Steel's faces changed. They felt awful. They did not have duke armor, and neither did they have an escape route. Suddenly, the Knife River was practically above their heads. Black Steel lobbed his horse knife and took Han Sen's duke knife. Holding two knives, he jumped at the mass of the river and yelled, "Run!" The knives came at the river like a whirlwind, tearing apart the skies. Black Steel managed to cut the Knife River in half. It was only for a second, though, and the Knife River swiftly managed to bridge and refill the divide. Catcha! With the impact he brought against the Knife River, Black Steel's Earl weapon was broken against the tide. His hand bled, as a result his other hand that was clutching the duke knife, now had a few crevices running across it. The impact with the Knife River was too strong. The duke knife was pushed to the side. The knives rushed by Black Steel like water. Black Steel looked at the Knife River and his eyes moved. He realized he would die this time, and there was no way out for him. Seeing endless knives line up together, so close to his body, it would only take a second for them to chop and dice him into pieces. But the knives suddenly stopped, and they froze where they were in the air. They hung there, motionless, blanketing the sky. The knives were almost into his flesh and his eyes, but the spectacle had all suddenly stopped. Shah! Shah! Suddenly, it was like time began running backwards. The knives reversed course. They moved 100 meters away before coming to a stop. The weapons started to spin, and so too did the ones on the ground. Countless weapons were spinning like tornadoes. They were everywhere, and Black Steel couldn't even have guessed how many there were. As the weapons spun, they also began to tremble. It seemed almost like they were afraid of something. Black Steel slowly turned around and looked at Han. Senator Han Sen's clothes were waving as he cast his knife mind. He looked like a beast that was on the verge of ripping the galaxy apart. How is that possible? Black Steel looked at Han Sen. Han Sen possessed a knife mind that was greater than that of Black Steel's father, Black Moon King. Even Knife Queen was likely inferior to him. Hansen now had Black Steel's horse knife. He had planned to use his knife mind and centaur shield so they could think about what they might do to escape the space tunnel. The effects of using the knife mind were more surprising than anticipated, however. It looked as if the knives felt his knife mind, and they sought to back off. Hansen no longer needed to summon his shield anymore. Hansen's knife mind came from the scabbard. The scabbard's knife mind originated with the rebate, their only deified elite. Hansen's power was far worse, of course. But even so, his knife mind was deified in caliber. Although it wasn't as good as the real thing, it was still good. The knives weren't creatures, but when they felt the knife mind, they were shocked. That was why they were shaking, and unable to leave. Suddenly, a knife fell from the sky and hit the ground. It almost landed on Hansen's head. Hansen fell back and dodged it. He looked down and saw the knife that was now protruding from a rock. The scabbard and the handle were all rusted, and there was no handguard at all. It looked like a steel rod that was just a little bit curved. Weird. All these knives are scared of the knife mind. So, why did this one decide to come down? Hansen thought to himself. He knelt by the knife, grabbed it by the handle, and tried to pull it from the rock. Hansen wanted to remove it from the rock and see what might have been special about it, but it didn't budge. He tried yanking it a few times, but nothing worked. "Little Black, why can I not pull this out?" Hansen asked over his shoulder, just as the knife jerked out of the ground. He tossed it to Black Steel for inspection. Hansen put away his knife mind. The weapons then seemed to lose all support, and they all fell to the ground. Within the proximity of 100 meters, weapons were everywhere. Black Steel looked at Hansen strangely, then he looked at the knife in his hands. Then he threw it back to Hansen, saying, "This is not a long knife with a scabbard. It is a knife's child or a knife stick. It isn't a knife yet. It's half finished. Even the knife blank has come out. Is it useful?" Hansen waved the knife blank. It felt good to wield, but it didn't seem to possess any strange powers. Black Steel looked at the knife blank and said, "It fell down like that without fear, so it is indeed something special. It will be a king class if it can become a real knife." After that, Black Steel ignored Han Senator. He went towards the knife mountain in search of another knife. "It sounds really good. How might I complete it, then?" "Your family is one of blacksmiths, right? Couldn't you help me forge it?" Hansen asked Black Steel. "This is a knife growing in knife grave. It has life. It isn't a simple material I can use for forging." "I can't do that," Black Steel answered. Ever since the 12th rain fell, the knife grave had stopped erupting. There were no more knife rains as a result. Black Steel scaled the mountain, and he searched for over 6 hours. Finally, he found the king-class weapon he had been looking for. As they fervently searched on the inside, the people on the outside grew increasingly worried. This was especially true of Black Steel's father, Black Moon King. Black Steel had been overdue by many hours, and he still hadn't come out. It made Black Moon King's forehead sweat profusely. "I am afraid they will be unable to return. At this time a 15th rain will have come. At that strength, not even a duke would stand a chance of repelling it. They were too greedy. They should have come out by now. Poor Black Moon King. He only has one son." As everyone discussed the matter, a white light emerged from the pit of the black hole. 2 people soon came out, shocking everyone there. It was Hansen and Black Steel. Black Moon King was made incredibly happy, but only for a single second. Then, so coldly, he asked, "Why are you only conning out now? What did you get?" Black Steel and Hansen were shocked to see so many people had been waiting on them. Black Steel heard Black Moon King's question, and so he brought out his new weapon, drew it, and presented it to him. He said, "Please take a look, father." When Black Moon King saw the knife, he froze. He didn't pick it up, and he had to try to contain his excitement. With forced calmness, he said, "This is your knife. Activate it yourself." "Yes." Black Steel spoke with respect, and then he inserted his power into it. The knife Black Steel had brought out looked a little weird. It had been made of bone, from the looks of it. The body of the blade was very straight, but also 4 feet long. The width of the blade was greater than a man's hand. Black Steel held it with both of his hands. He put his barren power inside of it, and then the bone knife roared the roar of a dragon. And then, sword light flashed across the sky like a dragon in flight. It roared and zoomed around. Buzz. Buzz. Everyone present, who was carrying a knife, looked down as their weapons made strange noises. All the other knives were responding to the bone knife. King-class knife? Everyone was shocked, and Black Moon King laughed out loud. His son had found a king-class weapon. In all the time the rebate had controlled Narrow Moon, such an event had never occurred. Throughout all those years, with many rebate and many different races, so many talented people had gone there. And yet, none had ever emerged with a king-class weapon. But this time it had happened. Black Moon King's son had done it, and that weapon had accepted his son as its rightful bearer. Black Steel was weak, and he couldn't use the weapon's true strength, but as he grew up, it would adjust. They would grow and become more accustomed to one another, until one day, all of its power could be unleashed. This was something so many people could only ever dream of accomplishing. Black Moon King wanted to laugh his head off. He was thinking he'd dream of laughing, too. "Black Steel, what will you name it?" Black Moon King asked with a smile. "I would like to name it Dragon's Back," Black Steel said, as he sheathed the weapon. "Dragon's Back. Good. 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 Ha. Ha." Black Moon King said good 3 times, and then laughed. Black Moon King, congratulations. Many other kings congratulated Black Moon King. Bringing out a king-class weapon, and then getting approved by it, was a grand achievement. It was a big thing for Black Moon King, and it looked like Black Steel could be a candidate for becoming the master of the 11th star. Even Moonwheel King and Isha nodded. Black Steel's luck and growth were good for the future of the rebate. After a while, people realized another person had emerged from the tunnel. Black Moon King was in a good mood, and so he smiled at Han Sen and said, "Han Sen, what did you bring with you? Let us take a look." Everyone looked at Han. Senator He and Black Steel had come out together, so there was a chance he had gotten a king-class weapon, as well. The chance of that happening would be slim, though. You would need much luck and travel to find one. You couldn't get it by just standing there. But the longer you stayed in that land, the higher the chance you would have of being able to find one. Han Sen didn't deny what he had earned. He was going to draw it out, as it was a requirement for everyone's weapon to be registered. Hiding it would be pointless. But as he clutched the handle, he felt as if something was wrong. The knife blank had been like steel. It was really rough, and it felt as if Han Sen was clutching a coarse rod. But the handle Han Sen grabbed now was very delicate. It was like the tusk of an elephant. It did not feel like the knife blank it had been earlier. Han Sen frowned and drew it out. It was not the knife blank he had seen earlier. The knife he was holding gave off a purple mist. It was a scimitar, and it looked like the fang of a devil. The knife looked as if it was something made from solidified bad luck. It looked like your blood would be drained by that knife. Han Sen turned around and looked. The knife was still on his back. He felt weird and thought, "Oh no. Why is there another knife? Where did this come from? I thought people said only one knife could be carried out. If I knew I could bring more than one, I'd have brought enough for my mom, wife, son, sister, grandson, little angel, and Xia Qing." Seeing Han Sen's knife, Black Moon King's expression became strange. He said, "Han Sen, see if you can activate this power." Han Sen nodded, and then he put his strength into the devil-looking fang. The scimitar was activated. It didn't roar like Dragon's Back did. There was not even a wheeze. There was no light shining into the sky, all that could be seen was a dark purple aura. Buzz. Everyone's knives leaped out of their scabbards at about half-length, and they all rattled and shook. It didn't feel as if the knives were responding to Hansen out of respect, it was as if the knives were all alarmed. They were like dogs, jerking to their feet to scan the area out of fear of something dangerous. It was instinct. Buzz. The knife on Black Moon King's belt was halfway out of its sheath, and then, it suddenly made a cruel noise. It was the sound a beast might make when encountering another that was encroaching on its turf. Soon after, Black Moon King's knife was not doing that solo. The knives of the other kings started to appear hostile, too, as they all looked at Hansen's new blade. The blades didn't appear afraid, instead, they just looked very hostile. Many nobles were shocked by this. They looked at Black Moon King, because he knew more of the knives than any other rebate. Black Moon King fondled his knife, and eventually it calmed down and retreated into its scabbard. Then, he told Hansen, "It's okay. But put your knife away now." Hansen pulled back the power he had put into the knife to activate it. He was still holding his knife, though, because he had no scabbard for it. Black Moon King looked at the scimitar and slowly said, "This is a king-class weapon, but it is too brutal. I am afraid bad things might occur if you were to use it. Be careful in your handling of this." When people heard that this was a king-class weapon, they were shocked. 2 people had found a king-class weapon this time. The other barons that had left Knife Grave earlier looked at them jealously. The luckiest amongst those was a marquis. No one else had managed to even get a dupe-class knife. Hansen and Black Steel had drawn out 2 king-class weapons, and the others were pretty sore about it. "My king, why would you regard this as unlucky?" Hansen asked. He believed in these sorts of superstitions. Hansen hadn't believed in this sort of thing originally, but after meeting Wang Yuhang and Cheap Sheep, his opinions had certainly changed. Black Moon King quietly said, "This knife is a murder weapon. It has a murderous presence. If it was an ordinary knife, it all depends on how the master uses it. But this knife has too much of an evil aura of its own. If someone tries to use it, and fails to command that evil spirit, they will be infected and consumed by its nature. The wielder might be drawn to doing unusual things." "By the way, what will you name the blade?" Black Moon King asked. "Its name is Ghost Teeth." When Hansen activated the knife, a mind or presence came from the blade, telling him its name. Black Moon King nodded and said, "If you can activate its power and learn its name, that means you have been approved. Perhaps its evil will have less of an effect on you." Isha and Moonwheel King were both looking at Hansen's Ghost Teeth knife. Moonwheel King frowned and spoke to himself. "That is an evil knife. I'm not sure if it'll be a good or bad thing for us, in the long run." Isha frowned, as well. She had studied Teeth Knife, and she could feel that Ghost Teeth had a connection or matching with Teeth Knife. If Hansen used Ghost Teeth with Teeth Knife, the power would be stronger than if he was to use another knife. It should have been a good thing for Hansen to have this knife. But that knife itself certainly felt too evil. Hansen's level was too low for it, and she was afraid that Hansen might not be able to handle the evil power. There was something else that was worrying her, too. She had taught Hansen Teeth Knight, but Teeth Knife was a private skill of the rebate. It was created by a rebate elder, after all. It was perfect for the body of a rebate, but even so, not many of the rebate were able to practice it well enough to command its true power. Hansen was an outsider, and while it wasn't hard to learn an ordinary skill, operating teeth powers should have been close to impossible for him. Without teeth power to suppress that knife, the evilness would undoubtedly grow stronger. It was difficult to say how it might ultimately affect Hansen. Hansen heard Moonwheel King speak, and he looked at the ghost teeth knife and noticed nothing evil about it himself. "Why do you have a knife on your back?" Black Moon King saw the knife blank on Hansen's back. He could only see a part of it, but he assumed it was a knife. When Black Moon King said that, everyone was shocked. Everyone knew you could only bring one knife out. If you tried to bring two, you wouldn't be allowed out of the tunnel. But there Hansen was, with two. At the same time, everyone craned their necks to get a glimpse of the knife blank on his back. It's not a knife. It's a knife blank, Hansen said, pulling it out and holding it in his hands. Everyone was shocked. It was a knife blank shaped like a steel rod. It was not a knife, and they had never heard of something like this before. People usually brought out simple knives when coming out of knife grave. They hadn't seen a knife blank before. It doesn't count as a knife? Is that why it was able to exit, as well? What is that thing for? Planet Knife Grave's knives have a life of their own. You can't reforge that. The Black family used to repair broken weaponry, but they didn't work successfully. And knives that had a life would lose it by the time their work was finished. They would end up like normal knives. If it is a knife blank, it can become a knife, right? A duke that was a friend of Black Moon King said, "My king, do you think this thing can be forged into a knife?" Black Moon King looked at the knife and did not answer him. He looked glum and spoke to Han Sr., "Let me take a look at this knife blank." Hansen passed it to him without hesitation. Black Moon King looked serious as he took the knife. He inspected every inch of it, looking very concerned. Other nobles could see this was strange. They all held their breaths, seeing Black Moon keenly inspect the knife blank. They wondered what he could see in it. Black Moon King nodded slightly, then shook his head. The nobles around were confused, and they weren't sure what that meant. No one was going to ask now, though. They were happy to wait until Black Moon King finished his investigation. They were still very curious about the knife. Black Moon King inspected the blade from top to bottom, at least 10 times. He eventually gave out a long sigh, and with an ashamed tone of voice, said, "It is a shame." Black Moon King, tell us clearly. What about it is a shame? Night River King couldn't help but ask. Black Moon King held the knife blank and said, "Planet Knife Grave is more like a museum for knives. No one knows where the knives come from, but they are relics from a long ago eon. They weren't forged, and the grave is just a container. Their numbers don't change. So, when you take one out, there is one less there. New ones aren't generated. We know that. But what does that mean?" Night River King looked annoyed. As Black Moon King continued looking at the knife blank, he sighed and said, "This knife blank is an anomaly. I am not sure why such material exists there, in the grave. The surface of the planet has been soaking in knife mines and knife airs for so long, this knife blank was generated. Give it a bit more time, perhaps a few thousand years, and it might become a real knife. And on top of that, a king-class weapon. It is a shame it was brought out so early. It is just a knife blank. Now that it has left the grave, there is no more knife air or knife mines to cultivate it. I am afraid this knife blank might be ruined forever." Hearing him say all this, Night River King asked, "No one can finish it, perhaps through forging?" "It would be hard. Aside from Planet Knife Grave, where could you find a place with knife air? And the knives that come from inside there, they cannot be returned once they have left. I am afraid it won't become a true knife." After Black Moon King said that, he returned the knife to Han Sr. Although it is just a knife blank, and it doesn't have its own knife air and knife mind, it's still as sturdy as a king-class weapon. It counts as king-class, fret not. Many nobles and kings were very jealous, hearing this. Although it wasn't fully a king-class weapon, it had the makings of one. Han Sen had also received another king-class knife, as well, Ghost Teeth. He was the one who had emerged with the most rewards, following the trip inside. Despite their jealousy, the onlookers knew they couldn't say anything. It would be impossible to try to steal the items, too. Han Sen was Knife Queen's student. "Everyone, take your knives and get them recorded. Then we can return," Black Moon King addressed Han Sen and the other barons. "My king, we do not know what the knife blank's name is. how might we record it? A recorder asked Black Moon King. Black Moon King looked at Hansen and said, see if you can activate its power. Although it is only a knife blank, it might still have a mind of its own. Hansen nodded and tried to insert his power into it. It was different from how it occurred with Ghost Teeth. When Hansen used that malicious blade, he only needed a little bit of power to activate it. But this knife blank was like a black hole. When Hansen put power into it, nothing happened. Nothing even moved. The knife blank was like a block of steel, and nothing transpired. Hansen expected this, though. After all, the knife blank did not have a reaction to his knife mind. Hansen had a strong knife mind, but his actual strength was far weaker. It would be strange if Hansen could activate it through his current level of strength. Seeing the knife blank give no reaction, the others couldn't keep themselves from mocking the effort. It looks like it has no life, after all. It's just a rod of steel. This world is not as good as you might like to believe. There is no way you could have received a second King-class weapon. After your first, don't expect anything else. It has no life, but it is hard. You could still use it to practice. Hansen deactivated his powers. As he held the knife blank, he shook his head. Black Moon King thought for a moment, then said, if you agree to it, I myself can try and activate it. Yes, please. Hansen passed it to Black Moon King. Black Moon King took the knife blank and inserted his power into it. Black Moon King was a very powerful person, but not even he could incite a reaction in it. After that, Black Moon King shook his head and gave it back to Han Sr. It looks like the knife blank does not have a mind. It is a shame. Black Moon King turned around and said to the recorder, write down knife blank, then. After the registration was complete, Hansen said goodbye to Black Steel. He brought Ghost Teeth and Knife blank with him back to Planet Knife. He was going to meet up with Isha. Show me your Ghost Teeth knife, Isha said, nodding to the knife that was in his satchel. Hansen brought the Ghost Teeth knife out in front of Isha. Isha took it and put her power into it, and then, she frowned. When Hansen put his power in, it had incited a reaction with his knife mind. She had casually done the same, too, and while she was stronger than Hansen, there was no reaction. Isha frowned. She tried putting a lot of power into it, and eventually, Ghost Teeth started to rattle. It released a purple smoke before trying to escape from her hands and return to Hansen. Isha was shocked. Ghost Teeth knife only managed to escape while she was distracted, but that was not the point. The point was, her teeth knife matched with the Ghost Teeth knife. It should have felt her power and accepted her strength, but it resisted her and flew back to Han Senator. That was shocking. Isha did not know Hansen's teeth knife mind was stronger. The reason it selected Hansen was because of his deified knife mind. She was half a step behind him, so the blade did not choose her. Isha didn't try taking it again. She stared at Hansen for a while and eventually said, you did well. Put the knife away for now. A rule of the rebate says that if you have a King-class weapon, you can own a planet in the narrow moons. Get ready. Get ready for what? Hansen asked. Having a planet to oneself should be a good thing, but Isha's tone didn't make it sound as if it was. You are my student now, so I will take care of everything. But if you have your own planet, that means you will have to be on your own. I cannot take part in its development, and you will have to pay taxes. The numbers aren't small either. Isha went on to say, Narrow Moon has a lot of planets, but the good ones have already been taken by the current kings and nobles. There aren't many left to choose from. Only the poor and cheap planets, really. If you don't do a good job, make a lot of money, and pay the necessary taxes, it is likely that people will start laughing at you. I don't want a planet. I just want to be with you, and have you teach me, Hansen quickly said. It would be difficult for Hansen to find a backer with infinite resources like her. Who would want to give it up in exchange for ownership and residence on a no-name planet that wasn't developed? Isha looked at him coldly, and she said, "You are Knife Queen's student. I cannot allow you to hide away from hardships. Besides, this is a law for the rebate. You are required to go there. If you embarrass me, and you are unable to pay your taxes, I will deal with you myself." Hansen feigned bitterness, and he said, "Queen, I am just a baron. I don't even have a helper. How am I supposed to develop a planet by myself?" Isha laughed when she saw Hansen's expression. "Don't worry. You won't have to pay taxes for the first 3 years. It is only then that the taxman will come calling. Starting from the 4th year onwards, you will have to pay. The taxes won't be staggeringly high, but the amount you must pay will increase year after year. You are my student, so of course I can help you with this. And don't worry about the people. When you have ownership of a planet, you can recruit as many people as you want. The feathers have fallen, so many places are at war right now. It will be easy to nab a few of those." Isha smiled. Hansen did not want to go to those planets, but she wasn't going to give him a choice in the matter. This was something he had to do. Luckily, Isha said she would still continue teaching him knife skills. It made him feel much better to know that she wasn't entirely letting him go. Ghost Teeth Knife rejected me. Are his skills so talented it preferred him? But he is not of the rebate, so how could he have learned the teeth powers? It'd be good for him if he was able to. Isha watched Hansen as he left, and she retreated into thought. Night River King, Black Steel and Hansen received King-class weaponry. They can both have a planet. There aren't many decent ones remaining, so what would you like to do about this? An officer brought out a planetary chart and displayed it in front of Night River King. Night River King observed the chart and said, "Give Black Steel planet Scorpio." Planet Scorpio? That is a planet with many mines. There are a lot of rare metals there, and the ecosystem is diverse and balanced. Once upon a time, Roxfall Duke offered a grand sum in the hopes of its purchase. And you didn't accept his offer for purchase. Black Steel is a very lucky person. The officer laughed. Night River King smiled. Black Moon King is a blacksmith of the rebate. Black Steel is talented and has a king knife. He will be something big, in time. Providing him with this planet will be beneficial for the advancement of our race. It won't belong to him totally, though. Good thinking, the officer said, with a bow. And out of the leftover planets, planet Jade Shell is the richest. Shall we give it to Queen Student Hansen? Night River King shook his head. I have matters to attend to there. Give him planet Eclipse. The officer, when he heard it, seemed stunned. My king, there are no mines there. There is no water, and neither are there any plants. There are xenogeneics lurking there, and the weather is awful. Considering the number of xenogeneics that are there, it would be difficult for any viscount to etch out a living. A planet like this is for an earl or above. Wouldn't it be too cruel to give it to Hansen? Night River King hummed, and he said, Planet Eclipse may only have xenogeneics, but it is rich with them. He is lucky to receive this special treatment. After that, Night River King coldly laughed and said, Hansen is not one of our kind. And his genes are not stable. We cannot afford to spend vast amounts of resources on him. If it wasn't for Queen, I wouldn't provide him a planet at all. The officer gave a wry smile. Being sent to planet Eclipse would be a far worse fate for Hansen than being sent to a barren planet. Going to those poorer planets wouldn't be dangerous, but the same couldn't be said for planet Eclipse. According to the laws of the rebate, Queen couldn't directly partake in the development of the planet. Hansen needed to hire people himself. If he was unable to recruit folks of Earl rank or above, even getting started would be a monumental task. Anyone who went to that planet would be in perpetual danger. Will Queen agree to this decision? The officer carefully asked. I am in charge of planetary distribution. She cannot say anything about it. And if the boy has a problem with it, he can forget all about it, Night River King said coldly. Planet Eclipse? Isha, seeing what Han Sen was going to be given, frowned sternly. Her urge to help Han Sen was now greater than she expected it to be, and resisting it was difficult. If Planet Eclipse was owned by a duke or a king, developing it wouldn't have been too hard. But you would spend so much to earn so little, so no duke in their right mind would want to go there. It could be a treasure for barons and viscounts, but they wouldn't have what it took to develop the planet. Planet Eclipse was like a flavorless rib of chicken. Night River King gave Han Sen Planet Eclipse to cause him trouble. That much was obvious. And when Isha explained the situation to Han Sen, she told him, if you do not want to go, it is fine. If you want, stay and learn some knife skills with me. Isha was too proud and arrogant to give up easily, but she didn't want to explain herself either. If she told people she wanted to raise Han Sen up to be a duke, the elites would probably help her. But Isha's personality made her despise the act of explaining things. If people tried to stop her, she would be driven to accomplish her tasks all the more. After Han Sen heard about the planet he was to be given, though, his eyes shone. He bowed and said, "Queen, I would like to go there." "Really?" Isha looked at Han Sen with shock. She had already explained the state of Planet Eclipse to him, but he still wanted to go. That was a surprise. The magnetic fields of Planet Eclipse were a mess. There were frequent magnetic storms, so most tools did not work there. And there were many mountains on the planet, which rendered its landscape a complicated one. It was a harsh place to live. Many years ago, an earl had earned permission to develop this place. He built a base in a region known as Mirror Lake, and using that place as a hub, he went out and killed many Xenogeneics. But in under a month of being there, the earl led an expedition into the mountains and never returned. Not a single one of those members had come back breathing. The rebate, of course, sent others after them to pursue an investigation. One duke spent months in the mountains, searching for what might have become of them, but he found neither hide nor hair of the earl and his team. He eventually had to stop. Ever since then, no one had wanted to go to that planet. When Han Sen took over, he wished to make use of the base the earl had built, for starters. That encampment was a relatively safe place, when compared to everywhere else on the planet, and there only seemed to be Baron and Viscount-class Xenogeneics in the immediate vicinity to contend with. As long as Han Sen did not venture into those treacherous mountains, he wagered he'd do just fine. Still, killing Baron and Viscount Xenogeneics was never an easy task, especially for a Baron. Because Planet Eclipse's Xenogeneics were so diverse, there could be a variety of different species in one small area. They didn't operate like ordinary Xenogeneics, which kept to themselves or stayed in groups of their own kind. The situation was made more difficult because of the abilities they possessed. There were too many risks, so if Han Sen wanted to hunt there, he'd have to enlist many people to join him. He could only compete if he was very strong. Recruiting some members was the first thing Han Sen needed to do. Han Sen did not expect that he would find anyone good, though. Primarily, he would just be recruiting others for show. His real help would come when he brought Xie King and the others into this universe. As long as they didn't travel to the mountains like the Earl did, and used the defenses provided by the pre-established base, they could develop the planet over the course of the next 3 years fairly safely. Han Sen didn't want to think about the prospect of paying taxes just yet, and he didn't have to. The next 3 years were tax-free, after all. He'd allow Xie King and the others to get accustomed to the Geno universe first, and perhaps bring them up to Viscount. Queen sent out a flying ship and enlisted some men to go with Han Sen for protection. It would be a sour thing to hear if Han Sen was killed. Queen kept the ghost teeth knife in the palace, because it was not ideal for Han Sen to carry around a knife he could not yet use. It wouldn't help him, and there was a higher chance of the blade getting him killed than anything. Han Sen took the ship back to the war zone. There were still some areas on planet Kate that were safe. Han Sen went there and tried to enlist some of the Kate. Kate and humans shared quite a few similarities. It was easier for them to communicate and live with each other than it was with others. The Kate are a weak race, even compared with others of the weak race echelon. Is there any point in recruiting them? Duke Iceberg asked. She was helping Hansen get his foot in the door, but she wasn't fond of his decisions. She didn't want to interfere too much with Hansen's business, though. And Knife Queen had already told her not to influence Hansen's decisions too much. Hansen was given free rein to recruit who he wanted to. She shouldn't really help or advise him on such matters. The ship landed in one of those safer regions, and Hansen told the men to start recruiting those they could. Duke Iceberg, you can handle matters from here. I will go out and poke about, and see if I can find some other members, Hansen told him. Queen said we are only here to protect you on this ship, Duke Iceberg said coldly. I can take care of myself. Hansen waved and left the airship. Hansen walked around in the city and noticed that it was a mess. People moved furtively and often ran off when anyone else approached. Many of the shops and houses were now completely empty. The streets were quiet. Hansen decided to enter one of the vacant buildings. He found a room that looked fairly private, and then he brought out Little Invisible and placed him on the windowsill. Wait here and alert me if anyone shows up, Hansen told Little Invisible. The creature then appeared, nodded, and made itself invisible again. Hansen used his blood pulse powers and went back to the sanctuary. When he was back home, he summoned everyone and explained the situation regarding Narrow Moon. Xie King, Gu Qingqing, Little Angel, and all the others expressed a desire to go. Hansen hadn't been inside the building for long, but someone had been following him. He ran into the room that Hansen had teleported from. The person looked inside the room, but he did not see Hansen. He circled the room a few times, but he could not find anything. Weird. How could I lose him? The man looked glum. He was an earl that was a renowned tracker. He felt pretty bad about losing his tail on Hansen. He did not know how to explain to Duke Iceberg how he had managed to lose Hansen. Iceberg Duke had said she wouldn't protect Hansen, but Queen had told her that she had to, no matter what, that was her task. The shadow looked around the abandoned building and found nothing, so he left. Hansen decided to bring Gu Qingqing first. She was a very calm person, and he knew he could rely on her to not cause any trouble. Hansen looked at the window and asked, Little Invisible, did anyone come? Little Invisible revealed itself, and then the colors of its body began flickering like a movie screen. It showed Hansen what it had seen. Hansen saw the person who entered and knew it was the Earl. So this is the Geno universe? It's different from the sanctuaries. Gu Qingqing moved her body and felt strange. She wasn't used to the new atmosphere yet. For the time being, this place is safe. Generate your Geno armor here, and I will stand guard, Hansen said. Good. Gu Qingqing had eaten so many Geno fruits that if she had not forced herself to avoid it, she would have generated a Geno armor a while ago. Quickly, Gu Qingqing found herself wrapped up by a bronze set of armor. Once she began generating the armor, the process flowed smoothly. Her second evolution had begun. Not long after, Hansen saw a bronze sword appear in front of her. Her Geno armament was a sword, a fitting contribution for her focus on sword skills. Congratulations! Hansen was so happy. Gu Qingqing had become a noble on her first go, and that saved him a magnet fruit. I will walk around and sign up near your ship. Gu Qingqing then left the abandoned building. She was not scared of the foreign world she had just been brought into. In fact, she was quite curious. I hope they don't start up trouble while they're here. Hansen felt rather depressed. Gu Qingqing was pretty stubborn, and there was nothing he could do to put a leash on it. They had a good start, anyway, and nothing bad occurred. Hansen was confident, so he went back to the sanctuary and brought Xie King on through. Xie King was even faster. After going in, he generated his armor immediately. A silver liquid oozed out of his body and wrapped him up completely. He generated a set of silver armor. Just like Gu Qingqing, Xie Qingqing evolved for a second time without hassle or issue. When the Geno armor melted and became something else, he was left with a silver book. What kind of Geno armament is that? Han Sen's eyes opened wide as he looked at Xie Qingqing and his silver book. It doesn't matter. Let's head outside for now. Xie Qingqing could not wait to get out of there. Remember to get yourself registered at the airship. Han Sen called out to Xie Qingqing's back as he left. Okay. Xie Qingqing hollered, but he didn't look back. All he did was raise an OK hand signal. D***it. None of them are reliable. I need to find someone amongst them, that is. Han Sen went back to the sanctuary and brought out Little Angel. She was a true heir of his. But Han Sen had worried that Little Angel might end up like Golden Growler and get taken by some entity. Little Angel followed Han Sen's request and began her process of evolution. Han Sen was focusing more on his surroundings right now, and if there was any movement, he'd throw Little Angel right back into the sanctuary. Little Angel had two shapes. One looked like a human lady, and the other would become a blonde-haired, white-winged angel. As this was happening, Little Angel shone and became an angel. A holy light emerged from her body, providing her a holy light Geno armor. Before Han Sen could take a look at the armor, Little Angel was evolving for a second time. The holy light armor melted into her. Xenogenic. Han Sen was nervous, seeing this. He was worried there might be an issue with her evolution. When the holy light blended into her body, Little Angel's body began to glow. Even her bones were giving off light. Little Angel's body was mutating. This situation was mirroring what Han Sen had seen with Golden Growler. Quickly, Little Angel's body generated a set of angel armor. Before Han Sen could react, the holy light generated a transparent greatsword. Han Sen was frozen. Little Angel had indeed become a xenogeniac, but she still had a set of angel armor and an angelic sword. Little Angel's body now looked like that of a Valkyrie. And as this occurred, Han Sen suddenly felt something inside his pocket move. The deified feather flew out towards Little Angel. The feather hovered before Little Angel, and then burst into white light. The light drifted down and melted into the sword. The transparent greatsword displayed changes after the deified feather combined with it. The transparent greatsword started to change. It still looked like a greatsword, but its shape also became feather-like. It was like a white-winged feather sword. Its size was no different than it had been, however. Han Sen was frozen, but he was very happy. The power she had put her at the zenith of what was achievable by a baron. She was the cream of the baron crop, and her sword had absorbed the deified feather. This meant Little Angel could become a deified being, for sure. Han Sen had saved himself the trouble of trying to refine the feather himself. This was a rare thing. Little Angel exited from the xenogeniac mode and returned to the form of a human lady. Seeing this, Han Sen sighed. And he felt incredibly relieved, knowing what had happened to Golden Growler was not going to happen to her. Little Angel did not get consumed by the killing urge, and she remained the same. Little Angel, wait here. Han Sen wanted to take Little Angel back. Letting her out alone was most certainly unsafe. Back in the sanctuary, he brought the Silver Fox through. Next, on such a harsh planet, they'd most certainly need Little Silver's healing powers. Little Silver was the last to come through, but he was the one that had actually eaten the most Geno fruits. So, he could generate his Geno armor right away. Little Silver stood motionless with a very elegant posture. The silver fur rippled and waved with a silver liquid. It blanketed his whole body and made him appear stiff like a statue. The Silver Fox's evolution stopped here, though. He did not evolve a second time. Little Silver looked disappointed in himself, and he walked over to Han Sen for comfort. He rubbed Han Sen's leg vigorously with his head. Han Sen crouched, stroked his head, and said, "It's okay. Being talented is nothing. With me here, no matter what becomes of you, you will be the best in my eyes. Hansen then gave Little Silver the juice of a magnet fruit. Little Silver's Geno armor showed some form of movement. His silver fur began to melt and move around his body. Is he turning into a xenogeniac as well? Hansen felt rather nervous. The silver fox was not Little Angel, so he didn't know if Little Silver would remain his former self. The silver light blended into Little Silver's eyes, turning them into a pool of silver. Lightning flashed and flickered through them. Hansen was shocked. He thought Little Silver's evolution would occur around the tail, and he didn't expect it to be his eyes. The eyes grew brighter with a silver light. The light dissipated after a while, but his pupils remained silver. When you looked closely, you could see the presence of a silver light within them. Hansen had only planned on bringing the four of them to Planet Eclipse, but Zero also said she wanted to go. So, he brought her along with him, too. Zero had done a lot for Hansen's family, and she never complained or asked for anything, so Hansen could not reject her request. Zero didn't say much, and when she arrived in the Geno universe, she went to generate a Geno armor. But before she could start, something happened. Zero first generated her white Geno armor, then underwent the process a second time. There was no pause between the sequences. Her Geno armor simply melted and reshaped itself into a white knife. It looked like a dagger made of bone. As Hansen found himself joyous in the realization that Zero could evolve a second time, her bone knife suddenly cracked. It gave him quite a shock. What is this? Why did the Geno armament crack all by itself? Hansen did not understand. When he wanted to check on her and see if she was injured in any way, the energy surrounding Zero changed all of a sudden. Her black eyes turned purple, and then that color of purple started to spread. Quickly, Zero's hair was overtaken by the purple dye. From her head, two horns protruded. Zero. Are you okay? Hansen was worried, but fortunately, Zero wasn't wounded. She had simply turned into her Shura self. When Zero became Shura, a substance oozed out of her body. Then, she began generating another Geno armor. She can generate another Geno armor? Aren't her human and Shura bodies one? Hansen wondered to himself. This was different. Zero's Geno armor had become purple, just like her purple horns. The texture was similar between them both, too. The process was a success, just like it was last time. They became Geno fluid again, as well, but this time it did not reshape itself as a knife. It went right into Zero's body. Xenogeniac? Hansen was worried. Zero's situation was a complicated one. Through the first process, she became a noble. This second time, however, she was becoming a xenogeniac. Hansen did not know how that would ultimately affect her body. The purple substance went into Zero's body, and her whole body showed changes. A purple smoke was emitted, and its cloud quickly obscured Zero. Inside it, he did not know how she might be evolving now. As Zero was evolving to become a xenogeniac, far away in space, inside a black hole, there was a man with purple horns practicing. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Planet Kate. He looked shocked, and then he frowned. Weird. Why did that feeling only last 1 second? Would any of my heirs like that exist? The man looked confused, as he couldn't feel anything anymore. But the man cared little for it. With that thought lingering in his mind, he continued his practice. A man was standing on the roof of Hansen's abandoned building, looking up into the sky. He seemed interested in something, and he said, "Interesting. The creatures around that guy are interesting." And he managed to get someone who was able to refine the deified feather. And it wasn't a feather. And now, a person has emerged whose power is able to wake up an elder. Luckily, I got here quick and averted the trouble. Kong Fei had felt it when Little Angel refined the deified feather. So, he teleported there to save Hansen from a particular crisis. Hansen was in the room, waiting for Zero to evolve. Kongfei was on the roof of the building, drinking alcohol. The space around the building seemed different, but you couldn't quite put your finger on what that difference was. Half an hour later, Zero's purple mist cleared. Her face did not seem to display much difference, and everything about her was still purple. There was no visible difference now from before she had transformed. When Zero's purple smoke had faded entirely, she looked like a human again. "Zero, are you okay?" Hansen asked, looking at her body. Zero shook her head. She summoned the white knife in her hand. It was the bone knife she had generated. "The knife is still here." Hansen was shocked. He thought the Geno armament had shattered after the cracking, but that did not seem to be the case. Zero nodded and shook her head again. She wasn't really sure what to say. Hansen knew she was not hiding anything from him, and that she really did not know how to phrase what she wished to say. "So," he said, "we can talk about it later. Let's go back to the ship for now." Hansen did not bring any more people with him this time. He could bring many more, but he figured that this would be enough for now. Hansen did not want to let Zero, Little Angel, and Little Silver leave the building yet, in fear of something happening to them. So Hansen walked out with them. He walked around town and recruited a few Kate, just in case his companions looked a little too obvious and strange. Interesting guy. The man on the rooftop watched Hansen leave, then he smiled and jumped back into space. The city was in ruins. There were no more people to collect, and after walking around, Hansen realized there was nothing worth hanging around for. Cities like that, aside from ones where the Kate army had gathered, were notoriously difficult places to find barons. Even if they had been there when the feathers fell, they'd have been recruited by others by now. They wouldn't still be hanging around. When Hansen's group arrived at the ship, Hansen noticed that there was more life gathered around the ship than there was in the rest of the city. Many of the Kate were in front of it, hoping they could get on. But Hansen wanted to recruit barons only, so they were all stopped. The people were begging profusely, right outside the ship, hoping that those on board would change their minds and consider letting them on. "Please take me away. I can do anything you want. Please, at least take my child. Only she needs to be on. Didn't I tell you guys clearly? We are hiring people to develop a harsh planet. Not even barons might survive there, and you think you guys will?" One of the workers tried to explain the matter to the crowd, but the people outside did not quit their constant begging. Hansen frowned as he walked forward. Icebird Duke saw Hansen had brought two little girls with him, and she frowned. She thought the lady Hansen had brought was stronger than an ordinary creature. But it was just a baron, so it was still practically useless. She wondered what Hansen's true purpose was. His stated reasons had seemed rather flimsy. If Hansen really wanted to recruit people, he wouldn't have come here. Now, seeing two pretty ladies, Icebird Duke looked a little upset. She thought he had to be up to something. "Icebird Duke, did you recruit anyone?" Hansen asked her. "We have 16 so far," Icebird Duke said. Hansen was surprised. He thought it was too many. He hadn't thought there would be so many barons there, either. Hansen told them to take him to see the enlisted barons. They were mostly comprised of Kate, but there were other races in their midst. Hansen smiled grimly. "Do you think I am stupid? Would there really be that many barons wanting to join me?" Hansen thought if there were that many, a lot of them had to be faking their abilities. If not around half of them, then perhaps each and every one. "It looks like a lot of people are interested in me," Hansen said simply, and they just kept recruiting who they could. They were to also wait there for the arrival of Xie Qingqing and Gu Qingqing. Over the next few days, Hansen was able to recruit a few more barons and also 4 viscounts. "Come in, if you so desire. I need a lot of pawns." Hansen laughed coldly in his mind. Hansen was accepting all who would lend their services, and it didn't matter if they were being honest. On the 4th day, he saw Gu Qingqing draw near. A day after that, Xie King finally arrived. With those two accounted for, Hansen felt a great relief. They didn't show that they knew each other, and they pretended to be just like the other random barons. They bunked in the general quarters among the other recruits. You guys are so annoying. Didn't I tell you we recruit only nobles, and not ordinary people? A worker felt annoyed, and he pushed a woman away who was trying to climb on board. The woman lost her grip and fell to the ground. She was also clutching her 4-year-old girl. She begged and begged, pleading at the man's feet with tears rolling down her face. Please, at least let my child come on board. I will do anything. Get lost. The worker wished to push the woman further away, but the woman grabbed hold of his leg and held it tight, and there was little he could do to shake her loose. The worker was enraged by this behavior, and so he used his other leg to kick her away and send her tumbling back onto the asphalt. Mom. The little girl held on to the woman and cried. The woman still wished to beg the worker for a place on the ship. She had no choice, as there was no better fate that awaited them on planet Kate. The planet was falling apart, and there was nowhere else for them to run. There weren't many other ships arriving, so she had no choice. The worker had been annoyed by these desperate refugees over the past few days, and he'd grown numb to it. He wanted to kick the woman away, as he wasn't the one who decided who was allowed on board and who wasn't. Children, and mothers with children, are allowed on. But there is something you need to know. We are bound for a dangerous place, a place far more dangerous than here. If you come, you will have to follow my commands. This is a decision you will all have to make. Hansen's voice boomed from the top deck. Iceberg Duke frowned. What do you want to do with these people? The genes of those kids won't allow them to become nobles. There might be 1 out of every 1,000. And with them being so young, they will be nothing more than a burden. I'm here to recruit, yes? Hansen laughed. Iceberg Duke did not say anything in response. Her thoughts and feelings towards Hansen merely soured all the more. Kids and their mothers were allowed on board. And while Hansen had told them to consider the dangers, they didn't think there was any better option available to them. If they stayed, they might end up as thralls to some slaver. Even if there was danger ahead, there was every chance they could start a brand new life on a brand new planet. Not many people could fit on the ship. And even with just the kids and their mothers, the seating capacity was overloaded. Hansen had to go back to Narrow Moon. This is bad. If it wasn't for the Taurus attacking the Kate, things wouldn't be this bad. And while they are small in numbers, they are a race that enjoys killing. The Kate were just unlucky. A baron sighed. Hansen did not say anything, and he just told the mothers to look after their kids. They had to follow Hansen's commands, no matter what. If they didn't, they'd face punishment. The ship flew back to Narrow Moon. They brought the refugees to the Mirror Lake on planet Eclipse. That was the only place a ship could land. The magnetic storms were too powerful to approach from any other spot. Attempting to land anywhere else would end in tragedy. The base was made out of stone. It was quite big, the size of a large castle. But a lot of dust had collected in the time since its abandonment. Luckily, it hadn't fallen apart, though. The doors were still sealed tightly, as well. There was no chance of a xenogeniac sneaking inside. Once they entered the base, Hansen asked the mothers and kids to clean the base. They were poor, but they still had to survive. They couldn't expect pay, and they knew they had to pull their weight. Isha only promised to give Hansen half a year of free resources. If he needed food half a year from now, he'd have to buy it out of his own pocket. He needed to focus on gathering enough resources to be self-sustainable in 6 months' time. After Iceberg Duke delivered the resources, she took her men and left planet Eclipse. Did the recruitment process go well? Isha asked when Iceberg Duke returned. Iceberg Duke frowned and said he recruited 39 barons and 4 viscounts. He also recruited 267 commoners, comprised of just mothers and their children. Adding to that, most of the barons and viscounts are simply spies. It was a big failure, if you ask me. Really? Isha smiled and did not say anything. My queen, can you teach him? If he goes on like this, he won't make it 6 months. He'd be lucky to get past 3, at this rate, Icebird Duke said. Isha said coldly, he is my student, but he should still make these decisions, by himself. If he cannot handle this the way he chooses to, why would I waste the resources I already have on him? Han Sen's group used the first few days after their arrival to get set up. They hadn't spent any time trying to hunt yet. That night, however, a shrill scream was heard. When Han Sen arrived to investigate, a baron was on top of a young Kate mother. The Kate woman's clothes had been torn off. She was resisting, and she had been injured. Her voice was breaking. What are you doing? Han Sen looked at the baron expressionlessly. Seeing how many people had gathered, the baron let go of the woman's arms. He stood up, smiled, and said, Master, I just want to have some fun with this slave. I have been here for a few days, and I think I'm going to get sick if I don't. Get on your knees and apologize. Beg for her forgiveness. Han Sen looked at him without emotion. The baron didn't do anything. He just laughed it off. Master, she's just a cheap civilian. Things don't have to be like that. There were many people gathering. There were mothers, kids, other barons, and viscounts. They all turned to look at Han Sen. How is he going to deal with that baron? If he punishes him, it'll scare off many of the other barons. If the barons are expected to lay down their lives for Han Sen on this planet, and they aren't even allowed to touch a woman, I doubt many will want to hang around. But at the same time, if he doesn't punish him, his reputation and standing will most certainly be lowered. This is a bad situation, no matter which way you look at it. Inside the room, a viscount looked at Han Sen and the baron, measuring it all. He looked interested in what would happen. Other people were waiting to hear Han Sen's solution to this problem. With a situation like this on his hands, his way of solving it would tell them a lot about the sort of person he was. The men and women were conflicted. They were very scared about what was going on, and they were afraid they'd all end up like the mother. They didn't think they could protect themselves, and neither could they protect their kids. Now, all they could do was rely on Han Senator. If Han Sen let this baron go, then that would put them in a very bad situation. Han Sen looked at the baron and did not say anything. He pulled out ghost teeth knife. Killing a baron would not require this knife, but this situation was more complicated than it seemed. And so, Han Sen held it. Han Sen had gotten it back from Isha a few days ago. So, this was his first time drawing it out. I can give you one chance. Use your power to block my strike. If you do, I will pretend nothing happened. Han Sen looked coldly at the baron. The baron looked shocked, and he said, Master. It is just a commoner woman. If you want, I can give you 100 extra. Han Sen smiled, holding his knife. He approached him. Without emotion, he responded by saying, It does not matter how many there are. They are my property, and no one touches my stuff without my explicit permission. I will kill whoever does. I gave you the opportunity to live, but you brushed it off. Now, I am giving you a second chance. Again, block my strike, and you can go free. You will become the first one who has ever touched something of mine and lived to tell the tale. Seeing Han Sen approach, they all noted how angry and murderous he looked. So, the man summoned his Geno armament. It was a shield. The baron was thinking, you are just a baron, too. You can't use the power that weapon possesses. You might be stronger than me, but do you really think I cannot block a single one of your attacks? Many of the other barons and viscounts thought Han Sen was being rather cruel. But at the same time, he was giving the man a chance to live. They were both baron class, and that man had a shield Geno armament. If Han Sen sought to kill him, it'd be very difficult to do so in a single hit. If master insists, I will just block a strike then, the Baron shouted, propping up the shield in front of him. Hansen was in front of that Baron now, and he looked at him coldly. Hansen swung his blade. Because Hansen was not a viscount, the ghost teeth knife did not possess an aura. This was to be a raw, plain hit. The Baron roared and used his shield. Catcha! Ghost teeth knife broke through the shield as if it was cutting up a plank of tofu. The Baron fell back. His Geno armament had broken, and he coughed up a vat of blood. He didn't look too injured. It was just the tip of his forehead that had been cut. There was a red dot there. Thank you for sparing my life. The Baron bowed before Hansen and looked cocky. Many of the barons and viscounts looked on in disdain, telling themselves, he really needs us to develop this planet. I knew he couldn't kill a baron like that. It was all just for show. Hansen did not say anything. He just put the knife back and stared at the Baron. The Baron tried wiping the blood from his brow, but he couldn't clear it. His wound kept bleeding, and the look on his face slowly changed. Quickly, the wound spread from his forehead. His skin began to crack and split on his forehead like a spiderweb. It spread down to his neck, and from there, it ravaged the rest of his body. The wounds were cracks that slowly separated, exposing his fat and muscle. Arg! The Baron fell to the ground, screaming in agony. The feeling of his skin being slowly torn apart was worse than anything a single cut could deliver. Please forgive me. The Baron was screaming and squealing, trying to beg for his life. The pain overtook his vocal cords, distorting his words. I gave you a chance, Hansen said quietly. He did not even blink, and then he returned to his chamber. This was not a night one could easily sleep through. The skin of the Baron was ripping itself to shreds. Chunks of flesh fell off, bit by bit, with the man calling out for aid all night. He only stopped breathing when the next morning rolled. When others went to see him, the flesh was spread everywhere. All that was left were his bones. The skeleton was still breaking apart, though. The bones were cracking, and a few days later, they were nothing but firm bits on the ground. Everyone was scared. Dying like that was a far worse fate than a simple, quick death. Nice kill, Gu Qingqing said. If she had been the one to kill him, his fate would have been even worse. After that, the barons and viscounts were all scared. The mothers and the kids really appreciated what Hansen had done. But they now understood that their lives were entirely dependent on Han's senator. If Hansen objected to them being played with, no one could do anything to hurt them. But if Hansen wanted them dead, they wouldn't be living. They'd be killed pretty badly. The 6th day after their arrival to the base, Hansen summoned everyone to a plaza. He had been busy over the past few days, writing out the document of ground rules he dubbed the Han family discipline. If there was no rule of law, the place would not be considered complete. It'd be impossible to gather people of different cultures and races, and expect them to live together in harmony, if there weren't any rules established. Hansen had brutally killed a baron, and the other barons and viscounts had behaved awkwardly, following the deed. They wouldn't disobey one of Hansen's orders, but they also wouldn't fight and prove their worth to him as hard as they would have otherwise. So, now, Hansen summoned everyone together. On the stage, he said, I don't care where you came from. I don't care who you are. From now on, you are a servant of the Han family. Everyone here is equal, and there are no exceptions to that. The barons and viscounts were not happy to hear that. One viscount frowned and hollered back, Master. We are here to depend on you. We are here to be managers, not servants. Hansen looked at him coldly, and he replied, There will be managers, but you are not yet qualified. So, for now, you are all servants. What must we do to become a member of your higher class? The viscount looked dim, and he coldly laughed. He seemed to mock the concept. Hansen told Zero and Little Angel to roll out a copy of the discipline sheet and post it in the plaza. These are my rules of discipline. If you want to be a part of the management team, the qualifications are posted there for your viewing. I hope you will remember the words written here, because they will affect your current way of life. I gave that Baron a second chance yesterday, but now that you know the rules, if that happens again. Don't blame me for what I do, Hansen said darkly. Everyone moved forward to look at the scroll. Viscounts, barons, women, and their kids all went to read it. The viscounts and barons looked enraged. It didn't take long for them to realize that being a servant meant they would not receive any preferential treatment. Aside from a place to live, everything cost money. The Xenogeniacs they hunted would have to have half shared with Han Senator. If they sold their kills to Han Sen, they wouldn't receive money. Instead, they'd receive points. Those points could be spent in the base. They could get what they wanted with them, and by collecting enough, they could earn member status. Amidst family members, however, there were also ranks. The lowest one was only a little bit better than a servant. The higher your tier, the greater the benefits you would receive. But the points required increased more and more, after each upgrade in status. By the end, there was a whole lot of digits required to level up. Even though they were servants, though, Han Sen would still pledge to protect them. The women and kids would have to work for points, too. But Han Sen would give the women and kids separate work. They could do the brushing up, for example. Han Sen would give the children free food, too, if they needed it. Mr. Han, what kind of rules are these? We were brought here to be managers. We didn't sign up for hard labor. I am a viscount. What you are doing is far too much. What kind of family requires their very own employees to pay so much? I am a viscount. Wherever I go, I am offered weaponry. In here, you want me to pay for my own food? What is this? After the viscounts saw it, they all began to rabble amongst themselves. They all become angry. These are the Han family rules, take them or leave them. If anyone breaks the law established there, you full well know what will happen to you, Hansen said unsympathetically. Hansen thought they were all spies, anyway. He planned to use all their power in whatever way he could. If that is the case, then I am going to leave, a viscount said coldly. He wasn't even referring to Hansen as his master now. Yes. We are going to leave the Han family, too. The rest of the viscounts and barons all said the same thing. Hansen had killed a baron, but he was a baron himself. But right then, he only had 2 young ladies and a silver fox. With 4 other viscounts backing them up, the barons weren't afraid. Shut up! Hansen shouted. They were quickly silenced, and he went on to coldly say, what do you think this place is? This is planet Eclipse of Narrow Moon. It is my planet, and it is Knife Queen's place. You cannot just come and go. I am telling you, you are all my servants right now. And without my permission relinquishing you from my service, you will be my servant, even in death. Hearing that, the barons and viscounts looked poorly. They were all spies, and they knew about Han Senator Knife Queen had given Hansen 12 genal fluids for him to become a baron. She even let him enter the space tunnel. Hansen was a famous person, and he also had ghost teeth knife. They did not believe Knife Queen would leave him in that place without any protection. Knife Queen was ignoring Hansen right now because she wished to train him. When he was in danger, however, she wouldn't sit and watch. They were certain that Knife Queen would do anything to ensure Hansen wasn't killed by his own servants. At this point, they were silenced. Even the viscounts were. If they were going to fight there, they would be at a disadvantage. Hansen was a dictator, and nothing good was going to happen to them. If you have no problems, then read up on the Han family rules. They come into effect today. You can explore, hunt, and clean, and for as long as you have points, you may benefit from the VIP service. After that, Hansen left with Zero and Little Angel. The 3 of them went into a warehouse, and there, they guarded the resources. Without permission, no one could go in or out. The women knew that if they wanted to live, they would have to work. So, they decided to listen to Hansen and bring the kids who were old enough to work with them. They did things like housework and cooking. The barons weren't like that, of course. Many of them simply decided to observe, whereas others decided to leave the base. For what purposes, they weren't sure. Gu Qingqing took the opportunity to visit the warehouse. When there, she laughed and said, "Aren't you afraid of those guys not sharing their resources with you? With the flesh they hunt, they can survive out there for as long as they want." Hansen smiled and said, "Those guys are just people, at the end of the day. They need entertainment, don't they? If they merely eat flesh and hunt for food all day, they'll go mad in less than 3 months. By the way, do you know if any of the women can dance or sing? You should find some pretty ones and open up a club. There, we can sell cigarettes and food. Or perhaps, if there are enough people, we can even open up a casino, so they can all have fun when they come back. I don't believe they are all honorable. This is too cruel. You'll be pushing the women into this wicked fire." Gu Qingqing looked upset. In this era, they are lucky to be alive. And it's not like I am forcing them to do anything, aside from sing and dance. If anyone touches them, mark my words, I will kill them. In this base, I make the calls. Unless the women are willing to do something more, of course. Then, things are different. Hansen laughed. They might be willing to? Little Angel asked. Little Angel, this world is a complicated place. You still have a lot to learn. We are all beings with emotions. Hansen laughed. Little Angel seemed as if she did understand, but she didn't say anything. After the women and kids were done with their work, they could eat. None of the barons and viscounts came to join them, though. Even if they did come, it'd only be to ask if the women had earned their points. They had stormed off in anger, after all. Over the next few days, not a single viscount or baron showed up. It seemed as if they were indeed going against Hansen. There were xenogeniacs all about in the wild, so it wasn't as if they would go hungry. Hansen chose to ignore their behavior, and he allowed them to do whatever they wished to. They couldn't do anything in the base, anyway. Hansen was not worried about the prospect they could make use of the xenogenic genes. They couldn't eat the mutated materials, and Hansen didn't need the ordinary flesh anyway. The xenogenic genes were what he needed. But there were not enough people, so Hansen let Little Angel and Zero stay with the women. And in the meantime, he got to practicing with jade skin. Hansen practiced quite a few Geno arts. The story of genes was the most complete, and he could turn it into a deified mode. The Dongxian Sutra had come quite a long way, too. He wasn't sure if he could take it to a deified mode yet, though. There was only one part to the Blood Pulse Sutra. After generating the Geno armor, there wasn't anything more to it. So, Hansen did not have to concern himself with it right now. Once he reached Viscount, that would change. Jadeskin didn't even have its Geno armor yet. There hadn't been a breakthrough on the 3 previous Geno arts. So, he wanted to practice with Jadeskin. It shouldn't have been too difficult to study the second part of Jadeskin, to generate the armor he wished to. Aside from learning Jadeskin, he went to learn knife skills from Isha. He wanted to learn more about Teeth Knife, so he could use it in combat. The barons broke down faster than Hansen thought, as well. In half a month, someone snuck into the base and cashed in their points. And with the points, they decided to buy cigarettes, food, and water. Mirror Lake's water was drinkable, but it didn't taste good. So, more people were willing to purchase water than they were food. When they first came to Planet Eclipse, they didn't dare walk too far. They hunted the creatures that were nearby and collected much xenogenic food. Even so, some people were injured. And they had to cash in materials for medicine. Some of them had not even bothered killing anything, and they still ended up injured. For those instances, the wounded would have to pay with their own money. The barons usually stayed together in a large group, and yet, hunting baron foes would see them injured. Hunting there was a difficult task. Hansen didn't care about that, however. All he wanted to do was practice with Jade Skin, right now. Gu Qingqing and Xie Qingqing were out and about hunting. Gu Qingqing always went solo, and she never cooperated with anyone else. Xie Qingqing, on the other hand, had gotten close with the barons. Hansen noticed this, because Xie Qingqing's armor was special. That made him popular with the others by default. After a month, the barons and viscounts gave up fighting out in the wild. They collected the xenogeneic materials and cashed them all in for points. Although everything they had collected so far came from Baron xenogeneics, it was a good start. Hansen finally achieved the breakthrough he was looking for, too. Jadeskin made a movement as his body generated a mystic substance. Hansen generated a geno armor that looked like ice. The ice melted and became a geno fluid that went into his body. Hansen felt a chill when it melted and entered his body. But he felt a power welling in his bones, and changes began to occur. His body became semi-transparent. You could see the flesh and muscles inside, even the organs. He was like an iceman. After half an hour, his body returned to normal. With his body looking like a normal human being again, he felt much relief. If his body was crystallized, and he was stuck in that state, it'd be pretty scary. Hansen tried out the xenogeneic jade skin. It was different from the Blood Pulse Sutra. Activating Blood Pulse left him looking human, but using jade skin transformed his body into jade. His body would toughen up, and his speed and strength would be greater. It's time to take a look outside the base. Hansen planned to test out his new abilities. Hansen had a bunch of maps to go out with. That was something else the barons had cashed in for. He had never been out before this, but he now had a firm understanding of the geography. He picked a place to visit, and then set out alongside Little Silver. Then, they disappeared along the west side of Mirror Lake. Hansen was going to a mountain in the west. Supposedly, a group of xenogeneics resided there. There were 6 of the creatures, but they were said to all have different powers. A dozen barons had tried hunting the group of xenogeneics, but their attack had not killed a single creature. One baron had even lost his life, and the others limped off with injuries. 80% of planet Eclipse was covered by clouds. The magnetic storms were constantly unstable, and they were always shining with volatile power. Tools were almost useless in those conditions, and satellites in orbit never wore happy face because they could not see what lay beneath those clouds. That was one of the reasons Hansen made the decision to come here. While it was hard for him to watch other nobles and track their movements, it was also hard for others to watch him. But Hansen did not mind his inability to keep close watch over the nobles, as he had never planned on keeping tabs on them anyway. Not long before Hansen left the base, one of the viscounts decided to follow him. The viscount's name was Lake, and he was of the fairly small ink cloud race. That race did not even have its own planet, and they were just a faction of creatures scattered across a number of different planets. It was extremely rare for them to have a viscount. But there was more to Lake than it seemed. When he became a viscount, he was treated very well, and he received a lot of special training. Lake came to planet Eclipse with the sole purpose of assassinating Han. Senator assassination in Narrow Moon was difficult, but planet Eclipse would be his best chance. Hansen was only just a baron, but still, Lake patiently followed after him. When he attacked, he needed to kill Hansen in a single strike. He didn't want to slip up and give Hansen the chance to resist or draw his king-class weapon. Hansen could not use all the power of the weapon, but its presence in combat would still be annoying. Hansen brought Little Silver with him on his excursion into the mountains. The creatures around there were far too messed up, and he couldn't be sure that the maps the barons had drawn for him were entirely accurate. Far away, Hansen caught a glimpse of a few creatures near the mountain. They were the xenogeneics the barons had described. Upon closer inspection, Hansen noticed that there were 6 of them. There were big ones and small ones. Some were as big as an elephant, whereas others were as small as a dog. The bodies of the xenogeneics were all different as well. Some had 4 legs, whereas others stood up on 2 legs. Some were like creepy bugs with wings, while others had 6 arms. Despite their variety, they all shared one physical attribute: there was a shell upon all their backs. The shells didn't look too sturdy. Hansen heard the barons tell him that when their weapons hit the shells, they did not deal much damage. And that was why the barons' attack on the creatures had completely failed. Hansen watched them for a while. He pulled his ghost teeth knife from his backpack. The scabbard he had was broken, so he carried the knife drawn. Ghost teeth knife possessed ghost teeth powers. Normal scabbards could not house it, and they'd usually break after a few days. Hansen was fairly annoyed by that aspect of the blade. He did have that spare scabbard he could use, but he didn't dare to. If Isha saw it, the jig would be up. Hansen had hidden that scabbard in the sanctuary instead. When Lake saw the mountain Hansen was heading for, he frowned. There was nowhere to hide there, and if he followed Hansen up there in plain sight, his presence would surely be discovered. Hansen had brought a silver beast. Lake thought Hansen was being very arrogant, thinking he could take on 6 xenogeneics under those bare conditions. But Lake could also use this opportunity to gauge the true extent of Hansen's power. The strike Hansen used to kill the Baron had drawn its strength from the weapon he used. It wasn't an effective measure of his true strength. It's fine with me if you want to get yourself killed by xenogeneics, so I don't have to do it. If you don't die, though, I'll help you along. Lake looked calm. He was taking his time as there wasn't any particular rush. Hansen's presence was soon discovered by the xenogeneics up ahead. The 6 xenogeneics perked to a state of alertness and roared. They looked murderous, and they all ran straight for Hansen like a pack of wolves. Hansen moved straight towards them with an unfaltering speed, knife raised and ready to strike. Little Silver was coming right behind him. Quickly, Hansen closed the distance to his first xenogeneic target. He swiped right past the beast, with his knife swinging as he went. He did not stop moving. He swung ghost teeth knife from all manners of different angles. Within a second, Hansen had made his way past all 6 of the xenogeneics. They had all attacked in a different manner, but none had managed to land a single hit on Hansen. Catcha! Cracks formed in the 6 xenogeneic bodies, then widened as they began to seep blood. All of the beasts fell down, squealing and bleeding. Their lives would soon be over. Lake, seeing what had just occurred, was shocked into horror. He thought to himself, powerful teeth knife. Powerful ghost teeth knife. That power must stem entirely from his knife. Aside from the rebate, I didn't think any other race could learn teeth powers. Lake was happy that he hadn't blindly tried to attack Hansen without seeing this first. Hansen was a far stronger foe than Lake had initially believed him to be. He had ghost teeth knife, which meant a face-to-face battle would be very difficult. Not long after, the 6 xenogeneics were all dead. Hansen dug out the xenogeneic materials. Even if he didn't need them, the people back in the sanctuary could still use them. These xenogeneics are weaker than I thought. I should think about hunting down Viscount xenogeneics sometime. Otherwise, I won't be able to improve at all. Hansen put away the xenogeneic genes and looked over his maps. He looked for the locations where Viscount xenogeneics had been discovered. There were quite a few of them. Hansen selected a spot in which he could leave the mountain. He followed a path on the left because someone had spotted a Viscount xenogeneic that way. So, he was planning on going that way. Lake, seeing Hansen go that way, felt happy. Lake had made the report of a Viscount there. There were actually Viscounts there, but there were 2. He had only reported the presence of one. He was going to report it again to encourage Hansen to go hunting, but Hansen was arrogant enough to head there immediately with the hopes of fighting one. An opportunity. This is a rare opportunity. Lake was so happy, and he quickly followed after Hansen. Lake had made his mind up now. He was going to kill Hansen, even if the two Viscount Xenogeneics couldn't kill him on Lake's behalf. I just need to hide in one of Hansen's escape routes. When he tries to run from the Xenogeneics, he won't escape my assassination. He is a dead man. When they got close to the place the Viscount was said to reside, Lake hid himself on one of the paths. Hansen saw the gully up ahead, which had been correctly marked on the map. With Little Silver by his side, the two snuck into it. Hansen saw a sleeping Xenogeneic there. It looked like a Tyrannosaurus rex, with a ridge of exposed bones on its back. It looked like a mix between a Tyrannosaurus rex and a hedgehog. The sight of it was rather frightening. Upon seeing it, Hansen could immediately tell that it was not a baron. When Hansen saw the Xenogeneic, he didn't take action straight away. He looked around the gully and frowned. Lake saw Hansen not moving an inch, and with shock, he thought to himself, has he detected the presence of a second Xenogeneic? He shouldn't have been able to. The second one is hidden. If I hadn't attacked the first creature, I would never have discovered the second one. As Lake remained in a state of shock, Hansen walked further and further into the gully. It made Lake sigh. It looks like I may have gotten ahead of myself. He hasn't been able to find the second one. Hansen let Little Silver wait outside as he went in alone. He clenched his ghost teeth knife tightly as he ghosted towards the Xenogeneic. Little Silver had evolved a second time, but he was still just a baron. A fight like this wouldn't really suit him. The Xenogeneic was sleeping like a log, and Hansen was able to inch his way right next to it. Still, it showed no sign of waking up. Hansen held his knife tight and raised it up to the creature's neck. The Xenogeneic was far too big to be killed with one hit. Teeth power wouldn't be as effective against a creature that was a tier higher than Hansen, but going for a weak spot was still better than striking anywhere else. Hansen slowly approached the beast's neck, moving lightly and slowly. Behind Hansen, a snake-looking creature appeared. It delicately rose out of the soil. It opened its mouth like a flower and approached Hansen. When the monster was a mere 2 feet away, the mouth widened and lashed forward. It was ready to lunge and swallow Hansen up. But Hansen looked as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He moved both feet, and then the Xenogeneic ended up biting the Tyrannosaurus rex that was directly in front of Hansen. The Tyrannosaurus rex was roused out of its slumber by the teeth suddenly sinking into it. And as this occurred, Hansen leaped forward and unleashed a strike against the Xenogeneic snake. Its metal-looking body was delivered a hefty cut that drew blood. Hansen was shocked. He had used a lot of strength with his ghost teeth knife, but he had been unable to slice through its body. All he could deliver was a wound that was about half a foot deep. The bodies of these Xenogeneics were tougher than he had expected. Roar! The startled Tyrannosaurus rex roared and shot a geyser of flame out of its mouth. The snake's face was incinerated, and its jaws relaxed and let go of the beast it had accidentally bitten. While it squealed, Hansen continued to slash and slash against the wound he had already dealt the creature. And after a few more sturdy hits, he was able to cut clean through and slice the beast in half. The snake was not dead yet, but its face had been burned pretty badly. Its eyes had been seared out of their sockets, rendering the snake blind. It rolled around on the ground, bleeding profusely. It was only a matter of time before it died. The spiky Tyrannosaurus rex was extremely angry, in the meantime. It spat out fire towards Hansen, so Hansen summoned his Taurus shield and hit behind it, using it to block the stream of fire. The flames were unable to penetrate the shield. It was a Viscount beast soul, after all. It was on equal footing with the Tyrannosaurus rex's attack. The spiky Tyrannosaurus rex seemed angry, and it unleashed barrage after barrage of fire. The Taurus continued to block the flame, but after a while, the shield became too hot to hold on to. Hansen had to let go of it. Blisters rose all over Hansen's hand from the heat. Lake heard movement down in the gully, and it made him extremely happy. He stayed alert, so if Hansen came running out trying to escape, he could lunge forward and kill him right there. but Hansen did not escape. He had dug his shield into the earth, so he was still managing to hide behind it. The spiky Tyrannosaurus Rex continued to spit fire without rest, but no matter what it did, it could not destroy the Taurus shield. It roared to the sky and rolled its body into a ball. It looked like a giant sea urchin as it then came rolling forward towards the shield. Hansen quickly evaded its roll, but the shield was knocked into the air. It took a while for it to fall back down, and when it did, it came slamming down into a rock and became half embedded in it. The spiky Tyrannosaurus Rex came rolling towards Hansen again. It was so big and fast, and it had spikes. Hansen was slower than the creature was, and he couldn't take advantage of his strength. If he was hit, the creature's spikes would punch holes right through him. Fortunately, Hansen was prepared for a situation like this. If he hadn't come prepared, he wouldn't have risked the fight in the first place. Fight in the first place. Come out, my shoes! Hansen shouted, as fluffy rabbit fur shoes appeared on his feet. Hansen's feet acted as if they had been imbued with the power of the wind, and they gained a great boost of speed. With them on, he managed to evade the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The shoes were the teeth rabbit beast soul Hansen had earned from killing Rock's Fall Duke. They were a Duke-class beast soul, and they gave Hansen the speed of a Duke. Speed was their only benefit, though. But that was enough for Senator Hansen ran around the Tyrannosaurus like the wind, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex was unable to catch up. Catcha! 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 While Hansen ran, he kept slashing the Tyrannosaurus back. And as the beast screamed in agony, it spat out more flames. But Hansen was too fast, and whenever a flame was headed his way, he was on the beast's other side. The flames couldn't catch him. Catcha! Hansen struck the creature on the other side, drawing out more blood from the creature's wounds. The spiky Tyrannosaurus Rex was so angry, it kept rolling around, spewing fire. But there was nothing it could do to Hansen, who was now like the wind. It couldn't even rustle Hansen's clothes. All it could do was catch his dust. Xenogenic Viscount hunted, Xenogenic gene found, King Earthworm. An announcement played in Hansen's head. It was the snake-like Xenogenic that had just died. Hansen ignored it. He kept spinning around the spiky Tyrannosaurus Rex, slashing it. He wanted to make the felon bleed more and more. Although the teeth power was not very effective on the Viscount, unhealable wounds could be deadly even if they were small. Lake had been waiting for Hansen for a while, but he hadn't seen him emerge. He could only hear the roaring of a Xenogenic. It made him wonder what was transpiring inside the gully. Can Hansen fight two Xenogenics at once? That should be impossible, because he is only a baron. He has a king-class weapon, but he can't use all of its strength. With his own strength and speed, how can he possibly last so long against two Viscounts? Lake was confused over the scenario, but he couldn't poke his head out and take a look just yet. Lake had seen the silver beast that Hansen had brought with him. It was lying down near the gully. Lake was not sure what sort of power it possessed, but he didn't want to be discovered, and so he didn't get any closer to it to find out. After a while, the gully grew quiet. It was as if everything across the land had gone still. Lake felt relieved, thinking, it looks like Hansen was killed by the two Xenogenics. I guess that saved me some trouble. As Lake was thinking of this, someone suddenly came out of the gully. When Lake saw it, his eyes opened wide with immense surprise. He didn't die. Lake was floored. Hansen hadn't been killed in his fight with the two Viscounts, and on top of that, he looked clean. There was not a single speck of blood on him, and neither were there any visible wounds. What happened? Lake thought of many different possibilities that could explain Hansen's miraculous survival, but he couldn't settle on anything that really made sense given the circumstances. Little Silver, I'm hurt. Hansen moved out of the gully and spoke to the silver beast. Lake, hearing that, felt relieved. That was a little more normal, at least. But Lake saw Hansen put his hand out to the beast and then say, I have a few blisters, see? They hurt. Lake's eyes were twitching. He wanted to murder someone. The silver beast heard Hansen and then walked over to him. He licked Hansen's blisters with his pink tongue. Swiftly after, the burned area was cleared up and the swollen skin smoothed out. Is that a xenogenic with healing powers? Lake was shocked, as that sort of power was extremely rare in that universe. It was common to have talents that could heal oneself, but a talent that could enable the healing of others was very rare. If one was found, every faction would be fighting for ownership of it. Such power was highly valued and highly sought after. Hansen brought little Silver into the gully. He cut off the Viscount's xenogenic genes and wrapped them up. He used ropes to tie up the bodies and then started dragging them away. Lake had been entertaining a few guesses about what had happened, but when he laid eyes on those two corpses, he was rocked. Hansen had obviously murdered the two Viscount xenogenics. That mere fact was unacceptable. And he only had a minor wound after it all. Scary. Too scary. Lake now ranked Hansen amongst persons who were on a very dangerous level to take on. He wasn't quite willing to strike just yet. When Hansen walked past Lake didn't move a muscle. He didn't even risk breathing. He couldn't allow himself to be found, as now was not the time to try to kill Hansen. After Hansen walked past, Lake felt a great amount of relief. Hastily, he wiped the sweat away. He had never felt as much pressure before, in the task of taking on a baron. Hansen was smiling all the way, as he dragged the bodies of the Viscounts back home. Those bodies were rather hefty. The meat could feed many people, which would help out with the many resources that his people required. Although they would not be consuming xenogenic genes, it was still Viscount flesh. It could be very nutritious, which would be very beneficial for the women and children. Selling it to the barons and viscounts would earn them a lot of points, as well. The nobles could hunt and eat, but they did not have spices. There was not even salt readily available. The meat would be tasteless, and the nobles were already sick of eating it plain. Many nobles were spending points to buy cooking ingredients from the base. Hansen's goal was to take all of their points. None of them had good hearts, so he didn't think he had to be nice to them. Hansen brought two Viscount xenogenics back home, shocking the base when he came in. The fact that Hansen had killed two Viscounts gave the nobles a grand shock. Some of them felt they were lucky that they hadn't tried to kill him, but it also raised the fear they held for him. Hansen was led away by the woman in charge of cuisine. There were kids there that could handle the meat. There were a number of kids that were only a few years old, and they were tasked with washing the meat. They put in a lot of effort and worked hard. It is a shame this base wasn't built to house a real society. We have no one to teach the kids what they'd learn in school. It'll be pretty bad if they grow up without learning to read, Hansen spoke to himself. In a world like this, learning how to survive beats learning how to read a few words. You have given them enough. A Viscount walked up to Hansen, speaking to him. Deep Blue Viscount. Hansen looked at the Viscount, recognizing who he was. Out of the 4 Viscounts, he was the only Kate. And he was the only one who brought meat to swap for points. In that regard, he was one of the only ones not going against Hansen. Master, if you have time, I would like to talk to you alone, Deep Blue Viscount said calmly. Hansen started to respond, but a sudden scream came from outside the gate. Hansen's face changed, and they looked towards the gate together. A large group of people were milling around the gate, craning to see something outside. What's going on? Hansen asked. The people, seeing Hansen approach, formed a path. Hansen, in the middle, saw a body. It was one of the Viscounts. His name was Wind Viscount. Wind Viscount was lying on the ground facing the base. It looked as if he had been approaching the gate when his head was blown open. What is this? Hansen had a bad feeling, and he frowned. We don't know. We saw Wind Viscount return from an expedition outside. But before he made it all the way back, he fell on the ground. He crawled a little bit before his head exploded, a woman and a baron explained. Don't look. Return to your homes. No one can leave their rooms. If you do, you will be killed, Hansen said. The barons quickly returned to their shelters as instructed. Deep Blue Viscount, can you tell me what hurt him? Hansen looked at the gaping hole in Wind Viscount's head, but he was unable to discern what might have caused it. Deep Blue Viscount looked weirded out, and he said, it doesn't seem as if he was attacked. It looks to me as if he imploded, or rather, exploded from the inside out. Really? What power could cause something like that? Hansen asked. Deep Blue Viscount fell silent, and he said, many people have the power to do this. Some have the ability to invade the bodies of others and destroy their opponents from the inside. It'll be hard for us to guess who the culprit might be. Hansen nodded and asked, do you know of any creatures like that around the base? Deep Blue Viscount shook his head. We haven't been here for long, so no one has been able to venture out too far. All of our hunting expeditions have taken place around the proximity of the base. I haven't seen any like that. Hansen did not ask any more questions. He grabbed a flamethrower and incinerated Wind Viscount's body. A body that died for no reason could not be brought into the base. Only the gods could tell what might happen. The body soon became cinders, but there was something that couldn't be melted down. Hansen plucked it out and noticed it was a black steel feather. It was a foot long and very heavy. Hansen tried getting others to burn it, but no matter what they tried, it couldn't be melted down. It wouldn't even turn red with the heat. It was obviously not an ordinary metal. Hansen used a sealed container to store the black feather. Those who had come into contact with the body were forced to undergo a scan and a proper disinfectant cycle, to ensure there would be no further problems. But on the second day, something happened inside the base. The barons that had touched the dead body had a weird, egg-shaped symbol on their foreheads. The symbols were black. Hansen used a tool to scan them, but there was nothing overtly strange about them. They seemed to be ordinary markings. The four barons were terrified. Wind Viscount's manner of death had been far too strange, and now, this unexplainable happening gave them quite the scare. Hansen checked over their bodies thoroughly, but he couldn't discern anything out of the ordinary. So, Hansen had them put into isolation. Hansen also made sure to tell the people that delivered their resources about what was going on. He told them to bring doctors and tools so that they could try to discover what was happening to his people. It would take 2 days for the ship to arrive, and Hansen hoped nothing would happen in the meantime. Do any of you know where Wind Viscount had gone off to? Hansen was investigating his death. If he learned how he died, perhaps he could find out what was wrong with the barons. One baron told Hansen that he saw Wind Viscount venture into the northern mountains. Wind Viscount had intended to cross them, but the barons with him did not dare follow. Whatever happened to him was still mostly a mystery. Hansen frowned when he heard this. The mountain they referred to was the one the Earl had gone into and never returned. Hansen said he would have to put a stop to people venturing off to the north. The nobles themselves knew how dangerous the north seemed to be, so no one opposed his decision. Wind Viscount had entered the mountains, but died in front of the gate. With the 4 egg symbols on the foreheads of the barons, Hansen didn't have a good feeling about what was going to happen. The Earl had brought many other earls to help him. And despite that, they had all disappeared. The people in the base would stand a much worse chance of surviving anything that might occur. Hansen couldn't wait much longer, so he contacted Isha for advice. He wanted to tell her about what was happening, in case the worst happened. But Isha was currently practicing, and he did not know when she would finish. She couldn't be interrupted, and so Hansen was unable to get a hold of her. Hansen contacted Icebird Duke. Isha had told him that if she was not around, then he could look for Icebird instead. Icebird Duke, seeing Hansen's number, picked it up. She might not have liked the way Hansen conducted his affairs, but Isha had told her to take care of him in the event that he required assistance. Iceberg Duke, I have a problem. I need to get in touch with the Queen, but she is busy. Do you think you can help, instead? Hansen asked her. The rules of the rebate dictate that only the master of the planet can contribute to the development of the assigned planet. If outsiders interfere, there is every chance that we will take it back from you. Iceberg Duke did not like Hansen's attitude, particularly in the way he kept asking for Queen. If this was a normal situation, I wouldn't come looking for you. Something bad has happened here, and I can't get to the bottom of it. I really do need your help. Hansen said. If you don't think you can resolve the issue, then don't. If you prefer to, you could always come on back. I can't help you with anything. She stopped Hansen and went on to say, think about it. If you do decide to come back, I will send out some ships to come and pick you up. After hanging up, Iceberg Duke spoke to herself. Of course there will be trouble developing a planet. If you cannot do it, then don't. Hansen frowned. There was nothing he could do about her, and he did not know when Isha would be able to return the call. Whenever it would be too late. Hansen called up another number. He was contacting Black Steel. Black Steel was a strange fellow, but Hansen figured that he was a reliable sort. On planet Knifegrave, Hansen had asked him why he blocked the Knife River. He said he wanted Hansen to escape. He wanted to provide Hansen a chance. He figured that was something he owed Hansen. Hansen did not know what Black Steel had been thinking, but it made him feel safe. Hansen asked him to keep the knife mind thing a secret. No one knew he had a knife mind as wondrous as the one he did, and Black Steel really hadn't said a word. Hansen, unable to find anyone else to help, got in touch with Black Steel. If Black Steel could not help, then he'd have no choice but to evacuate. Hansen was not creating drama. It was best to prepare for an event or problem one could not overcome. He didn't want the women or children that were on the planet to die there. What is it? Said Black Steel's voice, and it sounded exactly the same as the first time they met. I have a problem, and I need your help. Hansen went on to tell him the entire story. Black Steel let Hansen tell him everything. After a momentary pause, he said, don't leave the base, and keep your eyes on those barons. And do not touch them, no matter what. I will be there in 4.5 hours. But soon, Hansen's worries became reality. More people in the base began to develop strange egg markings on their foreheads. It seemed to be spreading. People could be isolated easily enough, but that wasn't a proper solution to the issue. As time went on, more and more people developed that same strange mark. In the beginning, it only spread amongst the people who were at the gate when the Viscount died. Then, it started to happen amongst the mothers and children who hadn't even been there. Over the course of a few hours, half of the people in the base developed the same mark across their foreheads. Luckily, Hansen, Little Angel, Zero, Xie King, Gu Qingqing, and Little Silver had not yet been infected by the strange affliction. It was very fortunate. Xie King and Gu Qingqing had examined the infected people and noted that there didn't actually seem to be anything wrong them. But the whole base was so scared that those who were not yet infected wanted to abandon the place. If Hansen hadn't just killed 2 Viscount creatures and enlisted the aid of Deep Blue Viscount, the base would have descended into chaos. Out of the 4 Viscount nobles, Wind Viscount was dead. Deep Blue Viscount was helpful, whereas Lake didn't do anything. The other Viscount had been missing for the past 2 days. Where he had disappeared to, no one knew. Hansen contacted Black Steel to update him on the situation that was currently unfolding. Hansen didn't want him to end up getting infected as well. Wait for me, Black Steel said, before hanging up again. It sounded as if he was doing something in a rush. Before Black Steel arrived, Deep Blue Viscount came over to see Hansen. When Deep Blue Viscount arrived at Hansen's house, he immediately stripped off his armor. His forehead now had the egg-shaped marking, too. Do you feel anything? Hansen frowned. Deep Blue Viscount was calm, and he merely shook his head. I don't feel anything. If I hadn't looked in the mirror, I wouldn't even have known the mark had appeared. Then, what do you plan on doing? Hansen asked. Deep Blue Viscount went quiet, and he said, I told you I wanted to speak with you alone. Do you have the time to do so, right now? Yeah. Hansen nodded. Deep Blue Viscount sat down and dropped into thought for a minute before speaking. He said, I know that most nobles here have ulterior motives. I do, as well. But I am different in one way, I don't work for anyone. Then, why are you here? Hansen asked him. Viscounts were of a high rank, and he'd be a wanted asset anywhere he went. There wasn't a reason for him to follow Hansen. Deep Blue Viscount gave a wry smile. He pointed to the mark on his forehead and said something that shocked Hans Sr. I am here for this. Hansen really was shocked, and he replied by saying, You are here for that? Do you know what it is? He nodded, then shook his head and sighed. This is not my first time on planet Eclipse. You have been here before? Were you with the Earl? Hansen immediately asked. Deep Blue Viscount smiled and said, Yes. I got this mark when I was here the last time. Hansen was shocked, but at the same time, he was delighted. It had been many years since the Earl's mission. And despite that, Deep Blue Viscount was still living. The infected would be safe, for now, at least. Deep Blue Viscount suspected these were the thoughts running through Hansen's mind, and he smiled wryly. It is not like that. Ordinarily, when you get this, you die in a short time. It could be 2 days, or it could be 2 weeks. People will ultimately end up like Wind Viscount did. There is a reason why I survived, and that is the reason for my return. Hansen did not say anything, wanting him to continue explaining. Since Deep Blue was volunteering information, he might as well learn everything he could. When I was taken here by Chiron Earl, I was just a commoner. I was just like those kids, really, but a little bit bigger. I already had my Geno armor and everything. When Deep Blue Viscount said that, he looked weird. Hansen did not understand. Deep Blue Viscount went on to say, I followed Chiron Earl everywhere, including his final trip into the northern mountains. I was there. I thought that none of those who went returned, Hansen said in shock. I was the only one who made it out. Back then, only normal people resided at the base. No one was aware of the fact that I had followed him. The rebate investigator never considered that Chiron Earl would have bothered to bring an ordinary Kate. Deep Blue Viscount wore a complicated expression. What happened there? And what is up with the egg mark? Hansen asked. Deep Blue Viscount shook his head. I do not understand what happened. Back then I was a kid that possessed Geno armor. My powers and my knowledge were very limited. After that, Deep Blue Viscount went on to say, and in regards to the egg mark, you will only contract it after you touch something. Aside from me, everyone who got this mark died. And that included Chiron Earl. When I made it out, I did not infect anyone. I am not sure what Wind Viscount did, but it is clear that his affliction is contagious. Where did the Earl's group encounter it, exactly? Hansen asked. Deep Blue Viscount said, there is a palace up in those mountains, and it is very big. It was so strange inside there. I did not know much back then, so I only followed Chiron Earl. Many people died, and when we were in front of a certain hall, Chiron Earl seemed to become incredibly happy. We waited outside while he went in alone. We waited half a day, and eventually, he returned with something. Hansen knew the most important part of his tale would be this, so he didn't interrupt. He kept on listening. It was an egg. A black egg that was as tall as a person. It looked just like the markings do. He brought it out and allowed us to carry it. And when we were just about to leave the palace, something scary happened. Our foreheads began to develop that black mark. Deep Blue Viscount looked scared, as if he was remembering something bad. Inside the base, people continued to become infected. Hansen wanted to leave, taking Little Angel, Zero, and the others with him. But he was not sure if the strange contagion had already spread to his companions. If he left now, with an infection amongst them, things could turn pretty bleak. If they stayed there and did get infected, at least Deep Blue Viscount might be able to deduce a way in which it could be stopped. Deep Blue Viscount said that when he had originally been afflicted with the mark, he had eaten the root of a lotus that he found in the palace. He reckoned that was why the mark hadn't affected him. All the other nobles with him died, leaving him as the sole survivor. But now, the mark had returned, and it was getting darker and darker. That was why he wanted to return to the planet and revisit the hall in order to eat more of the lotus roots. But there was a group of xenogeniacs outside the entrance to the palace, and some of them were Earl rank. So, Deep Blue Viscount had been unable to find a way in which he could access the place. Deep Blue Viscount was curious about how Wind Viscount had managed to penetrate the palace. He figured he would have to return there to find out how. Hansen then thought of an important question to ask. When Deep Blue Viscount entered the palace the first time, he was just a Kate with Geno armor. Now he was a Viscount. Becoming a noble of that rank was not an easy task. Even a wealthy elite like Isha only had a dozen of the Geno fluids that could encourage a second evolution, so how could Deep Blue Viscount achieve such a rank? Hansen asked this question, and Deep Blue said that he did not know how he had managed to evolve a second time either. To his knowledge, he had not used any treasures. But it wasn't long before he left this planet that he evolved for a second time. Perhaps it had something to do with the lotus root. Matters were proceeding to get worse, though. It wasn't long before Gu Qingqing developed a mark on her forehead. Hansen told her about the palace and the lotus root, and he told her not to worry. When the time came, they would head out and get one of the lotus roots. Black Steel was accurate, and 4.5 hours later, he did indeed land outside the front gate. But aside from Black Steel, a few other of the rebate had come as well. Judging from the strength of their auras, Hansen could immediately tell they were not ordinary folk. Hansen. What's going on now? Black Steel looked at Hansen's forehead. It's bad. Half of my people have been infected with the mark of an egg. It was starting to depress Hansen. You go and confirm it, one of the superior-looking rebate said. The other rebate went to check the foreheads of the women and children, while Black Steel went into Hansen's office. With a serious look, he said, "You are in trouble. If I am not mistaken, Wind Viscount touched something which belonged to the Raven." Raven? Hansen looked confused. Black Steel explained to him, before the rebate took over Narrow Moon, it was the Raven who owned this place. They were a strong xenogenic group that had a grip on the entirety of Narrow Moon. History says that they had the ability to mark other xenogenics and control them. Black Steel went on to say, when we took down Narrow Moon, it came at a great cost. If it wasn't for our deified elder, it was highly unlikely that we'd have won the fight. We thought the Raven were entirely destroyed, following the battle. I did not expect a relic of theirs to remain, especially one that is still so deadly. Is there a way to erase the mark of the Raven? Hansen thought that if the rebate took down Narrow Moon, there had to be a way. If there wasn't, they'd all have ended up infected, and they'd all be dead. Not yet. Black Steel shook his head. What do you mean by not yet? Hansen was confused. Many of my race suffered this mark. We discovered that killing the Raven and drinking their blood was the only way to make the mark disappear. If you want to get rid of it, the only way to achieve that is to find the item Wind Viscount found. And then, maybe you can. Black Steel looked straight at Hansen and went on to say, I am not sure if you are infected. We need to make sure that the infection does not leave this place. And we must locate the source of the infection, wherever it may be. Hansen relayed to him what Deep Blue Viscount had told him. Black Steel nodded and said, if someone has info like this, that is great. I brought one of my father's guards with us. Captain Wood is a duke. The rest are marquises. We are all prepared to go to the Raven Palace. Black Steel went to find Captain Wood and Deep Blue Viscount, letting Deep Blue Viscount explain the situation again to him. Captain Wood looked at Deep Blue Viscount and asked, "Why didn't you say this sooner?" Deep Blue Viscount gave a wry smile. "They were all dead, and only I survived. I was worried I might get in trouble for telling people what happened. Especially with the mark gone." Hansen understood the man's reasoning. If he admitted what had happened, it was likely that the rebate would have grown suspicious. The only reason he was telling the story now was because he had to go back to the palace. If the mark hadn't returned, he would not have wanted to come back to such a wretched place. After Captain Wood had finished asking Deep Blue Viscount about various details, he decided to go to the Raven Palace, as well. Last time, Chiron Earl had taken some Viscounts and Earls, and even some creatures with him. This time, they had Captain Wood and 4 marquises. It shouldn't have been too hard to reach the same point as Chiron. Wood allowed Hansen to select a few people to come along. Deep Blue Viscount said there was a pool with the lotus fruit, and there were many of them. It would be best if he brought some people to collect as many roots as they could, in order to suppress the mark. Gu Qingqing had the mark, so she elected to go there herself. Xie Qingqing wanted to go, too. Hansen stopped Little Angel and Zero, though. If no one was watching the base, it was impossible to tell what the barons might do after they became infected. There was a high chance the women and children would be in danger. This doesn't seem too bad. We can eat the roots as soon as we get them, Hansen thought to himself. Aside from them, Hansen picked 10 barons to go with him. They could help gather the roots, at the very least. There were so many of them, and their time was almost up. If they couldn't get to the bottom of the issue, they'd have to bring a lot of the roots back. Hansen brought Lake Viscount with him, as well. With Wood there, he wouldn't dare to say no. On their way to the palace, egg marks appeared on the foreheads of both Little Silver and Xie Qingqing. It was very worrying. Lake Viscount gained it, as well. Xie Qingqing held up a mirror to examine himself. He kept looking at it, and with a dire expression, he said, "So d*mn ugly. The mark could at least be a flower or something. Having an egg on my head makes me look stupid." Hansen couldn't believe that was precisely what Xie Qingqing was worrying about. Little Silver was lying on Hansen's shoulder, not having any particular sort of reaction. With Captain Wood leading them, they had no trouble on their journey. The power of 4 marquises had already scared off most of the Xenogeneics nearby. They didn't bother killing any lower-class Xenogeneics they saw along the way, as they were focused on reaching the Raven Palace as soon as they could. They came to a valley, and Captain Wood cleared out the Xenogeneics that were hanging around. Deep Blue Viscount followed closely, and spoke while pointing at a mountain. "The entrance is here. This is the peak. This is not an illusion. But there is no door. Are you sure this is the place?" Captain Wood asked with a frown. "Yes, I am sure of it," Deep Blue Viscount said, as he trotted up to one of the mountain's cliffsides. He searched the wall for a while, and eventually pushed his hands firmly against a rock. After Deep Blue Viscount pressed it, he returned to Han Senator, and then, a boom noise sounded swiftly after. A few hundred meters of mountain began to sink, as a higher peak began to rise behind it. There was a door on its stone surface, one that was massive. Han Sen and everyone else were in shock. The place had a grand, powerful atmosphere, which spoke volumes about how scary the ravens might have been, once upon a time. "How do we open the door?" Captain Wood asked Deep Blue Viscount. Deep Blue Viscount said, "You just have to push it open. That's how I slipped in and slipped out." Captain Wood signaled for a marquise to push open the stone door. It was dozens of meters high, but the marquise was able to open it with a light push. There was no need for much strength. What resided beyond the stone door was equally impressive in size. Many palaces were visible inside, and the buildings extended until they vanished into the distance. Master! You must follow behind me, with a gap of about 3 meters. Captain Wood stared at Black Steel with a serious look. And after Black Steel agreed, the team was allowed to enter. The palaces were all connected. They were all built from stone, but they were so old, they looked very rustic and primitive. Even with the protection of the mountain, they looked poorly kept. Hansen saw a multitude of carvings on the walls, depicting bird-like creatures. Large bird statues stood on both sides of the plaza. Deep Blue Viscount, will there be danger up ahead? Captain Wood asked. Deep Blue Viscount gave a wry smile. Many warriors died before I entered, but by the time I made it in, all was fine. Maybe when Chiron Earl went in, they destroyed any traps left behind by the Raven, a marquis suggested. That could be true, but even so, it is best to remain vigilant. We cannot drop our guard for a single second. Captain Wood was speaking with a deep, authoritative voice. The group of them followed behind Deep Blue Viscount as they moved forward. It wasn't long before they stumbled across a pile of bony remains. They definitely belonged to Rebate. They must have been part of the previous group. Captain Wood checked out the bones, and noticed the skulls each had a large hole in them. They were so big, you could squeeze a clenched fist clean through. The team kept traveling. Their path had proven to be surprisingly uneventful. Aside from seeing the odd pile of bones here and there was nothing that posed an actual threat. Hansen thought things over as he walked. Weird. It looks like this place has not been visited by anyone in quite a while. And there are some creatures outside that could most certainly not have been dealt with by a Viscount. How did Wind Viscount get into this palace and get himself infected with the Raven's mark? Although there was no danger, Captain Wood was being careful, nonetheless. He didn't speed up on his way, he remained at a slow and steady pace. After they walked a dozen miles, they went past a temple that had also been constructed from stone. Their eyes turned bright when they soon saw a pool of lotuses right next to it. The lotus pool had no water, though. Most of the lotus's stalks, leaves, and flowers had all withered into death. There were only a few living ones left in the middle. The flowers that were alive were as white as snow. The leaves were like jade, and with their soft glow, they looked terrific. Is this the lotus pool you've been talking about? Captain Wood looked at Deep Blue Viscount. This is it. I accidentally fell in there and swallowed a lotus root. I was so hungry that I dug some up and ate more of them. That was how my mark disappeared. Deep Blue Viscount looked surprised, and he desperately wanted to run to it. Hearing that, Lake Viscount and the other barons all rushed towards the pool. Stop! Hansen shouted, with a frown. No one listened to Hansen, though. They all wished to cleanse themselves of the egg mark plaguing their foreheads by ripping out the lotus roots and consuming them. Even though it would be a temporary pause Hansen was calling for, it was better than getting ahead of themselves and snatching the plants right now. Anyone who steps closer to the pool dies. Captain Wood made a hum. And then, the two Viscounts and the Baron stopped moving. Captain Wood looked at Hansen and said, "It looks like your family members require some discipline." "Yes, and I will give it." Hansen rubbed his nose. The nobles in his employ were mostly spies of one sort or another. They didn't want to listen to his orders, particularly so if claiming the flowers meant the difference between life and death. They hadn't followed Hansen for very long, either. So, it was not as if Hansen could control them. "Mr. Wood, I beg of you to provide me some of this lotus root. I only need a little." Deep Blue Viscount quickly turned to begging. After Deep Blue Viscount said this, the other barons started to beg, too. They all had a ticking time bomb planted on their heads, after all. But Captain Wood ignored them. He walked over to the lotus pool and looked at the flowers. A while later he asked, "Do you know what species of flower these are?" Everyone shook their heads, not knowing what species of plant they were. Alright. Go ahead and dig up a lotus root. Captain Wood frowned while he spoke to the barons. Thank you, the barons responded happily. You can dig it up, but if you dare steal a bite, I will cut your heads off, Captain Wood continued coldly. Dig them up and I won't mistreat you. I won't give you any less, leastways. The barons looked bitter as they went forward to dig up the lotus roots. Captain Wood and the 4 marquises kept their eyes peeled on them. No one dared to eat one of the roots against the captain's orders. Why aren't you guys moving? Captain Wood asked coldly, seeing Xie King and Gu Qingqing. They are my personal guards, Hansen said. So far, they only had Deep Blue Viscount's word that the lotus roots could suppress the mark. Until it was confirmed, Hansen wasn't willing to let Xie King and Gu Qingqing take any risks. Captain Wood frowned and said, "This is dangerous. It is best to get this done as soon as possible. You should get over there and start digging." Hansen looked at Captain Wood and said, "In that case, why don't you guys go and dig, as well? You are guards, too, isn't that right? How dare you? You cannot compare us to them," exclaimed an infuriated marquise. Captain Wood looked at Hansen darkly and said, "They are guards, but they have a different master." Hansen understood Captain Wood, but he didn't change his mind about anything. He said, "It is different, but I think mine are more important than you are. Dig it up if you want, but I will distribute the work of my people how I choose to." Captain Wood looked glum, but Black Steel chimed in to say, "Captain Wood, this is Hansen's place. And they are indeed his people to command. Please watch your tone. Little master, we are responsible for this. This is about the safety of the rebate and Narrow Moon as a whole. I have to take charge of this situation," Captain Wood coldly said. He didn't care too much for Black Steel either. But Black Steel then frowned, and he said, "Captain Wood, this entire operation is my responsibility. Master says that you're still too young. When this is a matter that concerns the entire rebate, I am to be the one who takes care of it. Please understand this." Captain Wood bowed down in respect to Black Steel, but he obviously wasn't willing to relinquish his authority in this scenario. "If things are indeed like that, then we will go our separate ways." Hansen then took off, going in a different direction. "We're going to do things, however I say we're going to do them. Without my explicit order, no one here works alone. If they do, I will kill them." Captain Wood spoke, as the marquise swooped forward to block Hansen's passage. "Wood Duke." Black Steel looked extremely grim. "Please forgive me, little master. This is an important time." Captain Wood and a few of the marquises bowed to Black Steel. But even so, they still held their knives to Hansen. "You guys stay here and do not run off. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next." Because of Black Steel, Captain Wood did not force Xie King and Gu Qingqing to dig. The flowers were soft, and the excavation work was not difficult. The barons were able to dig up a lot of lotus roots. They were as white as jade and as thick as a baby's arm. The dusting of dirt that remained on them made them look strong and nutritious. When the lotuses were handed up, Captain Wood pointed at them and asked Deep Blue Viscount, "Were these the lotus roots that you ate?" "Yep, these are the ones." Deep Blue Viscount nodded. "You. Come here and eat this," Deep Blue Viscount told one of the barons. He cut off a small slice of the root for him to eat. The baron was shocked and scared at the same time. He was the only one who had been given permission to eat it, and yet he hesitated. "Eat." Captain Wood coldly looked at the baron. The baron stopped hesitating and did as requested. He started to eat the piece of root. The lotus root was very crunchy, and a pleasant scent wafted from it. The baron took a small bite at first. No one knew if it was working, but it didn't seem to be hurting the baron either. He finished it off with a big bite. The other nobles looked at him. Nothing happened after he ate it, and the egg mark was still present. Captain Wood kept his eyes fixed on the baron, and after a while, the Baron's face turned green. It looked like the Baron was freezing. He held himself, shaking and shivering. Cold. I am so cold. Deep Blue Viscount, what is going on? Captain Wood looked at Deep Blue Viscount. Deep Blue Viscount looked happy, though. And he explained, yes, this is it. When I first ate it, I felt cold, too. He'll be fine in a second, you'll see. How long precisely? Captain Wood asked. I didn't have any way of recording time when I first ate it. Maybe 10 minutes? Deep Blue Viscount said, after a minute of thought. Captain Wood did not say anything more, and he just waited for the results. 10 minutes later, the Baron's chill began to subside, and he started to look better. The egg shape on his forehead became lighter. It had become just a mere shading on his forehead now. Hurry and dig the rest of them up. Captain Wood chided them. A group of barons dug the roots out for 2 hours, and when they were done, they managed to collect 1,000 kilograms of the stuff. Captain Wood took some, and gave the rest to the barons. He didn't let them eat it just yet, though. Mr. Wood, can I have some of the lotus now, please? Deep Blue Viscount carefully asked. Don't worry, there are many of them. Once this is done, you are free to have them. Now, take me to where Chiron Earl found the egg, Captain Wood said emotionlessly. Deep Blue Viscount's face changed. He didn't want to go, but he had to lead. This guy is here for an ulterior purpose. He is not just here to remove the threat of the ravens on our heads. Gu Qingqing moved her lips to speak quietly. Only Hansen heard her say it. Hansen sucked at whispering, so he just nodded in response. He could tell Captain Wood had not come here for the lotuses. He was taking the operation far too seriously, and it was obvious that the object of their pursuit was something bigger. They take their orders from Black Moon King. If this item is that precious, why didn't he come here himself? Or is it really just because it isn't that important, after all? Xie Qing King said. Xie Qing King was the master of whispering. Only Han Sen and Gu Qingqing could hear what he had said. It looks like little tricks like that are useful. Han Sen felt depressed. He hadn't learned anything about the powers of sound. If he had, he might not have had to be a mute in that situation. Gu Qingqing said, no, it's the opposite. Black Moon King not coming means the item is worth even more than we can imagine. If he came, other kings would notice and pay attention to what is happening here. This is Narrow Moon, and it would be suspicious for him to come to Planet Eclipse. Why would he go to Han Sen's planet? If other kings found out about his venture here, he might not be able to claim the item he desires. I see. Xie Qing King nodded, thinking what she said had made perfect sense. Then he said, what is the item? We need to ask Captain Wood. He is the only one who knows something about what we're doing. Black Steel doesn't know what's going on, and neither do the 4 marquises, Gu Qingqing said quietly. A group of people followed Deep Blue Viscount as he led the way to the palace. Suddenly, Hansen felt as if something on his back was moving. Hansen pretended to fetch some water, so he could reach around and feel his back. It was the box with the steel feather inside. It was moving. Hansen hadn't told Captain Wood he had found a steel feather on Wind Viscount's body. He had put it in his backpack, worried that it might cause trouble back in the base if he left it unattended. Since it was now moving around for no reason, it appeared that his worry had been valid. The further they walked, the shakier the box became. Luckily, there was a bag covering it, so no one had noticed it yet. Walking through a number of stone halls, they soon arrived at a plaza. Scattered around it were a number of crumpled skeletons with their skulls blown wide open. There was also a big black egg there, too. Deep Blue Viscount was scared of the big black egg. His legs went soft as he stood right outside the plaza. Captain Wood, on the other hand, looked delighted. He commanded the nobles to go forward. Even Deep Blue Viscount, whose resolve had dissolved, was pulled forward by the marquise. One of the marquises threatened Han Sen, trying to get him to move across the plaza. Together, they all approached the big black egg. Hansen did not think that the egg was the reason for the feathers shaking. When he got closer to the big black egg, the steel feather did not have a stronger reaction. It only grew stronger when he moved forward. What is this steel feather? Is it a feather of a raven, perhaps? Or is it one of their crafted treasures? Hansen guessed to himself. If you found the source, then go ahead and break it, Hansen said. Captain Wood coldly looked at Hansen and said, break it? How about you go ahead and give it a try? Hansen pulled out Ghost Teeth knife and gave the egg a firm whack. A metallic noise rang out, amidst a flurry of sparks dashed across the shell of the egg. Even so, no mark was left. Hansen was shocked, and he said, this egg is that hard? He could not use Ghost Teeth knife's full power. But with the sharpness, he should still have been able to leave a mark on Earl Geno armaments. It was just an egg. There was no mark at all, though. It was a testament to the shell's sturdiness. Captain Wood, can you destroy it? Black Steel asked. Little master, while I am a duke, I cannot destroy it. The only way to do this is to move the item back to the palace, Captain Wood said politely. You think your lie will fool the kid? Xie Qing King smiled. Captain Wood's expression hardened as Black Steel immediately asked, Captain Wood, why did my father send you here? For what purpose? Black Steel was not stupid. He knew Black Moon King wouldn't have sent a duke all this way just to save Hansen. Captain Wood quietly said, Little master, I am only here to carry out my orders. I don't know anything more. Black Steel stopped asking because he knew he would not learn anything from Captain Wood. He walked up to Hansen and said, I apologize. I cannot believe my presence here has brought you harm instead of aid. That's not entirely true. Without you being here, we wouldn't be standing where we are. Hansen smiled, looking as if he did not mind. Black Steel looked at Hansen solemnly. Do not worry. For as long as I am alive, I will not allow any harm to come to you. The only way you'll suffer is over my dead body. Black Steel spoke to Hansen, but he also said this as an indirect warning for Captain Wood. Captain Wood heard what was said, and so he smiled and said, Little master, you worry too much. Hansen is Knife Queen's student. I wouldn't dare hurt him. We are here to finish the mission, not bring harm to anyone. Captain Wood's voice then turned cold, and he went on to say, but if someone does try to stop us from fulfilling our task, we will not show mercy. Captain Wood then told a few of the barons to help carry the egg towards the palace. Deep Blue Viscount's legs were shaking, and he was almost too scared to point out the next few directions. Black Steel, what do you know about the raven? Hansen talked to Black Steel as they continued walking. He earnestly believed Black Steel had nothing to do with Captain Wood's plans. A man like Black Steel wouldn't do such a thing. Black Steel briefly dropped into thought before saying, the rebate have ruled Narrow Moon for 1 billion years. I don't think anyone knows exactly what happened when we conquered it. All that I know is the general stuff you learn in history books. They glorify our race, however, so it's easy to see that some of it is fabricated. What about the raven? Are there any legends surrounding them? Hansen asked. No. The history books don't really share much about the shape of the ravens. All we know is that they were similar to birds. I scoured the information we have about the ravens, and I learned where the mark of an egg came from. As for the ravens themselves, there is next to nothing in our records. Or at least, out of what we know concerning their presence in the rebate system. Black Steel shook his head. That's weird. Such a powerful xenogeneic race was wiped out by the rebate. Why is there such scant information? The writers of your history books could have at least made them out as villains. The truth seems to be the opposite, though. You guys don't even know what they look like, Hansen said with a frown. It is weird. Black Steel nodded. Captain Wood heard every word they said, but he didn't stop them from discussing the matter. He merely hastened everyone along. Perhaps it was because Chiron Earl had activated all the traps before their coming, but there was no danger inhibiting their way as they moved forward. It was a surprisingly smooth trip. The steel feather started to shake faster and faster, and Han Sen was unsure if that was a good thing. He also had a question. We still haven't found any sign of Wind Viscount's passage. Where did he actually get infected? After walking for half a day, they eventually found themselves standing before a palace. This palace looked different from the other palaces. The others were made of stone, but this one was built from purple copper. It looked very mysterious. Outside the palace, glazed across the walls, were paintings. They mostly depicted a number of creatures with human bodies and bunny ears. They were obviously the rebate. In those paintings, the rebate were not standing in positions of honor. Rather, they were pulling a strange cart that looked like a carriage. They were doing manual labor, like beasts of burden.